today we start a brand new save on the channel as we are going to rebuild Sussex. The team has seen many a change over the past few years, and right now we are going to do 5 seasons, and our goal, win the county championship, win the Royal London Cup and win the T20 Blast. First things first, contracts. So we've already got our overseas players sorted, we've got a squad size of 30. Best thing to do is spend your money on a good youngster. And the best youngster looks like it might be this man. Scott Carter. Average aggression, slight spin bowling preference and a strong back foot, averaging 45 from 30 second team games. Thank you very much, Scott. And the rest of the money is being pumped into the youth team and coaching. That way we can take these good young players and we can turn them into superstars. The thing about the Sussex team, there's a lot of very good young players, particularly with the bat. Tom Haynes, Ali Orr, Pajara, Steve Smith, Carter, who we've just brought in as well, and young Coles. These guys we are going to give the world. We're going to train them and we're going to make them better players. With the goal that they are going to lead this team for the next 5 seasons and win us all these different competitions. With the ball we've got young Archie Lenham, who's a real talent across multi-formats, as well as Jack Carson, free of injury. Lenham's going to get some bowling technique, as is Jack Carson. We are going to make this the Sussex version of Hyderabad. So the championship, we're in a bit of strife. We're in Division 2, we finished 17 the previous season and they didn't have the best season in real life. Challenge Trophy, we made it all the way to the semi-final in the previous season and we finished 2 from the bottom in the T20 competition. I think this year is all about trying to get out of the County Championship Division 2 and see if we can make any of the back-end competitions of the Royal London Cup and the T20 competition. It's going to be a difficult season, but it's the first one that I think we can make some inroads. And already, Scotty Carter has improved his front foot batting to their limit. That's what it's about. It's about taking these young players and making them better as quick as possible. And I think one of the most underrated players we've got in the team is probably Finn Hudson-Prentice. Excellent player, bats and bowls, gives us great flexibility. Batting down to 8 is a pretty strong position to be in. Ollie Robinson's averaging also just about 20 in County Championship cricket as well. Carter's going to come in at 6. But a middle order of Pajara and Smith is incredibly strong. And we are going to take a massive first innings lead. On debut, first innings for the club, Scott Carter goes and bags 100. What a knock that is. 165 balls, 12 fours, 2 sixes, strike rate of 60. In a great performance, Tom Haynes with 122. Had a poor season in real life. Here, really good performance. Pajara and Ali Orr failed, but Steve Smith 100 as well. Interesting, we're probably going to have him built into the game for the whole season. And we're going to take a first innings follow on. Baz Delida averaged over 100 last year in real life, 126 on this. It's a decent Durham team, but the bowling's definitely the better part. But George Garden was 6 for 89, getting it done. Finn Hudson-Prentice, well, 259, really important wickets because they were looking set at times and we managed to take wickets. And it's victory with an hour to go on day 4. 10 wicket victory, Tom Haynes 18 not out, Finn Hudson-Prentice 4 for as we bowled them out for 200. This is a really good start to the season, we're top. Carter's gone and improved his batting technique as already, as well as Ali Orr as well. Huge player, huge potential when he's not being run out at the bowler's end. Archie Lenham's in there with a bit of bowling technique improvement. A relatively decent performance, but maybe felt like we left a few runs out there. Tom Haynes, Steve Smith, Carter, all with single digits. But Ali Orr, first century of the season. He had a breakout year in 2022. And he started really, really well here. 102 off 209 deliveries. Looking really, really nice. Pajara was on for a ton and then just threw it away. Don Best with the wicket. But good performance. It's a decent bowling attack as well. Milnes came in from Kent. Steckety at the top as well. You've got Fisher, you've got Best. There's high quality. And we're going to be behind. 409, Yorkshire go and get. Decent performance. Their batting lineup is good. International quality in Saur Shakil, David Milan, Adam Lythe. They are missing 1 or 2 players that could really make them better. Harry Brook and Joe Root, so we've played them at a decent time. But we lost George Garton to injury and that created a massive hole. Carlson, 2 for 73 from his 14 overs. Not bad, but 5.21 an over. Pretty expensive. And we've made a declaration at 316. It leaves them 272 to win. It's a lot, but I really don't want to lose this game. We got a decent score. All 90 threw away the chance of 200s in the game. Pajara threw away another 100. Allsop 61 ran out at the end. It does mean we've got a session and 47 minutes, which, as we thought, is not a lot for very much. 100 for 3. The game was in the balance. We're going to take the draw, 10 points, and move on to the next game. And Garton's out for 4 weeks. What a loss that's going to be. Does create an opportunity for young Steve Finn. Young Steve Finn at 34 years of old, running into the stumps when he bowls. He's going to come into the team against Gloucestershire. In a pretty reasonable position. They score 306, which is probably about par. They just had this thing where people kept getting in throughout the innings. Harris 41, Hammond 59, Zafar Gohar with 54 and David Payne with 48 down the order really hurt us. Decent performance. Steve Finn coming in taking 3 for 87. Pretty reasonably happy with this all round. Never judge a pitch until both teams have batted on it. It's average and average. And we've thrown in a declaration, 439 for 9, and it's this man, Scotty Carter again. Second 100 in 3 games as a professional cricketer. A fine performance, 374 balls, 24s, 4 sixes, a strike rate of 51, runs all around the park, and put us in a great position, because at one stage we were 4 for 93 and I was thinking, oh crikey, we might not have a chance of winning this. But Smith, 76, steadied the ship. Ali Orr looked pretty good again, and we've put ourselves in a strong position with a day left to play and a pitch that's turning uneven. And a second 10-wicket victory of the season. We bowled them out for 150. Steve Finn, 5 for 53. Hudson Prentice, 5 for 54. They made it through the new ball unscathed, and then just a fine performance. Taylor going first ball, Hammond going for 1, just a conveyor belt of wickets before we casually knock them off and solidify ourselves. Second place. Carter's on the improve, as is Lenham again. And Lenham's bowling is going through the roof. This is what we want. We want a first choice spinner coming through. It could be him. Ali Orr's batting's had another improvement to his technique. Decent batting averages throughout. Everyone in that top 6 is averaging more than 40. Ollie Robinson and Covellis both averaging 48 and 43 with the ball. Well, let's just ignore that. The declarations come. 601 for 8. Look, there's a lot of stuff in here, but what it comes down to is Steve Smith doing Steve Smith type things. A bit different to how he got on in real life in the Championship. Got done a few times LBW, but here, double century. You expect it on the game. Ali Orr's continuing his fine form, 184, 54 strike rate. He's having just a worldie of a start to the season. This is probably a little bit more than real life expectations, this sort of average. But we expected more from him last year. Future England player, I'm sure. Pajara as well. Excellent performance, 91. He's been ultra consistent, 3 really good innings. Right, we're taking the follow on, but we've just missed a massive opportunity here. Jack Haynes, what a talent this young man is. 22 years of age, 184. But it's 184 backs against the wall. We had them 5 for 107, 6 for 115, 7 for 120. And him and Matty Waite, who scored a century in real life, I think, in the Championship this year as well, got it done. Hudson Prentice, wonderful. Look at this for a spell. Oliveira, Roderick, Adam Jose, all gone. But essentially it means we've got a day to bowl them out on uneven bounce. We can do it. And we do it. 140 all out. Ollie Robinson, welcome to the season. First time he's turned up. 5 for 24. Ran through the top. Big wicket at Jake Libby. What a player that man is. Him and Ed Pollock gone early doors. And then he comes on and cleans up the tail. Just great performance. Steve Finn's been a revelation since he's come in for Garden as well. 3-5-1-3. Getting it done. It's another victory. We're heading high. We're doing really well. And we're top of the table. Archie Lenham just casually improving his bowling performance again. Leicestershire away. The toss can be key in cricket, and it is here. We had great tosses first 4 games here. Didn't win the toss. Liam Mulder with 129. Sam Evans 65. Sol Budinger. He loves to hit the ball, doesn't he? He loves getting on with it. He got almost a run of ball 50. Robinson was 6 for. It's given us a chance, but this is an uphill battle, and the bounce on the wicket has just started to deteriorate. It's a solid performance. It's going to be a lead of 95. And for all the wickets that was tumbling around us at 255, Pajara, I was thinking, Pajara and Smith haven't had a big partnership together, and they finally put it off. 142, Smith 83. Pajara finally breaks his 50 duck. They were just like, hey, I'm going to score 50s. 195, really excellent innings. Only one catchable shot throughout, and Finn Hudson-Prentice with runs down the order. So it gives us a chance. It gives us a bit of a lead on a pitch that's not really deteriorated that much, and we've got 5 sessions to go. The run chase is on. Robinson 3, Hudson-Prentice 3. But it's the wickets you get. Patel, Ackerman, Hanscom. Excellent wickets. 224 feels okay. It's a decent chase. We've got 130 to go on a pitch that's doing a little bit in about 2.5 sessions. And we don't even need them. We get through in a session and a bit. Ali Orr 69, Pajara 62. It is a big 22 points over Leicestershire, putting us top and putting us 20 points clear. And we follow that up with a really good performance against Glamorgan and one of the knocks of the season. Smith scored 114, but it was 114 in a game where the top 6 never got anything. We were in a complete mess at 5 for 36, and he batted through 114, scored the majority of his runs alongside Jack Carlson at number 9. Good bowling performance, Robinson with wickets. Bajara and Carter got 50s to set up a victory, and we had a day to bowl them out in a game that we lost 5 hours to rain. And they ran it close, 281 they ended up on. But 5 wickets, Finn Hudson-Prentice, one more time. Just excellent player. Jack Carlson. These spinners, they've got a thing going. So almost the midway point in the championship, 6 games down. Looking really strong but while we go into the T20 break. Interesting position to be in this. So the T20 team's quite hard to put together. We've got Jack Carlson, who's probably the best spinner, but I've got Archie Lenham, who I want to bring in. We've got Shabad Khan, who's a left leggy as well, so that probably doesn't work with Lenham, so I might actually start with Carlson. We've got Galton and Milnes, both left armers, and Finn Hudson-Prentice I want in. Bapara I want in, just think excellent T20 cricketer, can get it done, but it does mean we're leaving players like Delray Rawlins on the bench, who's too good a player to be left on the bench in my opinion. Ollie Robinson can't get a game. So the question is, can we fit Delray Rawlins into this team? Is he going to be better than Carter? Is Carter the right person? Is Ali Orr and Tom Haines the right people at the top? Guess we're going to find out. Against a Somerset team with Babar Azam, Will Smead, Jimmy Rue, Tom Abel, Kohler Cadmore batting way too low down the order. Ish Sodhi, Van der Merwe. It's going to be a tough game. That did not go well. They've just knocked off 175 for 1 in 13 overs. Everyone has gone round the park. That is embarrassing. Smead and Babar Azam getting it done. Batting wise, I actually thought we were pretty good. Everyone was consistent throughout, all scoring a decent strike rate. Maybe a little slow Tom Haines at the top. Maybe look at changing that up in the future. But we'll give him a couple of games. Oh, we've got to stop you there. It's a record for the match. It's the highest innings for the match. Ali Orr's gone to 100 from 56 deliveries. As we knock off 199 for 2 in 17 overs. Ali Orr, this was exceptional. And the thing is, it wasn't linear. We were struggling a little bit after the power play. And then just 2 or 3 huge overs. 3 overs with over 20 runs in it. And we also are in the position where Jofra Archer is actually available to play cricket. Now, I found him quite poor on this game in general. But we're going to have to give him a go, aren't we? Jack Carlson's going to go out. We're going with 1 spinner. We get home again. 168 Essex. Decent performance for them. Big Adam Rosington batting down the order. He should be opening. He scored 71. Better performance from the team. George Garton going at 5s from his 2 overs. Having the extra seamer gave us good options. And Archer with 3 wickets. But knocking him off, Tom Haines. First time he's got going in the competition. 77 out of 175 strike rate. Good performance. Gets us home. Good runs by Carter at the end just to steady the ship. And it does mean we're without Steve Smith, who was on international duty. And that does give us a chance to get Delray Rawlins into the team. It's another good victory. All down to the bowling. Hampshire's a great team. Ben McDermott, cracking player. Vince, Prest, Gubbins. They can all get going. Benny Howard and Liam Dawson down there. But Mills, 3 for. Excellent performance. His best performance so far. Archer, good. Everyone's strike rate and economy rate way down, which is brilliant. And then we kind of cruised home. Ali Orr, 49 not out, casually does it. Allsop did well. Delray Rawlins with the winning runs. Means after 4 games, we're right in the mixer, really. The only thing you'd look at changing the team is Finn Hudson-Prentice going at 11s, and he's not had to bat. We do have options. We've got McAndrew who could come in, Shipley could come in, we could bring in another spinner, but I'm just going to leave it. We've done it again. We're finding, actually, the last 3 games we've won, we've bowled first. That's a genuine decision to go, we're a better team chasing and our bowlers are better when they're not defending. Cook, 66, he scored runs against us in the Championship. He did really well. Bopara went around the park for his couple of overs. You know, I know he's not the Bopara of old, but he has given us a couple of overs, and it seems to be working okay for us. But what's really working is Tom Alsop moving up the order. He's in absolutely incredible form. 88 from 53, accelerated well at the end. Ali Orr's in great form as well. A couple of 40s to go with his 100 as well. Just superb effort from the team. Just cruising, lads. Just cruising. 3 for Shabad Khan for 14 at 3.50 and over. Garton going at 5s. Excellent performance. Wickets are really helping as well. You see the wickets, couple in the power play. But these middle overs, we are dominating. That's when Shabad Khan's coming on to bowl. We're getting an over of Ravi Bopara in there. A bit of Jofra Archer. It's just working well for us. And Tom Haynes, when he scores, he scored really well and he scored fast. We've cruised home again. We're in a bit of strife here with 3 for 71, but Carter comes in. What a knock that is. 133 strike rate. Cool, calm, just like your mum. Getting it done. Delray Rawlins coming in. We're just ticking over so nice, this team. We do need a bit of rotation though. Archer and Garton are getting hammered. No fitness at all. So we're going to make the change. McAndrew's going to come in. And we're going to bring in Harry Crocombe for a game. Yep, that didn't work. We got hammered. They scored 200. Everyone went round the park. Crocombe at 16s. Oh, McAndrew was pretty good, but 16s. And it felt like I needed to fill in some overs elsewhere with the bat. Rawlins and Haynes, first ballers. It just kills you. You can't really operate on that level. Bit of a break though. 8 games down. Back to the Championship. And unfortunately, we're going to see a big change in the team here as well, because Pujara and Smith both unavailable. It's going to be Clark coming in, who is not going to be captain, and Carter as well. Carter's an excellent young player, 21 years of old. He's averaging 59 in the second team this year. Oh my days. Whew. I thought we were going to lose then, or draw, sorry, based on rain. We needed 2 to win, and we lost about 2 hours of rain. 1 hour 53 lost in total. Good win against Worcestershire, back in the Championship. Bowled them out for 199. Robinson and Hudson-Prentice getting it done. Second time around, Finn and Carvelas with the wickets. Runs-wise, Tom Haynes. Excellent knock, 117. 65 strike rate. Ultra impressive. Clark came in and made 79. Carter made 73 coming in. Ollie Carter, that is. And Scotty Carter just continues to be a first season wonder for us. Match form 100. Technique coaching for the last 75 days. Overall batting form 5 stars. He's in fine form. His county championship record now sits at 300s and an average of 75. Back to T20 action. Archer and Garton back in the team. No question about that. We actually gave him a pretty decent run out here. We were way behind the rate. Alsop with a really slow 52 that was disappointing, but some good runs down the order from Carter. Just not quite enough. 185 they managed to score. Archer going at 11s. Opened the bowling with Archer this time. That didn't quite work out for us. I think we need to go back to what was working previously, which was George Garton taking the new ball. Yeah, because that's the reason you lost. Well, that was a different game. Oh yeah, should open with Garton. That's the reason. Well, he went and absolutely obliterated the top. Billings, Denley and Darren Stevens still going strong. We managed to bowl them out relatively quickly, relatively easy. Wickets falling absolutely throughout. 2, 4, 5 in the power play. Brilliant performance. Really feeling good about where this T20 team's at. We're getting a lot of really good results. We're doing a great job chasing small totals, but we do have a hole in the middle of the order. We're not using Delray Rawlins' bowling, and he's averaging 17 with the bat. Don't change your winning team. Well, I'm about to go and do it. And it's going to be Ollie Carter coming in. He's had 4 games. He's averaging 1. Strike rate of 25. but I'm backing him to be the guy. Match reduced to 17 overs due to rain. And more rain. Oh, crikey. It's an 8 over game now. We need 4.6 and over. Yeah, we get there in the next 3 balls. Good performance, that. Strange old game. Very strange game. Great performance from the team. We even, because of the conditions, we gave Bapara more overs. And that was his finest performance of the season. A 3 for 23. Top after 11. That's a game for the ages. We get home in the last over. And the last, 5-6 balls to go, Garton goes and hits a 6. What a fantastic performance from the team. I didn't think we were going to get there. We were batting poorly. 5 for 81. Top order gone. But Hudson Prentice again, time and time again, you're like, who's going to step up? Who's going to step up? He's the man to step up every single time. 12 games down in the competition. 18 points on the board. Top of the table. Looking good in the south. In the north, Yorkshire, Durham, Nottinghamshire, Lancashire. Probably what you would expect if you were to pick the good teams as we go back to a bit of championship action. Really difficult one, this. Bajara is back and available. Allsop's averaging 36, so we could go with Carter, but I don't think we can. I think Allsop's been good enough to remain in the team. Bajara's going to come into 3, and we're going without Ollie Robinson, who is away on international duty. The question is, who are you going to come and bring in? Archer's never performed for me on the game doing it, so it's going to be George Garton. Got 2 very simple rules in life. Bowl first in T20s, bat first in the championship on the game. Yeah, that didn't quite work out. Maybe change those rules. And somehow we managed to turn it around. Chicken shit into chicken soup. Good performance from the team in the end. They had a huge lead, about a 150, 160 run lead going on. Kieran Carlson, great player. He had a superb 1,000 run season in the championship in real life. Bowlers just didn't feel as good of penetration as when we had Ollie Robinson in the mixer. But Garden actually performed well. 3 wickets in either innings got us through. 100 for Carter, his 4th of the campaign. 100 for Tom Haynes, his 3rd of the campaign. And Pujara continues just being consistent. Runs all throughout. As Jack Carlson improves his bowling technique. Go on, Jackie boy. A loss. A different sort of loss. Ravi Bapara saved our blushes because we were in a massive hole, and then he went crazy in those last few overs. 6s being thrown around. I think it was an 18-ball 50 that got us up to a decent score, but they were too good. Daniel Bell-Drum's a great T20 player these days. Joe Denley's still pretty consistent. They get home. Ravi Bapara's 1 over for 21 didn't quite work out this time, but 1 game to go. Top of the table. We lose, but it's an interesting loss. They got 197. We had to rely on 4 overs of Ravi Bapara to get us through. Hudson Prentice didn't bowl well, nor did George Garton. With the bat, we're struggling a bit. Tom Allsop's really gone off the boil. Tom Haynes had a great knock again. Ollie Carter and Ravi Bapara rode it close, but we were never really at the races in terms of, hey, we're going to win this. But it does mean Jack Carlson goes and improves his bowling technique, and it does mean that for the table, we actually had a really good performance. Finishing 2nd, win 9, lose 5. I'm really happy with that. We do play Yorkshire from the north. Semi-finalist last time around, finished 3rd. Everyone's in pretty reasonable form. The Ollie Carter thing hasn't quite worked. He's only got a 117 strike rate. So then it's like, who do you bring in? You've got to look at the strike rates across what people are doing. Ward's got a 135 strike rate. Not quite sure if he's good enough to come up. But Ibrahim a 147 in the second team. So, hey, we're getting to knockout cricket. Come and have a knock up the top of the order. And we're going to be chasing 200 in the quarterfinals. They've gone big. David Milan, excellent. Vagadia. I don't even know who you are, Yash, but that's a hell of a knock for an 18-year-old to go and pull out in the quarterfinals. A 138 strike rate. We pulled it back because we were on the jaws of a monstrous effort. They had 2 huge overs. But wickets throughout in the last few overs did pull it back. But I don't think we can chase 200. 43 to win off the last 18 balls. And we've just had a massive over. 20 from it. And yeah, it didn't finish very well. We lose by 25. Hat-trick for Visa as well. He gets Khan, Garton and Bapara. Disappointed. I think we struggled. We were a couple of batters light, I think. Allsop, yeah, 49 off 21. He's not had the best T20 competition. Ibrahim, 1 off 3. We've struggled to fill that 4 slot when Steve Smith's gone. But decent performance. You know, quarterfinals. Happy with that. And we get our first call-ups. Drake and Pollock have been promoted from the youth team. Pollock on 20,000. Very defensive sort of player. Not quite sure what his ceiling's going to be. Drake, on the other hand, 20 years old, 21,000. It's not heaps, is it? Average aggression, very aggressive one day in T20, so that's good because he's going to play Royal London Cup. We've already put them on, hey, work on your front foot, and then we're going to put you on to some technique. And Pajara is away on international duty again. So it's going to mean Clark's going to come in to bat at 3 for us. Not tempted to bring in either of these two yet. They do both have very, very good county championship record, 3-day second team records, averaging 41 and 46 from enough games to give you a good warrant, averaging almost 45 and 50 in one day, and the strike rate of Pollock in T20 at 159 is going to be something to look out for. And we just make it home against Derbyshire in a nail biter. They were chasing 390. Lewis Deploy, best player in the championship last season, pretty much. 104 for him, 4 for Stephen Finn, getting us across the line, and no centuries to speak of. But Tom Allsop, hey, I've just been saying, you've just had a dip of form. A 60 and an 87 does enough to get us home. It's another victory, 8 out of 9. And Drake has improved his front foot batting to the limit. That is awesome. Let's just give you a little bit of offside. And Durham will play Nottinghamshire in the T20 final, as we go and get hammered by Yorkshire. Proper hammered as well. Carter did well, a 90 and a 79, but runs just seem to fall apart here. We bowled pretty well. Tadasol 87, a decent knock. We had them down at 5 for 161, 7 for 219. Couldn't close it out. It is a loss. Our first of the season, but we've got a 38-point lead. And Carvelas is out for 5 weeks as well, but Pajara is back as we go into the Royal London Cup. And we're going to be doing it without Shabad Khan, Ravi Papara, Jofra Archer, George Gart and Tim O'Meals. So, or Smith or Robinson. So we're going to have to find a new team. Steve Smith's available for the 50 over competition. Don't mind if I do. Oh, Ollie Robinson is going to be available, so he's going to get a game. And I think what we're going to do, this is controversial, but it's all about bringing on the next generation because we want to win competitions in the future. We're going to go for a spinner's deck. Changes the conditions to be more spin friendly. And we are going to go for a 2-spin attack of Archie Lenham, Jack Carlson, Finn Robinson, Finn Hudson Prentice. And then with the bat, what I want to do is, these are really young lads that's in anyway. I think I'm going to go with that Tom Allsop. And I'm going to give one of the young lads a crack of the whip. And it's got to be Pollock, hasn't it? He's the one with the 159 strike rate. Does me? Oh yeah, Ali Orr can keep wicket apparently. Let's go with that. And Steve Smith's going to captain the team. It's a real concoction going on. Very average aggressions. Drake can get on with it. Maybe I go with Drake. I want to see Drake. I want to see him in the game. That gives us 3 of our youth players in that starting lineup. Feels like it's a good place to be. Not sold we've got the best bowling attack possible. We've got McAndrew. Could bring in for Finn. Or we could go with one spinner. Let's do it. McAndrew's going to come into the team. So that's how we're going to line up to start with. A lot of good players on the bench. A lot of good young players on the bench. Against a team that actually looks really strong. Beddingham, Lees, Jones. This is a good Durham team. That didn't quite work out. Bowling was a problem. Everyone went round the park. Jones and Lees were exceptional early doors. Really put the pressure on us. Put on 120 in next to no time. And Clark and Treveskis with runs down the order. With the bat, Steve Smith won. Playing in the Royal London Cup. Let that sink in. Ali Orr batted superb. Asked a lot. Pickens, 3 debutants in one-day cricket here as well in the engine room, which is going to make it difficult. So we might just have to accept there's going to be times it doesn't work, but we're building the big picture of getting these guys games of cricket. Look, it's not about performance. It's a loss, yes, we're 2 down, but The bowling's not working. We're going at 330 minimum a time with the bat. Steve Smith, exceptional runner ball, 100. Nothing else. We're just accepting it. That's such a cop-out. I want to play the young players. We are going to make a change. Drake's going to come out. Tom Alsop is going to come in, and he's going to bat at number 4 in the lineup. McAndrew's coming out. He's going at 6.65, not going too good. Steve Finn's going at 8s. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to try a bit of Bradley Curry more like. And for the first time, we're going to win the toss and bat, because bowling first has not worked. Right, we've still got a problem with the bowling. They've just knocked off 366. Anuj Dal with 87. Poor performance. Nothing's working with the ball, with the bat. This was much better. Haynes and all consistent. Gave us a good start. A fast start as well, going at a runner ball. Smith pretty good. Alsop 99. Pickens has done alright. First couple of games. A bit of consistency as well in his game. What I've not seen from Drake or from Pickens is any improvement from training, which is a concern. Oh, we've won a game. 65 runs and on DLS, but 100 for Tom Alsop. He's been in pretty decent form since he's come back in, scoring 2 big, almost back-to-back hundreds minus a run. Everyone else very, very poor with the bat, but with the ball we did get a bit of traction with the bowlers. Curry and McAndrew really clicked for the first time. Alright, we're 2 for 5. I was going to say we're 2 for 2, but we lost the first 3 games pretty easy. Smith and Alsop. Alsop's form is something special. Haynes and Orr have given us some consistency without the big innings. Yes, Ali Orr's first game was excellent, but a big dip-off since then. Main point here was the bowling attack again was very good. We actually got wickets with the new ball. We got them 5 down for 61. Took control of the game. Not quite taking control of the league table, but you know, you've just got to win a few more games. 3 games to go. Second place again, this time behind Gloucestershire. They got 3-8. We just concede 300 every single time. Carter with the first one-day century of his career. What a season. What a season. 74 average in first-class cricket. 49 in T20, 42 in one-dayers. What a player he is. Couple of games to go in the competition. We are out, so I do want to give Drake a little bit more cricket. Also, it's hard to work out how to do it. But what we're going to do is I'm going to open with Alsop and I'm going to move Drake into the lineup. We're giving up victories, but we've given up a lot this season anyway, so it goes really well. We lose, but it goes relatively well. Carter with the first baller, Drake with 47 off 47. That's what we want to see. Alsop continuing his good run of form. With the bat, Jack Haynes scored 100 against us in the Championship, scores 100 here. This competition's not for us this year, but it may be in the future. And surprise, surprise, we finish with a victory. Archie Lennon with his best performance of the season, picking up 4 for 38. Well bowled, sir. Holland with a few runs for them. But when it comes to knocking him off, Alsop has just been in the most phenomenal form. 2.5 centuries, he got 99. Almost 3 centuries in the campaign. Carter with another 50. Pretty happy. Not too sure how good the young players are that's come through. But, you know, good to finish on a high. 7th position, yeah, it's down on where it was previously. Quarterfinals of the T20 competition, and we're top of the Championship with 4 games to go. Few updates as well. Smith and Archer are away. Southampton will play Cardiff in the 100 final. Jack Carlson gets a little bump on his bowling. Cardiff win the 100. Looking good. 4 games to go. What a world we live in. Actually looking really good with 4 games to go. 17 points clear. Feeling confident we're going to take Sussex from 17th in the table overall last year back to Division 1. And luckily for us, we're going to have a bit of Ollie Robinson back in our life to take the new ball. That always puts you in a good position. And not the best performance in the world. 152 all out in the first innings. Carter with 27. Carter with 27. It's not really the best first innings top score you're ever going to see. Pajara batted well, 134 in the second innings, but we were just so far out of the game, and even with a really good performance with the ball in the second innings, including the resurgence of Stephen Finn, 4 for 62. He's been pretty decent for us, actually. Constantly chipping away with wickets without setting the world alight. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's a 12-point lead at the top with 3 to go. We've got a good gap between Glamorgan, though. That might come in handy. Drake's improved his batting technique. The youngster coming in, hitting the ground running. And we're going to do the Leicestershire game without Finn Hudson-Prentice, arguably the player of the campaign so far. McAndrew's going to come in, going to be a great bowling option, but you could say we're a little light on the batting. There's a problem with the batting lineup, he says. It's not going to be good enough. We almost scored 600. It took us just 2 days to do it. But poor old Tom Haines is going to feel like he missed out here. Second baller, Ali Orr goes and scores 79. Pujara ran out for 78. That was his own fault. But Carter goes big with 160. First class cricket. I wish there was a filter on this just to show first class. What a player. What a season for the young man. 5 centuries to his name already. Tom Alsop comes good one more time. He's had a great season. First class century, but averaging 40 almost in every competition. Hugely consistent. George Garden with a 5er. Steve Finn with another 4-fer. He just keeps performing time and time again. 48 wickets at 23. Arguably the bowler of the competition for us. And it gives us a massive lead over Glamorgan with a game in hand. Ollie Carter gets a little bump on his batting technique. It all adds up. All these little bumps make a big difference in the long run. It's another one. It's another victory. It's another 100 for Pujara. It's 100 for Tom Haines after a little bit of a dip in form. In fact, not a big score in quite a while. He goes and scores a ton. We put the pressure on. We were behind by about 70 runs. They had a really good partnership. Deploy and Madsen in the middle. And Brooke Guest came in and batted really well. Gave them a first innings lead. But this 423 came in 88 overs. We put our foot down, particularly if we can see our second innings around here, about 60 overs. We put the accelerator down, put ourselves in a good position. Pujara 100, Scott Carter 82 off 56, exceptional. And we was just able to get home. We had a bit of rain in the last session, but the rain wasn't enough to stop us with George Garton taking 5. And we have won the title. We've got 1 game to go, but we have won the title. We're taking Sussex back to Division 1. Drake's improved his batting technique. Go Drakey boy. And we've done it. We've finished the season on a high. They got 3-2-3. A decent performance, but you can see top 6 getting in and not going on. No one went to 50 except Hodgson further down the order. But the batting, to say we've only gone with like 6 frontline batters, we've actually done reasonably well this year. Haynes and all with 50s apiece. Pujara goes big, finishes his stint with 194. 1, 2, 3, 4 centuries in the past 5 games. Just excellent form. Carter with a 50. Another Carter with a 75. 48 not out for McAndrew. And then we blew them away here. 80 all out. Best bowling performance of the season. Robbo at the top, picking up 3. Big 3 at the top of the order. Does mean we're going to win the title. 245 points. That is a very reasonable way to do it. Essex win Division 1 by 50 points as well. Smash it out the park above of Surrey and Lancashire. Good performance from them. Northamptonshire and Kent coming down. Kind of to be expected. Gloucestershire wooden spoon. Kind of to be expected. And does mean that top of the charts. Most runs in county championship cricket this year. Pujara, 1,359. Second place, our first year scholar, Carter, with 1,345. Sorry, Pujara was 1,359. Excellent performance from both of those. Ali Orr sneaks in onto the top list with over 1,000 runs, 1,028. Pujara and Carter tied at the top for the most centuries. And with the ball, wow. From Adam Finch, 23 years old, just went and took 97 championship wickets. 97 at an average of 18. Keep an eye out for him. Runs on the season, Haynes 840 at 38. I actually think that's quite a reasonable session. Averaging 38 as an opener with 4 centuries is fantastic. Ali Orr had greater consistency, averaging 46,000 runs, but only 2 centuries. So it's what you do when you're in that's important. Pujara averaged 78 with 1,600 runs. That's ridiculous. Steve Smith, that's current year, I should put it on this. Pujara 1,300 runs. Steve Smith 624 at 89, 3 centuries. Carter 5 centuries. Tom Alsop still got it, averaged 35. Carter averaged 34. But what I think is important is his form towards the back end of the season was exceptional. With the ball, got to go Finn Hudson-Prentice, outstanding for the first 11 games of the season. Averaged 24 with 48 wickets. George Garden 44 at 25. Just brilliant stuff from the team, to be fair. McAndrew came in and did well for the 3 games he played. Maybe I should have played him more. Carlson 20 at 35. Like he didn't do anything to upset us, but I didn't come away with anything going, he's the guy for the next year. Steve Finn 53 wickets and he only played 12 games. That's outstanding. And Ollie Robinson 54 at 22. Way too good for playing that standard. So in a final look at the stats from the season for the players. Most runs on the season overall, Ali Orr. What a season that man has had. 4 centuries to his name, but he managed to get it done across multiple competitions to come away averaging 49 overall. Scotty Carter with 1900 runs in his first season. 100 balls per dismissal as well is outstanding. Tom Alsop consistent across all competitions. Tom Haines kind of left a little bit to desire. Left a few runs on the table, I feel. Sometimes chasing that high strike rate, that balls per dismissal comes way down. Pajora and Smith outstanding as always. Just a 1 double 100 for Smith in the season. Highest batting average on the season, Pajora with 90. That's just... It's phenomenal, isn't it? Most runs on the season overall, Ali Orr. This is pretty cool. You can break this down by any competition that you want to. You can break it down by matches where you had openers. So county cricket, we can see both of those guys. But if we take off all formats, we see Tom Alsop opened in a couple of games. And you've got your middle orders down to from number 3 down to number 7. You can break it down by that and see who's performing for you. And you can see if you got anything from your lower order, which you could say with Ollie Robinson we did. He averaged 19 across all competitions. With the ball, we can do exactly the same again across all competitions. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 77 wickets at 27, the best bowler that we had by a long way. Jofra Archer, 24 wickets at 18 was pretty good, but he only played in a few of those T20 games for us. Best bowling on season, Galton and Robinson both taking a 6-fer. Now there are some additional stats in the game that we've got access to. Wickets per innings, wickets per match. Performance plus average, performance plus strike rate. That's against that's against the average on the game. So the higher the rating, the better it is. If we look here, Carter was 56. 100's a baseline. So his average was 56 times greater than the baseline for the matches he played in. Pajora 187. Tom Haines down at 86. That's a problem, but you can see in comparison to the games he played in, 117 strike rate, he's going way and above that. So I think we've got some gaps to fill next season. In terms of the championship, I think we've got to look to move on from Tom Alsop. I say move on, he's 27. Don't really need to move on, do I? It's maybe just those little bits of improvement playing Division 1 cricket. So if we can bring in another player to take over from Alsop, we're going to give Carter a run. If we can get a Pajora or a Smith in as well, it solidifies. Hopefully Ali Orr and Tom Haines can make the jump up. Same with Carter, he's been exceptional. So top 6 wise isn't too bad. With the ball across county cricket, if Ollie Robinson's available, we're in a good spot. Can we get another season out of Stephen Finn? Maybe, maybe not. We might need to look for an upgrade. Finn Hudson-Prentice was outstanding. Hopefully he can make the upgrade. So can Carter. We definitely need a spinner. I feel like we definitely need another seamer. And I think I'd feel more confident with the bat if we had another option. Another option to come in and fill in that top 6. Maybe someone for Alsop, averaged 35 last year. Maybe someone, a Pajora or a Smith coming in, keeping their role as well. So overall, I think that's a really successful season. Today we're doing it a bit different. We are going to use Power BI to sign some players. So the season's just finished. We wrapped up last episode. A decent season for us. Finishing in a good position, getting promoted to the County Championship Division 1. An average run out in the Royal London Cup. But a quarter-final appearance in the Blast. Which does mean I've got us down as being the 4th best team in the country. So what we did, we worked out a power rating system. I created all of these in real life for teams. And they were at www.leadingedgecricket.com. But that got taken down. So our county championship rating was exceptional on the season. We were the 3rd best team in the league. Points are awarded based on the amount of points you get in the season and finishing positions and promotions, relegations, winning titles. Same with the Royal London Cup and same with the Blast. And what it gives you overall, it says that we are the 5th best team in the country. Lancashire overall, the best team in the country, which is quite incredible considering they didn't win a competition, but they were just consistent throughout. If we have a look at this, third in the Blast, third best team in the Championship and sixth in the Royal London Cup. Essex, who went and won Division 1, interestingly enough, terrible in the Royal London Cup and terrible in the Blast. On top of that, we created a rating system for players in the game as well. So this is based very similar to how the cricket draft works, but the amount of points and quality points that people get. So for instance, you're looking at the best batter in the game. In the County Championship, Pajara scored 2,409 points. Carter in second at 2,295. Excellent performance with the ball. The best bowler, Finch, we know he was exceptional. His numbers were astronomical. His 81 wickets in the County Championship this season were incredible. Hence, he's ended up with the most amount of points for the bowling. And overall, the best player in the game was actually Wian Mulder, who was worth a lot of points with the bat. Not quite so much with the ball, but genuinely quality all-rounder. And we've done the same. There's the same information with the Blast. It's based on different variants. So it's based on, the Blast is based on wickets, it's based on how many dot balls you get, and there's points awarded for that. And then there's points awarded if you bowl more than 2 overs and your economy rate is at a certain state. And batting, it's the amount of runs you get bonus points for hitting certain milestones, negatives for scoring poorly, or negatives for scoring slowly, and positives for scoring fast. So it's pretty detailed and gives you a really good baseline to see how good a player actually is after one full season on the game. Overall, most points on the season, Wian Mulder. He's had an excellent season. As now we go forward, try and work through our contract re-signing. Because at the moment, I feel like we've got a few spaces in this team. Ali Orr and Tom Haynes were exceptional this year, as was Carter. Finn Hudson-Prentice was great. Ollie Robinson, George Garton, great. But I feel for Division 1, we're going to look at middle order players. We had Pajara and Steve Smith and Tom Alsop. But I'd love Alsop to be a backup for a couple of players. Wicketkeeper, can we get an upgrade on Carter? And seamers, well, Stephen Finn, can he do it in Division 1 at about 36 years old? Don't know. It's going to be hard, and we need an update on spinner Carlson as well. For the Blast, Ali Orr's at the top. I think Tom Haynes is worth his weight in gold in this competition, but if there's something better, then I'm going to have a little look. Carter was good. Alsop was good. But, you know, he could fall into that backup position. But he had a strike rate of about 170 last year. Another middle order player, another wicketkeeper. And can we get a decent spinner as well? I think for me, the Royal London Cup is just whoever's left. And we play our young team and try and work the way up. So confirmation on the season. Durham won the Royal London Cup. Northants won the Blast. Cardiff the 100. Essex winning the Championship. Pajara ticking off most runs in the Championship. Was how good Ali Orr was in comparison to everyone else. So what I did here, this is a view of batting average and strike rate. And Ali Orr all the way up here in the Championship had the second highest average of opening batters in the competition. He did it at a slow strike rate, but he, you know, away from that, exceptional. Whereas Tom Haynes all the way down here scored his at a much faster rate, but his batting average was slightly lower. Same again looking at the Blast. Ali Orr averaging over 50 in the Blast at a strike rate of 149 is exceptional. This is for players opening the batting with a minimum of, I think it was 300 runs. Tom Haynes, much faster strike rate, lower average. Great seasons for them both, really. And Royal London Cup, look at that. Ali Orr leading the way, 53 average, 105 strike rate. There's not many players coming near what he achieved in the season. So contracts up on quite a lot of players. We've got 566,000 and we've got some decisions to make. Finn Hudson-Prentice was exceptional last year but was injured. So I am going to give him just a 1-year contract. George Garton was exceptional, didn't get called up, but he's got some England duty in his future. I'm going to give him a 2-year deal. Ollie Carter, bright young prospect, we give him 3 years. 2 young players. Did they do enough to give us any indication that they are going to be a player for the future? Well, they played some cricket. I don't think they played the Blast. No, they didn't play the Blast. They played the Royal London competition, and neither of them really set the world alight. So that's slightly disappointing. I'll come back to that. Tom Alsop's going to get signed up for another couple of years. He's getting a reduction in salary of 7,000, so I'm quite happy about that. Pajara and Smith, neither of them fully available. Shipley, don't even know who you are, didn't play you, don't know what you're doing on the team. Question is, do we give Stephen Finn at 33,000? I think we give Steve Finn another year, nothing more than that. And Delray Rawlins, I think, does have a place in this team at some point in the future. And he's getting a reduction of salary by about £1,000. So it's leaving us quite a lot of money left over here to be able to make some good signings. Pajara and Smith were exceptional, but I might just have a quick look at the market to see what's around, to see what we can get. I'm a bit disappointed with these two. I know Pollock's only 19, but I think I'm only going to go with one extension here. And I think it's going to be young Pollock. He's worth more money and he's averaging 48. We're going to do it. So we're going to say bye to a few players. Ward's going to go. Ibrahim, excellent 19-year-old player. Oh, do we just give him a year? Are we actually going to invest? I don't think I'm going to invest anything into him. Pajara, Smith, McAndrew, Khan and Shipley all going on the way, but we may re-sign someone. So we've actually put ourselves in a pretty decent position here. We've got 300,000 left to spend and the team is still looking like this. So I think if we start with the County Championship, because I feel there's good money associated to that, is there a middle order batter that we can bring in? And there's actually a couple of players here that I think are quite exceptional. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a look at them in Power BI and see what sort of players we're looking at. So we've got a bit of Josh Bohannon, who's an exceptional player. We've got Jones, we've got Luke Wells, all had great seasons. Jake Libby in real life is one of the finest openers in the game. So here we go. Let's have a look at the County Championship records last season for all these players. Now, Jake Libby is an opener. Genuine, exceptional player of spin in real life as well. One of the best in the country. But Libby didn't have a great year playing Division 2 cricket. Bohannon averaged 36 in the Championship. And I know he's a better player than that. Interestingly enough, his average of 36 was 38% better. But look at Jones. Jones only played 6 games. Only 3 scores above 50, but one of them was a big 150. Whereas Josh Bohannon, 2 centuries to his name during the 9 innings, which I think is a really good effort. Both against Surrey, which is a good team in the division. And he scores his runs at a greater rate. Jones's 108 balls per dismissal is exceptional. But I think looking at it, I think Josh Bohannon gives us the better bang for your buck on this. Also, he didn't play in the Royal London Cup. Did he play in the Blast? He did play in the Blast. But he wasn't a great player in the Blast. So you kind of get in a one format player. Whereas Jones, average of 29, a strike rate of 161 in the Blast, might give you a little bit more. Bit disappointing from Bohannon that. I was hopefully going to get something better because I feel he's the best Championship cricketer there out there. But actually Jones is probably the better player overall. Averages great numbers, a good strike rate, where if you look at Bohannon's rate overall, his T20 strike rate of 95 isn't quite going to cut it. So we are going to go with Jones on a 2-year deal to come and bat in the middle. We spoke about having an upgrade on wicketkeeper as well, and there's a couple that's here up for grabs. Brooke Guest and James Bracey. And this is a comparison between the 3. So Carter's obviously our wicketkeeper from last year. We look at the Championship because that's where we're starting off. Bracey, 1,000 runs. Average of 39. Balls per dismissal is about. Brooke gives you a slightly better strike rate. But that average, 35% better than the top 7 or top 6 players in the matches he played in exceptional. So Bracey's probably winning that at the moment. Royal London Cup, they both played and both had reasonable competitions. Bracey with a strike rate of 100. And in the Blast, it's a toss-up between Brooke and Bracey. They're both good players, both getting it done. Strike rates of 140, I really like that. Bracey with the most. I think possibly we look to try and bring in James Bracey, you know. I feel like this would be a good signing across all competitions. 23% better for Brooke, 27% better for Bracey. It's touch and go. They're definitely better than what we've got with Carter at the moment, but Carter's got potential. And they're both 36 grand. Bracey gives you the left-handed option, which is going to give him the nod, and I'm going to give him a 3-year deal. We are going all out. Which means the team is starting to take shape. Now we need a seamer, a spinner, and another top-order batter. This is an interesting view. So this gives you runs and wickets that people scored across all competitions. There's a few filters on this. Someone's averaging more than 30 and they've taken over 20 wickets. That's kind of what I want to look at. Now, if we look at the championship, there's 2 all-rounders in the game that are head and shoulders above everyone else, I feel. Liam Mulder's 68 wickets and 1,230 runs. But Matt Critchley's 60 wickets of spin at Essex, which is a turning wicket, but he's a bowler that takes wickets and he's a spinner and he scored 1,000 runs. Drops down in the blast in terms of wickets, but still a good performance and didn't play in the Royal London Cup. Liam Dawson, who had a great season in real life, is on the list as well, but didn't score half as near as many runs in the championship, hardly any. So I think we've got to do what we can to bring Critchley in. You're getting an absolute elite player. Like nothing in the championship gets near to what he's gone and achieved. Bit of England duty to contend with, but we're going to give him a 3-year deal. And Jones has signed. Bracey wants more money. I think he's worth it. I'll go up to 40 for you, mate. And Critchley wants more money. Northant's coming in big. I'm going to go up to 52 because, in fact, I'm 53 because I feel he's worth it. So we've still got 2 offers on the table at the moment. Just want to have a sneaky look at the youth team to see if there's anything exceptional. There's a guy averaging 85. Dix is averaging 63. That could be a signing, so we'll keep that in mind. I just want to see if there's a ready-made seamer that could come in and hit the ground running for us, who took a bag load of wickets. Chris Rushworth's there. He could do a job for us, couldn't he? Yes, he's old. 36, 37. But he could do a job. Still want to try and tie up an overseas player to bat in the top. But averaging 63. What else have you got for me? Average aggression, you can work with that. Pace bowl preference. One day number 8. That's quite unusual. That's a little bit of a red flag. What about this guy, Ellery? Opener in all formats. Aggressive natured player. There's a lot to like about that. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to get them all, but... Okay, so just rolling back to this problem about trying to find another seamer. Looking in the County Championship, I've nailed it down to 4, really. Joe Leach from Worcester, Dylan Pennington, Matty Quinn, Chris Rushworth. Now, on paper, Rushworth is by far the best bowler. Just looking at this, his 63 wickets are outstanding. But Quinn took 50 wickets as well, at a better strike rate. We can rule out Pennington for his strike rate being horrendous. Joe Leach gives you runs, but I feel like our batters should carry that. His economy rate of 4.16 is a massive worry as well. He was playing D2 cricket last year. But Rushworth 3.28, that's control. He's playing D1 cricket. Okay, we're down to 5 players. Pennington, Najjar, Quinn, Leach and Rushworth. In terms of County Championship, it's not even close. I think Chris Rushworth is the best player out of these. However, Quinn had an exceptional season. He isn't that young, so I don't feel like it makes that much of a difference. In terms of the blast, neither of them played. So you're not getting that cross-format sort of guy. Najjar did play with a 106 plus average, and he got some game time in that. But I feel we're here to try and win the championship. Who are you going to win the championship with? I feel like it's going to be Chris Rushworth. So based on him, historically, being the best player in this format, I'm going to offer him a 1-year deal. And James Brace is signed, Matt Critchley is signed, and Chris Rushworth has signed. That means our championship team is looking very strong. We've always got a Tom Alsop that we could actually go and roll into this number 3 slot, but it would be good to find someone else that could do that. And interestingly enough, Josh Bohannon and Luke Wells are still on the board. So is Ellery, who we know is multi-format, aggressive young player. The thing that we've got to take into account is we've only got 122,000 left, which doesn't sound like much, but actually is, if we use the money wisely. If we spend 100 grand on an overseas player, it's not quite going to work. So I'm going to go in on Josh Bohannon to come in and bat at 3. And I'm also going to go in on this young Ellery here to see if we can sign him up. Which Josh Bohannon is signed, but Ellery wants more money. Okay, so signing's done. Josh Bohannon comes into the team, so that's giving us 4 new players. Ellery comes in as a backup for the Championship and a backup for the Blast. And we've still got 49,000 left. So the question is there another seamer that's any good at T20 competitions that we could sign? Only one that's out there is Liam Dawson, which might be, imagine having Dawson and Critchley in the team. Maybe it's spin overload. We'd be better off with a seamer. Is that Luke Wood? Is Luke Wood not very good on this game? 50 wickets. Why wouldn't we go with Luke Wood? What a player he is. Didn't play this year. Why didn't he play this year? Didn't play the whole year. I'm going to take a punt on Luke Wood. And we're done. We're signed. We've done the off-season. One thing we didn't need was another left-arm seamer, but it's Luke Wood. He's a genuine T20 player. Job offers from Surrey. No, thank you. Time to get stuck into the Championship in Division 1. Challenge Trophy. Yeah, we'll see how we go with this. Interesting sort of group. Runners up Somerset, but everyone else pretty much grouped, so it's not a bad one to have, and then we're always in the same group for the T20 competition. The way we're going to line up first game. Interesting. Borden Jones going, oh yeah, Jones is going to be the guy who's going to bat at 4. It actually selected him to bat down the order, and it had Ellery in the team, who gets a name update because he was bought as a free agent in the second year as a young player. So I feel this is, on paper's a good team. Haynes or Bohannon, great. I've got question marks on Jones, but, made my bed, I'm going to line it. Carter getting a step up in standard. See how he goes. James Brace is a good player. Critchley and Hudson Prentice and Garton. That gives us a huge tail. And seamers, it gives us Rushworth, Robinson, Garton and Prentice. In terms of backups, we've got Carvelas, who started for us last year. We've got Steve Finn, who had a good season. Crocombe, Curry, Luke Wood can come in. Plenty of options and spin back up for Critchley. We've obviously got Carson, who spanned for us last year. So here we go. First game of the season, going up against Lancashire. Bohannon against his first team. They've bought in Wayne Madsen. They've got Babar Azam. Mitchell Stark and Jimmy Anderson. This is going to be... it's going to be a trial. Trial indeed. Babar Azam goes big, Butler goes big, Newlands goes big, Livingston goes big, Mahmood scored a 50 down the order, Keaton Jennings scored a 50. We had no consistency or fluency to our bowling. Garton, incredible, 7 for 88, but Rushworth, Prentice, Critchley and Robinson all struggled. And we've took a hammering. We've lost by 7 wickets. They got the 5-2-5 and then we scored 212. Bracey and Bohannon with the only partnership, but top order failed. 5 for 119, but this is an international bowling attack. Anderson, Saqib Mahmood, Mitchell Stark taking all 10 of the wickets. But we fought back bravely, I thought, in the next innings. We were following on. Josh Bohannon with a well-made gritty 50. I think we'll see a lot of grittiness from him. Nothing from Jones, that's a concern. But this is it, the length of the batting. 50 for Bracey, Critchley and Prentice gave us a shot from 4 for 108 to 374 all out, but they got home, they win the game. It could be a difficult season if I've made the wrong choice of signing in Jones. I am going to give him a few games though, considering I went and invested 38,500 for 2 years. Hopefully this is more of an even contest. Going up against Warwickshire, Rob Yates, England Lions, Sam Haynes, Ed Barnard, Matt Kuhneman's the overseas player. Two bowlers, Ishant and Sodhi as well. Liam Norwell's great on the game. Almost bought Oliver Hannon Dolby. He was on the market. It's all Stevens halfway through. Warwickshire bowled out for 316. Again, we're just lacking a bit of firepower getting through this middle order, but Robinson and Garton pretty good. Critchley, good to see him pick up a couple of wickets. But with the bat, a little inconsistent. Bracey's continued his good start to the season. Really happy with what he's done. But Tom Haynes, taking the step up to Division 1 cricket for the first time in his career, goes and bags himself a very well-made 100 off 218 minutes, 193 balls, a strike rate of 56. It's very Tom Haynes-like. First win of the campaign. We blew them away in the second innings for 132. 4 for Gorton, 3 for Rushworth. I was having moments going, have I made the right decision with Rushworth, bringing him in, old-timer, playing against his former team, 3 for 12, ran through the middle order, gave us a chance to win, and 136 for 3. Josh Bohannon, steady as you like. He's going to be our Kane Williamson, steady the ship to get us home. 1 for 1 from 2. Third game going up against Glamorgan. Kieran Carlson, excellent year in real life. Sam North East, good players. Douthwaite always takes wickets on this game. Always. He can go for a few, but he can take them. Halfway stage, 57 run lead. Bowled them out for 180. Good performances again. Robinson cleaned up the tail pretty much. But Finn Hudson-Prentice coming of age. So bowlers starting to get it going. Batters, there's a little bit of inconsistency. Ali Orr's not got going this year at all. He's in woeful form. Jones hasn't done anything. Carter's not done anything. But Bracey and Critchley down the order, getting it done, giving us a lead of 57. And we do it. We're home. We've won. We bowled them out for 278. Eddie Byron with some runs at the top. But Garden 4. Critchley 4. His form's just starting to heat up nicely. And chasing a difficult about 220 to win. Ali Orr, first scorer of the season, scores 100. Tom Haynes got X. I was trying to smash it at the end, trying to get him through to 100. But a really nice victory. Carter improves his batting technique and then is out injured for 4 days. It's going to give an opportunity in the order for the first time to young Ellery. It may make our middle order quite susceptible, but for 31,000 a year, I feel he's ready to make the leap. Going up against one of the best teams around, Surrey, Sibley, Burns, Steve Smith, Ollie Pope, Will Jacks, Jamie Smith, Jamie Overton, Reece Topley. That is a hell of a team. We're going to bat and we're going to score big. And score big we did. Haynes and Orr, great opening partnership, 153. Both dismissed for 73. Bohannon got a fail. Jones scored his first 50 for the club. Really happy to see that. But James Bracey continues to shine. Definitely made the right choice, him over the Derbyshire keeper at the moment. 2 sixes and strike rate of 50. Excellent form this season. Really happy we've scored big against a great batting lineup. Just as the clouds roll in, we'll have a bowl as well. By thunder by gun, we bowled them out for 251 and George Garden just takes wickets. He's just a walking wicket machine. You need a wicket, you call George Garden. Got Steve Smith, got Rory Burns, got Albert, got Smith, got Jacks. Just incredible performance. 3 for Critchley as well. They're following on 261 and we've got 1.5 days. It's going to end up match drawn. We couldn't get them out. 100 for Sibley, 100 for Burns, 87 for Smith not out. And we tried to have a go at this. We put everyone on maximum aggression and then abruptly aborted when we lost so many wickets. So it's a draw, 9 points to their 7. Very reasonable, mid-table. Ellery with his one performance average 15. Carter's going to come back straight into the lineup. Going up against a Somerset team. Feel like we could do these here. Yes, they've got Overton, Baz the Leaders signed, Henry and Leach, but that batting lineup, I feel I could get stuck in. Yep, it's going to be hard to win games of cricket when you're bowled out for 113. 2 rain delays in the first hour or so of the game, and we got done by Matt Henry in sublime form. Ogborne 4 for 5 as well. That is an absolute spell for the ages. And it's a defeat. It's not a surprise when you score 113, but we put ourselves in a better position. Ali Orr with 150, Critchley with 117 held us together strong. And they knocked off 272, even though they were 5 for 63. I was wrong to think we could get through them. Tom Kohler-Cadmore smashed 106. Baz the Leader just chipping away. And Craig Overton, 51 off 31 at the end, gets them home. That is the most disappointing championship loss of the campaign so far. And we bounce back in style against Notts with an innings and 230 run victory. Josh Bohannon 163. That's a daddy 100. His first one for the club. Well batted, sir. Occupation of crease. 419 balls. Absolutely love to see that. And Ali Orr just scores runs wherever he goes. 3rd century of the season. Just fine form, fine player. All those concerns about making the step up are gone. Carter with a good 86. Critchley with a good 52. But Critchley went and took 11 wickets in the game. 4 for 66 in the first innings. 7 for 27 in the second innings. only going for 3 boundaries. We bowled them out twice. 22 points. 22 points going into the break. Looking good, actually. 4th position. Not a lot. Wow, not a lot. A lot between us and Somerset at the top. Essex, who won the title last year, languishing. So going into the blast, Bohannon is injured, which is interesting. But Tom Alsop was fantastic last year, so he's going to get a gig. Jones apparently had a really good strike rate last year, 161, so we're going to give him a go. Ravi Bopara was good with the bat, but horrendous with the ball. So ideally, I want to stay away from that. Chris Rushworth doesn't play this format, but we've got Luke Wood in a plethora of left-arm seamers. And we've got Tim Mills, who can come into the team as well. So we're going with 3 left-arm seamers, 1 spinner in Matt Critchley. No one with an economy rate under 7 worries me incredibly. What about looking at stats from the year before that? Is there anything... Ravi Bopara was 7. Delray Rawlins was 6 anyway. Definitely wasn't 6 last year. And we've got Archie Lenham. So this might completely backfire because we've got the balance of the team wrong. But we're going to try it. It's what we've bought them for. And that is an incredible start to the campaign with no one really doing anything with the bat. 27 off 16 for Hudson Prentice down the order. Got us up to 179 in a really strange old innings. Theirs was equally strange at 5 for 30. Great bowling from Galton and Milnes up front. But we just chipped away enough and we actually gave them a bit of a battering. Look at that, plus 2.43 net run rate. Tom Haynes has improved the leg side batting to the limit. Love to see it. That's an innings. We've scored 196. Tom Alsop threw away a century, 97 off 53. Ali Orr, 74 not out of 48. And the last over... I thought we were going to get even big, but the last over, we just scored 5. As we go 2 for 2. Critchley with 3 for 30, really well bowled. Did a good job of restricting the top order. 5 for 91, they're out the game. Good stuff. Following that with a complete battering against Essex, where we scored 96 off 17.3 overs, like a run rate of about 6. Whoo, we get home in a doozy against Hampshire. 1 run victory. Ali Orr 64 not out of 48. It's not a lot of runs, but a 133 carrying his bat kind of helped us along till Critchley got along with it. And then this went right down to the wire. They went big at the end. We had a cracking 19th over though. Tim Mills, 2 wickets, 1 run. That was really what got us home and gave us the victory. Just outside quarterfinal berth after 4 games. Crikey, we need 1 to win. We're chasing 162 for the victory. Bracey and Critchley's got us out of a hole here. Critchley going massive. He's a wonderful player for us. 1 to win off the last ball. They've got men on the boundary as well. So, oh no, all you had to do was hit the ball. You just had to hit the ball. Match tied. We're throwing that one away. We are going to make 1 change to the team. We're not getting a lot from Carter at 5. So I'm going to bring in Ellery. Just to see what he's got. Also Jones. That's a bad signing, isn't it? And then the following game, we throw away another one. 161 for 9. This is a strange innings. Brace's 91 was the only score of the whole innings. And everyone else failed around him. And then 167. They managed to get across the line with 1 wicket remaining. Hudson Prentice took 2 wickets. In the 19th over, and with 4 balls to go, Luke Wood got smashed for a 6. Does mean 6 games down. We are just on the cusp of trying to get into the quarters. We're in for the win, but we made a change. Ravi Bopara came in. I was trying to work out what do we do with that 5 hole with Carter failing and then the young lad coming in and getting a fail. Bought in Bopara, 2 for 26 with the ball, pretty useful. Added 5 off 16 with the bat, not very useful, but we won the game. 2nd place after 7. Yes, thank you. Tom Alsop goes and smashes 100. Before this game, I just went in my head. I went, he's done nothing other than that 97. And then he goes and does this. 100 off 46 deliveries. And look at that. He had 40 runs off about 30 balls and went absolutely bonsai to take himself up to a ton. That is one of the most incredible hundreds. Just 4s and 6s littered across the place. And we win by 23 runs. They were on top here when Jason Roy was going big. But Critchley, 3 for 24. He out of all the signings they've made, looks a very good signing. How long is Josh Bohannon out injured for? 2 more weeks with a broken finger. We're back to championship action, and we need a number 3. The question is, do we bring in Tom Alsop, who's been consistent for us? Averaged 35 last year. Or do we bring in Ellery? I think we're going to go with Tom Alsop, who, with a century and a 97 to his name, is in pretty decent form overall. Whew, we got home. I thought I'd screwed this up. We did well here. Ali Orr with 145, just being a championship phenom. 4th century of the season. That's 2 more than he got last year, averaging 61. Great form. Bracey 50, Alsop 50. We cleaned them up for 176 with Gordon taking a 5, Robinson with a 4. We could have incurred or proceeded with the follow-on. Chose not to because it was day 3, session 1 early doors. Scored a quick 195, going at about 4 and over. You see, we're trying to get on with it. Didn't quite work. But the pitch was turning and it got down to a level 1 turning pitch and we're just able to go and turn the knife on it. Excellent performance. Keeps us in contention around this top 3, top 4 sort of position. Home. Another win in the T20 competition. We let them off good and proper here. We had them 3 for 37 and they were really going slow. Theirs is the green line here. And then a board on Ravi Bapara and they went through the roof. But we managed to get home. Alsop a really fast 50 one more time. That is crazy. How the hell have we won that? We scored 170. We should have got more, but look at Ravi. 38 of 24. Getting it done. Big Rav. And then with the ball, they're on top here. 2 for 95. Cruising. They're the blue line. Absolutely cruising. And look at this. Who comes on to bowl there? Ravi Bapara, 2 for 26 off 4 overs, gets us home by 2 runs, puts us top. Yeah, smashed in this one. Ravi was 74, but I bowled in 1 over too many. He was bowling really well and then went for 3 sixes in an over. Smashed him. Glamorgan bowled out for 105 here. Left arm barrage of Mills, Garton and Wood getting through them early doors. We held on for an okay score of 171. Ali Orr batted well. Jones, this is going to go down as the worst signing I've ever made. Bohannon, good signing in the county championship, but that's not working out. But we are top. What a knock. 533. We're back in the championship and Ali Orr is just getting it done time and time again. 297 this time at a strike rate of 69.2. The man is... there is a filter on this. I didn't think there was a... you can... Okay, you can filter it by international games, but not other games. That's stupid. Come on, game. Average is 79 now. Over 1,000 runs from 14 innings. 5 centuries. He's incredible. And we're giving ourselves a chance here. Warwickshire fought back with 2-3-1. Good performance. And we've gone and blitzed almost 245 overs. Tom Haynes with 100 at a strike rate of 77. I think that's his second one of the season, averaging 38. Ali Orr with another 50 at a really good rate of 75. And Tom Alsop got us there. So we've got about 2.5 sessions on a decent track to bowl them out. Let's try. That's backfired so bad. Sam Hain with 121 off 158 goes and knocks them off in 2 and a bit sessions with title aspirations gone with the loss, but that's poor form on my behalf. Should have known better. At least it's T20 game now. Ollie Robinson's away, but T20 stuff is going well. We're going to make the quarterfinals. Might even top the group. Whoa. James Bracey's gone 6-6, 4-6, 4-6. That's 32 in an over. New highest total for our team. Who would have thought it? 261. Ali Orr 70. Haynes 58. 50 for Bracey. 49 for Critchley. We've absolutely bloody butchered it. They gave it a good go. 191, but never in doubt. Luke Ward going at 5.5. That's... What a player. What a player. Foothills Apprentice. 25 and over. And it's another win. Another score of 200. Tom Haynes just coming into form at the right time. Coming near finals season. A 58 and an 81 off what's generally been a relatively disappointing T20 campaign. But when he scores fast. Tom Haynes improved their fast bowling technique to the limit. I tell you what, he just keeps making strides, that lad. Does mean semi-finals, quarterfinals are set against Warwickshire. And we're going to be doing it without Jones, who's out injured, who just played his best knock of the season. Does cause us some concern. We haven't really got a ready-made replacement that can come in and just butcher the ball. Bahannon's not a butcher of the ball. Delray Rawlings could be. Man, that's a weak batting lineup, isn't it? That doesn't feel like a very good batting lineup. We have got Jofra Archer available to us, but we're winning games of cricket. We're going to go without him. Insert regret that comment. We get home in the quarterfinals. 177 Warwickshire score. Decent performance. Finn Hudson-Prentice, after going at 25s and 24s in the previous games with a 5.50 economy rate. But Tom Haynes, third game in a row, just butchering the ball to the boundary, scores 81. We get home. We are going to finals day. And O'Glenn has been promoted for the rest of the season. This is interesting. What sort of... Oh, he's a batter. I wanted a bowler, but... 26 grand. Very defensive. Ooh, single format player maybe. So Carter's injured. We're back in the championship. Carter's injured. So Allsop's going to drop down. Jones has been a really poor signing. I'm going to drop him down to number 5. Allsop at 4. Still not happy with how we're doing with the top of the order. Ollie Robinson's away on international duty. So Jofra Archer, for the first time in the series, is going to play championship cricket. It's negative, but we've had to play out for a draw. 127 for 4. Haynes and Critchley with hundreds, both 113s in the first innings. We bowled really well. Garton with 4. For Jofra Archer even picked up wickets. But this second innings, they went big. We asked them to follow on and we just didn't have the legs in us. Huge 225 run opening partnership. It's a draw. There's a big golfing clash between Division 1 and Division 2 and I just feel at times our bowlers in our middle order isn't quite there. But it's T20 time. And what are we going to do? Jones is back, so Jones can come in for Rawlins. Rawlins, who to be fair, a 127 strike rate from the 9 games that he's played this season. They're not all for us. He's only played 1 for us. So, yeah, let's see how we go. T20 semi-final, going up against a good Somerset team with Smeed and Banton. Baz the leader up there, Tom Abel. They've got batting for days. Look at the all-rounders going down. We've got to score big. Ali Orr's just scored a 50 off 15 balls. Woohoo! That's massive. Power play's over. 91 for 9 off 6, going at 15s. And he's gone to 100 off 44 balls. Haynes goes to 100 off 54 balls and gets out. As we finish on 273. Ali Orr is simply incredible on this game. You talk about cheat code, or I spoke about cheat code. He scored 773 blast runs. And we get home by 63. They score a few, but Finn Hudson-Prentice, 3 for 36. That's just incredible. Tom Haynes... Oh, we can't. We only can do international ones on this. But Tom Haynes is just in the most incredible form. Look at that. First class hundreds. Smashing it in the blast. He's gone from having an average season to an excellent season. And we're going to be playing Lancashire in the final. First chance to try and tick off one of these 3 goals that we've got, that we've set ourselves to achieve. The team's looking pretty solid. Jones is still a terrible signing, but Allsop's been great. He's been really great. 440 runs, couple of centuries to his names. Bapara's got it done with a strike rate of 144. Sometimes bowls okay. Critchley, good. Bowlers generally good. Timel Milnes, potentially the most expensive, but his strike rate's reasonable as well. But Luke Wood, 7.90 economy rate. Anything less than 8 is like high, ultra class. It's the final. Lancashire, Babar Azam, Butler, Livingston, Jennings, Salt, Stark, Mahmood, Parkinson. They've just got the best team on the game. And it's not good. 136. The bubble burst. Mitchell Stark ran through Haynes and Ali Orr. He ran through Jones. Bapara got a 50 but got out at the end. It's not going to be enough. The golfing class of that bowling attack compared to ours is huge. They need 20 off the last 6 balls. We've given ourselves a chance, and it's been Tim O'Meal's going at 5s, Luke Wood at 4s. The seamers are exceptional, and Ravi came on and gave us 2 overs. Can we get home? Stark, Mahmood, 20 to win off 6 balls. Mills to Mahmood. Oh, he smashed it. He smashed it for 4. They need 16 off 5. Mills to Mahmood. Oh, he smashed that as well. No, it's gone for 6. They need 10 off the last 4. No, they don't. No, they don't. Don't tell me he's just bowled a wide, and that's the win. We've done it. 8-wicket victory. We have won the Blast. Second season, Hudson Prentice man of the match, 4 for 21. We've done it. We are one of the 3 down. And I think we can all be fair and say that we are the best team in this competition by a long way. And that Ali Orr is the best batter in this competition by a long way. 775 runs. A high score of 45. Both of those are the best. An average in the 50s. Of anyone that scored more than 201 runs, that's the best. 750s, that's the best. What a season he's had. And with the wickets, Luke Wood, 30 wickets, strike rate of 12, economy of 7.70. That is an absolute steal. Hudson Prentice, good again. He's good at everything he does. Everything he touched turns to gold. Matt Critchley, great signing, 24 wickets at 21. Back to championship action. Can we try and get something out of this championship season? We're safe. We're going to keep staying where we are. We do need to improve Jones in the middle of the order next time around. And we're going to keep the same team. Robinson's on international duty, so Rushworth, he's 40, averaging 40. I think we only gave him a 1 year. I've been playing this game for a few hours since I recorded that, but I think it's only a 1 year gig. The question is, could we drop him and bring in Luke Wood? Well, yes, the answer is we could. And the answer is yes, we are. It's drawn. I thought we were on for the win at one stage. We scored 509, but it took us over 2 days to do it. Tom Alsop, for all the wanting to move on last year to wanting to move on this year, he just keeps performing. Jones with his first century for us. Now averaging 29 in first class cricket. But important knocks because the top order didn't go on and get the big scores. Bowled them out for 296. Gave ourselves the follow-on, to which Babar Azam and Josh Butler scored 100, and we just played out the draw. So another good performance, but I feel we're lacking penetration in the bowling attack to challenge the top. A returning Ollie Robinson back into the team, much needed. We need to win virtually every single game from here to try and win the county championship. And it's a win, a big win. Who said, I'm not sure if Tom Alsop can play Division 1 cricket? 181 here. Jonesy with a 52. Just starting to find a tiny bit of form, but consistency around that middle order again. Bracey 40, Critchley 50. And then it was a procession. The bowlers got it done. Garton and Robinson give us 20 points and puts us about 25 points back with 3 games to go. This is good. This is a really good season. And we're going to lose Alsop, Bapara, Critchley, Archer, Mills, Garton, Orr and Wood to play in the 100. So Royal London Cup time, and we've got a bit of a gap. Ollie Orr, how are we going to replace him? Well, we're going to give an opportunity to our young lad Ellery, who's coming into the team. Tom Alsop's away, but Carter's ready to come back in. Critchley's out. Luke Wood's out. But we do have Rushworth. It's interesting to see if these players are good enough to make the leap here. We need a spinner, so Carson's going to come in. And then all-rounder, I don't know if we pick one. I think we pick 4 good bowlers would be an ideal situation to be in. Stephen Finn is going to come into the team. Rushworth and Robinson with the new ball. Bracey could bat a lot higher than this, couldn't he? But that's how we're going to start up. Tom Haynes, skipper. How are we going to go in the Royal London Cup? They've got KL Rahul playing in the Royal London Cup. That feels wrong. And it's a win. Bowled them out for 220. Finn Hudson Prentice, I took 4 for. Yeah, but it's how you take your 4 for. This was quite incredible. What over was it? But he took 4 wickets in the 38th over. We took 5 wickets in 7 balls with Carson taking 1. Absolutely ripped them apart after their top order did pretty well. We got home, and it's Jonesy. Who would have thought it? The person that every time he plays I'm going, oh yeah, he's not quite that good. Well, Royal London Cup, he's finding his level. Was a little bit worried with the bowling attack. Rushworth going at 6s wasn't ideal, so I'm just going to keep an eye on that. Robbo goes through them, 6 for 34. Is he still playing Test cricket? Yeah, he is. 17 wickets at 25 this year, 61 at 27 last year. But hey, Royal London Cup, let's give him a bowl, give him a game, and look what he goes and does. And we get home pretty easy. 9 wickets, Tom Haines, 135. He is having some season, isn't he? He's just, the form he's in has been astronomical. I know he only averaged 28, but it's his 179 strike rate there, 100 strike rate in this competition. Competition that he only averaged 24 in with a highest of 34 last year. And we're home again with another win. Carter 66 not out, Tom Haines with another 85. Interesting enough, didn't get a lot of the strike, but a well-rounded performance. Ellery as well since he's come in. I know he didn't work out in T20, we only gave him 1 game in first class, but 2 back-to-back 50s at the moment. And Ollie Robinson continuing a fine piece of bowling in the Royal London Cup. And he's improved his batting technique. Go on, Ellery. Oh, Robbo's gone. Robbo's on international duty, and he has been the star of our bowling. So Harry Crocombe is going to come into the team. Makes me feel a little uneasy. We've lost a class bowler. Wow, we've got out a hole there. We've scored 293, but we were 5 for 79. And Bracey and Hudson Prentice come in at 6 and 7. Put on 209. Look at that. A little bit of static before a big growth towards the end. We got ourselves out of jail and given ourselves a chance. And the Crocombe bringing up works. 2 for 31 for him. We managed to get home. Stephen Finn with some wickets. It wasn't easy. They were well in the game up the top. You know, Rolofson, that's easy to say. And Hodgson with 40 kept it tight. But this is... Could this be the year of a Royal London Cup win? I never win this competition on the game. And another victory. Finn Hudson Prentice, hat-trick. Lewis, Pramac, Barker, all gone. He ends up with figures of 6 for 43. Josh Bohannon and Scotty Carter just cruises home. No one with the bat is like ultra performing at the moment. We had the 100 from Haines. But everyone just consistently averaging 30s and things like that. Except Jones averaging 167, if you want to say that. Chris Rushworth averaging 84 with the ball, but is going at less than 6 and over, so I'm going to keep it going. Can't win them all. Kane Williamson guides Essex to 308. Pretty useful player to be playing in the Royal London Cup. We were just a little bit behind the rate all the way, and when we lost Haines, it got a bit harder. When we lost Bohannon, it was pretty much game over, and was. But that's a really good position to be in, 10 points. One more win, and I think we're in. We won't be adding to the win tally. David Lloyd's played an absolute belter here. 150 not out, a 108 strike rate. Knocks off 269 without much support. Billy Root got a few. But there were periods where I felt we were really, really in this. They just accelerated. They had the odd big over, which was enough just to keep them trucking forward. And fair play, better team won. 1 game to go. You've got to think we're in unless we get battered. Gloucestershire, Worcestershire have to win, and we've got to lose badly. Ollie Robinson's back as well, but Crocombe's going to keep his place with a 4.99 economy rate, and Rushworth is going to drop out. I can't believe we've lost that. Oh, 316 for 7 we scored. Haines with 132. Cracking campaign for him, averaging 75 with 2 centuries. 90 for James Bracey, batted really well. And they had nothing except Prithee Shaw battering us all around. And then at the end, Buckingham and Weldon somehow got them over the line. It means we're in. Although we've lost, although we've finished 3rd, we've made the quarter-final, which is better than we did last year. Because remember, group placed 7th. So that's a massive improvement without Ali Orr, who, for the sake of it, is back for the quarter-final. George Garton's available as well. He's going to come in. Matt Critchell is still out. But that's a good looking team now. Let's bring Garton up the order. If we had Critchley, I'd feel really, really confident. There are more changes we could do. We could bring in Tom Alsop, who previous season averaged 91. Well, he always performs. But we could bring him in for Carter, who's averaging 75. Yeah, I'm going to do it. That's a big move, but this is a big game. This is a quarter-final of the Royal London Cup. We've given ourselves a good opportunity here. Alior, 99. Gutted he got out for 99, but 99 nonetheless. Huge partnership with Josh Bohannon, who scored 95. 169 run partnership. Josh Bohannon's been relatively consistent across both formats, averaging 41, 46. Really happy with that. Finn Hudson-Prentice went berserk at the end, just smashing it. 233 strike rate for his 42. So we've given ourselves a chance. We've just got to get rid of a good team that's got Jones, Lees, Tristan Stubbs, Ben Stokes and Beddingham. And we've not done it. They've knocked them off with about 3.5 overs to go. Ben Stokes went wild. 97 he scored. Just cracking player, obviously. And Gary Clark, young Gary Clark with 83 off 54. The thing that did it for us, our seamers weren't horrendous, but carrying a spinner for 10 overs was incredibly difficult. But it's another step forward. We've made the quarter-final. In Championship, we're down to 4th. We need a win, and we need a big win as well. Somerset game in hand. If they lose that and we win ours, let's assume we had 20 points to that, we are right in contention to take it to the wire. We get home in the final session. It's a big win, a massive win against a good team. And we got there thanks to Finn Hudson-Prentice scoring 97. No career first-class centuries to his name. 3 runs shy of making it. Tom Alsop with another 50. We also got 307 for 3 declared while setting them a score. Alsop with 115 off 132. Josh Bohannon with runs. Alior 50 in both innings. And we did them basically with the seam attack. Garton with 3 in that innings and then 1-4-1 all out with the wickets spread around. It puts us with 2 games to go. 32 points behind Somerset, who just don't seem to be able to lose at the moment. Don't worry. Just got to go and beat Surrey at Surrey to stay in the title race. That's not going to be easy. Easy job at Surrey, is it? Bowled them out for 151. It was a seamer-friendly deck. Ollie Robinson with 5, 4 in the second innings. He had an absolute day out. But this 357 we scored wasn't easy. And Matt Critchley scored 70 of his runs. I think 70. Yeah, he put on 100 with Ollie Robinson. 70 or 80 of his runs with number 11, who stuck around for 129 balls. That is why we were able to go and get the win. A massive win by 10 wickets. Oh my days, it puts us in second with 1 game to go. Can Somerset just keep winning? That's the question. They are in such fine form. They beat everyone. Oh, Essex beat them. Essex just beat them. And they're honestly, I don't think their batting lineup is all that, but the bowling attack is outstanding. Baz DeLeader, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Matt Henry, Jack Leach. Ella has improved his batting technique. That's what we like to see. As we go into the final game of the season, of the episode. It's a successful episode. It's a successful season. But what is the outcome going to be? Somerset versus Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire aren't a pushover. They're 4th in the table. Finished 4th last year. They're going to be a good team. All we can do is control what we've got to do. We've got to win and win big. Get as many points as we can. Put ourselves in a position where hopefully we can win the league. Jones. What do you do with Jones? He's not in fine form. He's actually performed okay. His T20 stuff was rubbish, but his Royal London Cup stuff was okay, averaging 28. His form is woeful. I'm going to make the choice to go with Carter. Biggest game of the season. You're making a change. Why would you do that? I don't actually know why I'm doing that. But bowling-wise, everyone's in pretty decent form at the moment. With the bat, 1, 2, 3, 4 players averaging over 50. Bracey averaging 36. Critchley averaging 64. Honestly, that's going to go down as the signing of the series. 842 runs at 64 and 40 wickets at 32. We're playing Glamorgan, who have Virat Kohli in the team. Oh, mate. when did that roll around? But we're going to try and make use of the weather. We've got a chance to get in and have a bowl. Let's do it. Let's get stuck in. And that is a great effort. We've bowled them out for 201. Virat Kohli. Oh, King Kohli, you give it all this. The fact is, Finn Hudson-Prentice got him out. Finn Hudson-Prentice, greatest player that's ever played cricket, let's be honest. What's going on at Somerset? Somerset, 130 for 2. We could do with them getting rolled. And that is a great performance. Ali Orr, 194. You run out of words after a while to describe the sort of season that he's having. But 1,619 runs with 6 centuries. It's quite an incredible campaign for Ali Orr. 125 for Tom Haines as well, who's going to solidify a 1,000-run season, 4 centuries in Division 1. Everyone else got absolutely blown away. Somerset scored 427, picked up 5 points. That means the gap is 20 points before we even finish this contest. And we've done it. We've scored 23 points. So if Somerset score 8 points, then we're up the creek. But that's a good performance from the team. Gordon finishing with 4 to 60. Chris Rushworth got Virat Kohli for 17 as well. Kohli, who is not in great form. Let's see what's... Somerset won. Somerset beat Notts. Somerset are champions, 23 points. Fair play to them. We're going to take second position. I'm quite happy with that. I think that's a really, really good first season. We made the semi-final of the Royal London Cup. Sorry, we won the T20, semi-final, quarter-final of the Royal London Cup, and County Championship, finishing second. What's also associated to this, which I'm going to touch on in the next episode, is how much money is associated to finishing in certain places, because there is a calculation you can do. This is like last year. Pujara topped the run scorers last year, 1,500 runs this year, not at us, but Ali Orr, 1,619 runs with 6 centuries. Pujara had 1 more century, but Orr was just awe-inspiring. He was an incredible player, did it superbly well. Tom Haines with 1,000 runs on the season as well. Just gobsmacked how well we've been able to do. With the ball, George Garton, 76 wickets in Division 1. That's called officially making the jump and being good enough, isn't it? Critchley, what a signing. 846 runs and 41 wickets. That's elite player. Josh Bohannon, only the 1 century but averaged 40. Tom Alsop, I'm still good enough, Skip, leave me in the team. Bracey, good enough at 34 average. Jones, averaged 28. That's question marks about the sort of decision that I made with that. With the ball, 57 wickets for Ollie Robinson. That's a good return for the England player. Critchley, 41 at 32. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 37 at 38. I don't care, it's at 38. He just picks up these wickets and gets on a run and runs through people. And Chrissy Rushworth, 29 at 30, I feel is good enough as well, actually. In the one-day competition, Tom Haines was the best player with the bat, 92 strike rate. Ellery did really well as well, 260 runs at 32 with a strike rate of 99. And with the ball, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who else? Time and time again, he's the best player that we've got. And the blast, we obviously we did very well for ourselves, even though it's not telling us how many wickets people got and where's half the team gone. But that is a very, very successful campaign. Pickens as well has even gone and improved his batting. He was one of the youth players that came through last year, and we've just kind of left him there. But things are definitely moving in the right direction. We've set some records as well. Some overarching historical records. If we look at one day, no, not one day. T20, most runs in the season, Ali Orr. Most wickets in the season, Luke Wood. And fastest 50, 15 balls from Ali Orr, as well as heaps of partnerships. Nothing on the first class front, which is surprising considering Ollie Robinson scored all those runs, but he's been in a 110th wicket partnership before. One day competition, there's Tom Haines and James Bracey's 177 there, and in the blast, Haines or Alsop or Finn Hudson-Prentice, Bapara, all there. And next year, the amount of money that we've got to play with is going to be so much more. We'd probably get about 140,000 for the T20 trophy, probably about 120 grand for the championship and the challenge trophy. So I think what it means is next year we're going to be able to bring in an overseas player to fill in that top 6 slot. But I hope you've enjoyed this. Next year we're going to do the same again. We're going to pick a team, make some signings based on data out of Power BI. We're going to have a look at the finances, and we are going to build a team that is going to go on and win the county championship next season. Welcome to season number 3 of this Sussex rebuild. Today we're doing something a bit different. We're 2 seasons down. We've had a great time. We've used Power BI. We've been making some data-driven changes. And today we're going to go one step further and use Python to work through our off-season and who we're going to sign. First things first though, we've got to get stuck into contracts with Ravi Papara retiring, an absolute staple of the work that we've done in the Blast, winning the Blast last season. He is going to be severely missed. But the people that we need to sign are going to be pretty obvious if you've been watching the series. Tom Haynes has been exceptional. We're going to tie him up to a 3-year deal, as is Ali Orr, who is now going to be away on international duty. That's no surprise. He's been the best player in the game so far. Finn Hudson-Prentice has been exceptional. We're going to give him another 2 years. Chris Rushworth, I think he's worth another year. He was pretty good for us in the championship, but he's 38 years old. It's not something that's going to last forever. Archie Lenham, young lad, he's going to get another couple of years thrown onto his deal. Stephen Finn couldn't get a game of cricket last year, however, did play plenty of cricket in the Royal London Cup. But I'm going to move on from him. 35 years old, I'm going to put some investment into some young players and hopefully bring them through. Delray Rawlins was not very good as an all-rounder for us in the Royal London Cup. 27 years old. I think I'm going to do the same. I think I'm going to look to move on from Delray Rawlins as well. You see how many players we've got here? We've got so many players in the squad. It would be good to just trim ourselves down a little bit. We do have a player that's come through the youth system though. Glenn, who has had quite the campaign, averaging 114 in second team cricket. We are going to give him a 3-year deal, because he is our only youth player. But it does mean we're saying goodbye to quite a lot of players here. I need to make sure that I'm happy with these choices, because Brad Curry, Crocombe, not great. Curry, he didn't play this year, but he played the previous year and wasn't bad. So I might just hold on to Curry as a young bowler, because we do need to make sure we've got enough players to play across so many different formats. And Atkins here is 25 grand contract, so I think we're going to give him a go. But Stephen Finn's going to leave us, Hunt's going to leave us, Rawlins is going to leave us, and Foreman is going to leave us. So here's a view of how the team's looking at the moment. We finished second in the championship last year. Orr and Haynes at the top. Bohannon was really good. Carter, Bracey, Critchley. This was all really good stuff. But what we do need is a backup seamer, potentially a starter seamer if we can get an upgrade on Rushworth. All these backups, I'm pretty happy with what we've got. However, a backup spinner would be an improvement, because Carlson I don't think is quite good enough for D1 cricket. And in the Blast we were exceptional. We won the competition. Jones is the one. A middle order batter to come in for Jones would be excellent. And to do that, I've developed this code in Python, which essentially brings in all the scorecards, sorts them out, creates a baseline of statistics around batting, so all your standard statistics, but also looks at the matches that they played in and whether the average strike rate and balls per dismissal was above that, how often they score 50 per innings, 100 per innings, and then the batting points was the ranking system that I created, and allows you to show how good they've actually been in terms of runs, strike rate, balls per dismissal, how often they get out scoring whatever runs. It's based off the cricket draft, and it's basically running across all 3 formats, as well as creating some metrics of a performance plus county cricket one, where 300 is a baseline. So 100 means that your average was in line with the matches that you played in. 100 for performance plus strike rate means you scored at the same rate as the match. And balls per dismissal, you got out at the same rate of the matches that you played in. So anything above 300 means you're above average. So it allows us to work through that. This time across bowling average, bowling strike rate and bowling economy rate, and anything above 300 is really good and better than the match average. And same, we've got a different one for T20 cricket. So we'll go through working out who we're going to sign in the Blast. But for T20 cricket, it's weighted. So for batting, it's weighted twice as much for strike rate. That's what's seen as important here, whereas balls per dismissal and average are worth only half. And for bowling, strike rate 1.25, economy rate 1.25, and then the final 1/6 of it is made up of the bowling average. So what happens is those concatenate together. We end up with one output, which gives us the stats for each player across whichever format I dictated. And then we've got the option here. We've got a list of all the players that's available to buy in the game in the free agency window, as well as showing the players that we've got in our team, and we can work out whether these players are better or worse than the players that we've got for the seasons we've played. So all we need to do is run the code. It's worth noting at the moment what we're looking at is county cricket only. So we just want to find those players that's going to be good for us. This is the output. So these are the available players to purchase against the players that we've got in our team. So we can see at the top we've got N. McAndrew, who's only played 4 innings, so we probably can discount him. He's part of our team. But Lewis McManus from Northamptonshire, 12 games, 378 runs, at an average of 42 is very, very reasonable. And he's averaging 16 more than matches he's played in. So again, very, very good player. In fact, here you can see that Critchley, Alior and Carter have been the 3 of the better players for us throughout. We can discount McAndrew, who's not really batted that much. So I've just put a filter in place and they must have batted 10 times in county cricket. So the players that we're trying to find a middle order batter. So we've got McManus, who we know has got pretty good statistics here. His performance plus county championship across the board is 435. Heavily weighted towards his average and balls per dismissal. Doesn't score at a particularly fast rate, but I don't need someone that scores at a particularly fast rate. Really what we've got to do is we've got to find someone better than Jones here, who averages 34 across 31 championship matches. He scores less than the average for the matches he played in. His strike rate is less, but his balls per dismissal is higher, which is interesting because last year I bought him as a player who I thought would be a lot better than that. And his county championship score is 295. So any advances on 295 is going to be good. We've got a choice of Evans, Live, but Baz the Leader is on the list. Now that's an interesting one because he's a Durham player. He averages 33, so probably not good enough, I don't feel, to bat in that role. But he's an excellent all-rounder. As you can see, with a 391 performance plus in the bowling department, but only 18 wickets, so maybe he's not played that much. Adam Lyth could come in, but he's an opener. Ben Slater and Hassan Azad are both openers. So Tattersall feels like the one we might need to do a little bit of digging on, because 23 innings isn't a great body of work. Also a wicket keeper. He only played 4 times last year and 10 times the previous season, but averaged 40 in both. No centuries to his name, which does cause some concern, and he's 29 years old. Slater, as we touched on, is an opener. Not quite sure that's the route that I want to go down. Lewis McManus. Ben Slater averaged 50 with 1,000 runs for Nottinghamshire in Division 1. That's something you could like. Could you turn him into a middle order player? Because to be honest, you look through this list, there's not really a great deal of middle order players, unless you bring in a wicket keeper or you change an opener. Adam Lyth may be on the way out of his career, age 37 now, so he's not quite going to tick the list. Baz the Leader, 742 runs, an average of 37. That's really good. And what you could do is fiddle around with your order and move Bracey up, and it gives you more bowling options. And could he replace Chris Rushworth? That would be a question I'd want to know. Okay, so we've just changed the search, and we're now sorting by players that have at least 10 wickets, and we're sorting by their county championship performance plus score. We've got Stephen Finn in there twice because I've got him as a Sussex player from last year, so that's why you would see him twice. But players with 10 wickets, you've got Baz the Leader, Chris Rushworth here. So you basically got Rushworth and the Leader as the 2 that you want to take a look at. The Leader's just not got the body of work to go against a Chris Rushworth. Chris Rushworth has got 92 wickets. Baz the Leader's got 18. I feel he could be an excellent signing, but I feel likewise I might be taking a risk bringing him into the team. Is really stay focused on I'm trying to find a batter to bat at number 4 in this team. Age isn't on Slater's side. He's already a little bit on the old side. So what we could do is take a look at the international market, see if there's a player that's good enough to come in, play 100% of the games. Always a difficult thing to try and do in this. and just creepers across that line. Will Young could be an excellent signing, but he's an opener, not really what I'm after. I guess purely just on average for batters, trying to find the answer to solving our Jones problem, who hasn't been that good. You've got Lyth, you've got Slater, you've got Lewis McManus, who's only batted 12 times, and Tadasor, who's only batted 23 times. Neither of them just doesn't feel like enough body of work to go. That's definitely the person I could bring in. McManus has got age, he's 29. Tadasor, I think, is about 29 as well. So I think what I'm going to do, and I think it's a plus point as well, is that we'll get him in the one-day Royal London Cup as well. I think I'm going to go for a Ben Slater, and I'm going to look to bat him in the middle order, but I'm only going to give him a 1-year deal, which is potentially harsh, but I feel might be the right decision to make. We've also got Tom Alsop there as well, who has got a great county championship. Well, great. He's averaging 45 in the save so far in the county championship, so that's pretty reasonable as well. So we've got options around that middle order. I feel like the addition of Slater does give us just a little bit more in this lineup. It starts to build in some depth across both formats, to be honest. Pretty happy with where that's at. Seamer. Got to find a seamer. And then looking at the seamers that's available to us, again, makes it difficult. We're looking for people with 10 championship wickets, but a lot of the players that you get on the market haven't taken 10 championship wickets. As you can see here, there's not really that much we could improve on. Duckworth has only... he's kind of fresh, isn't he? But a 328 performance plus in the county championship, I think, is a very good start to his career. 16 wickets, that's pretty reasonable. 2-3 wickets, it's just not enough to go off to say you're going to be better than a Chris Rushworth. We don't need Dawson, we don't need Briggs. Lewis Gregory could be a good signing because he can add some help with the bat as well. But a 252 championship rating kind of cuts him off from what we want to go and achieve. And 44 wickets at an average of 32. I feel we're a better team than Lewis Gregory. It comes back to Delida. I think I'm going to sign him because I feel he could be multi-format for us. I feel he could potentially fill the void. But he's away for the English 100. Okay, so it's not England, so Ali Orr wasn't England, but that's a massive contract. We've got money to burn, which is a good thing. But he's obviously a very fine player. So I'm going to give him a little bit of a nod. And then what I like to do as well is always try and sign a young player coming through the youth system. And there's a couple here. Hansen's got a 54 batting average, but Ayres 52 and a 54 strike rate. Ayres got to be the one. The strike rate with a very defensive, but 48,000. He's obviously got something about him. So Christian Ayres going to come in. And we've got Slater. Baz Delida wants more money. Hampshire are going big. As are we, because I feel he's going to be worth it. And Ayres signed as well. We're just going to nail down the signing of Delida. And it does mean we're looking a lot stronger already. I still would love to bring in a high-class bowler and have Rushworth as the backup and maybe Delida and Hudson Prentice fight it out for these all-rounder slots. And I think to do that, we've probably got to look overseas to see what's available. And there's nothing that's jumping out at me. The only player that I think would be amazing signing would be Mitchell Santner, who I can get for 100% of the season. But I don't need a spinner. That's the thing. And Kuhneman has been excellent in this save so far. Don't need a spinner. Mohamed Abbas, 75%. Do you want to wine and dine on a Mohamed Abbas as your other seamer? You probably do, don't you? 75% is actually quite a reasonable period of time. Just 2 wickets on the current year. That's unusual for a Mohamed Abbas. I think one thing I might have overlooked in Duckworth when we were talking about him earlier, he's 23 years old, but his stats in the blast are exceptional. A 23 average, 19 strike rate, 7.20 economy rate. I think he's probably worth a little punto, Duckworth. And it takes the squad size to 31. It's still massive. We've got 131 grand in the budget. and we are going to close our transfer window. End of season, just a few points to close off. That Alior had the highest score and most runs in the county championship. Tom Haynes almost had the most runs in the Challenge Trophy, and Alior had both in the Blast. Somerset and Barbados are after us. Would say no thank you to both of you because we have a job to do. A couple of things to point out before we get into the game action. We are officially the best team across multi-formats across both years. Even for 2024, we were hands down the best team around. Second place in the county championship. Won the Blast, did really well. We competed in the Royal London Cup, but I've got us down as a 393 total rating in the competition so far. Gloucestershire by far the worst team going around. Batting rankings, Alior the best batter in county championship cricket across 2 seasons by a country mile. He's played absolutely superb. Sorry, that's all formats. Pajara, county championship cricket, he's the best. Alior in second. Royal London Cup, Alex Lee's the best player and Alior the best in the Blast. And we've got the same for the bowlers as well. Simon Harmer, best bowler across multi-format, best bowler in the championship. Dan Moriarty, best Royal London Cup bowler, and Saki Mahmood with a 2872 rating across those. Again, all these calculations are built off the cricket draft and how they work through it. A couple of things that I've pulled together. One is the finances. So this is sorted by the amount of money teams have spent on contracts. Lancashire spending by far the most. We're in 5th place actually. We've spent over 2 million in contracts so far. You can see Derbyshire in last place. And then what I wanted to do is just correlate it against how a team's actually perform based on the rating system. So up here, this is where you've got the most amount of points, and here you've got the most amount of money spent. And there is a fair correlation going all the way up to the top in terms of how much money you've got. And then this is 2023, 2024, sorted by the rating. So we're the number 1 rated team with a 1181 rating total so far, going all the way down to the bottom. You can see there's a few peaks and troughs along the way, but you could make a call for the more amount of money you've got, the better you're actually going to be. And as a team, I just wanted to point this out because this is great. So this is openers and middle order batters in the county championship. We're down here. So this is a batting average of 48 and a strike rate of a relatively low 50. But I'm okay with that because we're scoring so many runs. But it's really interesting to see we're the best batting team going around. In the Blast as well, we're actually the opposite in the Blast. We're the best in terms of average and best in terms of strike rate. And Royal London Cup, again, good batting average, but the strike rates maybe letting us down a little bit there. With the ball, I'll come off just Division 1 only. County Championship, I feel we're in a good position here. We're one of the top 2 or 3 bowling teams going around across both seasons. If we look just last year, we could make a call for us being the best with the best strike rate and a relatively okay, it's a relatively expensive economy rate compared to these teams. In the Blast, bowling strike rate's king. We're bowling teams out. We're bowling really well. Things are going really well there. And for the Royal London Cup, we're kind of mid-tier. So some really good stuff going on with the team. I feel we're getting ourselves in a really good position. We've put together a really nice squad for the season. And Carter goes and improves his batting technique to start the season. What a guy. He's an average aggressive player. I feel like I just want to push up his aggression slightly more. What's really interesting, the teams picked our team for the first game of the season, and there's a few noticeable omissions from this team. So one, Chris Rushworth isn't in the team, so I'm going to bring him because I'm not going to play 2 spinners. Jofra Archer's in the team, who I didn't really factor for playing championship cricket for us, and I don't really know if I want to go down that rabbit hole with him. I wanted to go with Finn Hudson-Prentice again in the lineup and George Garton taking the new ball. But I do have a rogue Baz DeLeader who can come into the team as well. So I might give Baz DeLeader a run out first warm-up game of the season. And then the batting lineup's completely different to what I was expecting. Top 3's fine. Carter isn't in the starting lineup. James Bracey isn't in the lineup either, which is a concern. They've gone with Tom Alsop, and they want to play Glenn as well. I want to go with Bracey. I feel the left-hander is a good option for us. They want us to play Ellery in the middle order, which means Jones, well, he's going to run out of contract and go at the end of the season. Slater's there, and we've got Ayre as well, who we've just signed. I think what I'm going to do, I want to give Carter a little bit of a run. He's just improved his batting. Glenn, I'm going to give a shot at 6. So I'm mixing things up here, but we've got plenty of depth. We've got Jones, who can go and play second team. We've got Ellery, who I want in the second team. We've got Ben Slater, who can play second team as well. Young Pollock coming through. Clark coming through. Tom Allsop, get yourself ready to play. We've got a huge squad to go across all these different formats. But we're going to start with a first-class game against Loughborough. Okay, it's a match drawn, but it's a strange match drawn. We scored 423 with Tom Haynes scoring the first century of the season. Carter batting well for 85 as well. Bracey 47. Bowled them out for 142. Seamers sharing the wickets around. But instead of going for the win, I wanted to give people some batting time before the start of the season. Bracey with another decent knock, but Glenn, the big story. 103 on debut. First ever first class match. He goes and bags a ton. And that means that first game of the season, it's quite interesting. I'm starting with a team that I didn't expect to start with. I do feel like I've got Bracey maybe one too high, so hopefully Glenn can go and jump over him over the course of the season. Not entirely sold that I've got the right bowling attack going on here as well. Finn Hudson-Prentice has been exceptional for us. He is expensive, but he picks up wickets. We've got Jofra Archer who could come in. We've got Luke Wood that can come in. We've got young Duckworth who could come in, who took 11 wickets last year and 5 the year before. But, you know, he's an exciting talent across T20 competition. But that's the team we're going to go with. It's going to be captain Tom Haynes taking on Somerset, who have McGregor making debut, TKC batting down the order, Tom Abel, Dixon, Sam Evans ended up signing for them. He was on our radar at one stage. But it is a good bowling attack. Overton, Henry, Leach, on a pitch that's probably going to turn a bit later on. We've got to bat well, score run. It's a good way to start the season. Interesting game. We didn't get a century. Ali Orr continued doing what Ali Orr does with a 97. Matt Critchley with a 93. His partnership with Baz the Leader got us out of a little bit of trouble here. Tom Haynes out first ball as well, but we were 5 for 149. Managed to build ourselves up to a score. Bowled really well throughout the game. Rushworth with 3 for 40. And when we ended up bowling him for 203 in the final one, Critchley with 4 for 20. Rushworth with 2 wickets as well. But this innings here, again, really good. Critchley had a game, 58 with the bat. Baz the Leader, 39 with the bat. Everyone chipping in slightly to get us home in a massive contest. I didn't say, but Somerset won the title last time, and we've just gone and beat them. That's a hell of a start. Going up against Surrey, with Rory Burns dropping down to 3, Pope down to 4, Folks at 5, Rashim Ravindra, excellent player at the top of the order. Verdi, Topley, Moriarty, Royal London Cup best bowler on the game so far. Going to be a difficult one. The pitch is going to turn later on, so we're going to win the toss and bat. Well, we've taken a hammering. Just win the toss and bat, he said. We were 7 for 64. We got rolled through until George Garden, a bit of Baz the Leader and Ollie Robinson gave us some respectability. But Dom Sibley, 162. Mainstay for them. No one else really got going. Albert, who's been a great player in the save so far, actually. Only 23 years of old. Averaged 85 last year. 26 the year before. So he's blooming. But on a highly spinning pitch, we got rolled again. Josh Bohannon's had a woeful start to the campaign. Single digits all round. Ali Orr's thrown away, I'd probably say 3 centuries already this season. That's quite incredible. But yeah, that's a tough loss. And we are going to make a change. I'm a bit worried about Glenn. I don't think he's quite ready to play. He's got a spin preference, but he's looked out of depth so far. And we've brought in plenty of good players that could probably do a job. So Benny Slater's going to come into that middle order. I feel this might be a constant rotation position, which is not a position I want to be in. Going against a 4.5-star Essex team. They're pretty good. Simon Harmer, best bowler on the game in the Championship. This is going to be a challenge on a pitch that's probably going to turn. somehow we've gone and got a victory because we were out of this game at one stage. It just didn't look like there was going to be a victory capable. They got 360 and annoyingly Lords with 71 down the order just dragged it out. We lacked a little bit of firepower to get through them. And our batting wasn't going great. 2 for 7. Josh Bohannon single digits again. Tom Haynes got 100. Carter batted well for 50. And then James Bracey went and had the knock. The knock of his life. It's his highest first class score. It's only his second first class century for us. But 201. A massive partnership with the highly underrated George Garton, who with the bat for us in this series, just time and time again. He's averaging 48 this year. He averaged 38 the year before. He averaged 13 the year before that. But time and time again, gets it done. We bowl them out for 230. Delete a lead in the way with 3. And we just try and smash it to try and knock them off. We knocked it off in 10 overs. Somehow get a victory. Puts us second in the table. Issue around batting. 3 batting points only. And Chris Rushworth is out for 4 weeks. So that's going to force a hand into a bit of a change. We've got Archer. We've got Luke Wood, we've got Finn Hudson-Prentice, and we've got young Duckworth. I'm going to go with Jofra Archer coming into the Kearney team. Ben Slater, 44, averaging 44 in his first game. I'll take that. That's a nice little transition in. We're a 5-star team going up against Yorkshire, a 4.5-star team. With Joe Clark, who's made the move across there. Sean Masood, Harry Brook, Johnny Bairstow, Don Bess, Thompson, Ben Code. It's a good team, and we're bowling. Means we're going to have to bat last on a deck that is not very good. A win's a win, as they say in the business, and Ali Orr, 80 not out, takes us home. Jofra Archer, who was it that said he probably wasn't very good on this game in first class cricket? Well, 5 for 49. Bowl Yorkshire out for 144. We had him 5 for 98. He was exceptional. We struggled to get to 306 and a decent lead. Carter with a well-made 54, but again runs down this order. Archer 44 not out, batting at 11. Bowled them out for 308. They had a good partnership in the middle. Harry Brook and James Wharton. Yeah, James Wharton batted really well together. But we got home. Ali Orr with his 4th 50 of the season. You know, he's batting well without setting the world alight. But for the first time maybe in the save, we're top of the Kearney Championship. And things generally in the team are looking okay. Slater and Carter in the middle. Bohannon, the actual engine room of the batting lineup isn't quite firing. But we're getting out of jail. Brace is good. Critchley's superb. Bat and ball does it all. Baz the leader averaging 28. Garden averaging 46. Robinson averaging 38. It's digging us out of a hole time and time again. Also Clark here, 5 stars in his form at the moment. So obviously doing some really good stuff in second 11 cricket. It's a massive win. It doesn't feel like it because we're batting so badly, but it's another massive win. Bowlers getting it done. George Gordon 4 for 84. Ollie Robinson 4 for. Jofra Archer 4 for. Ali Orr man of the match for his 135. We put on a massive 216 here in the 3rd innings of the game. Ali Orr first century of the season. Tom Haynes, I want to say it's his first championship century. No, second championship century of the season. More of the same. Middle order just getting blown away and then being saved. Baz the leader 72. He's worth all the 70 odd grand that we've paid for him so far. And we're going to be doing it without Jofra Archer going into the T20 Blast. Some interesting ones. I want to give Duckworth a run out because his economy rate is outstanding. So if that's a big win for us, that's going to be really good. The team is really strong. It's whether we can get Finn Hudson-Prentice into the lineup. Like, where do you do it? Unless you drop a Ben Slater, move Critchley up the order. It gives us so many bowling options. I'm not sure we've got the batting options right in the team. Also, we're massively lacking a decent top 6 here. This just isn't quite what we would want. We're going to try it for a game and just see if this can balance out. Now, we're a 3-star team here. This is going to be a brutal defeat. Now, that didn't go well. We lose by 2 wickets. Finn Hudson-Prentice gave us a chance with this fifer, but batting, that didn't feel good at all. Carter gets 27 off 34. Jofra Archer comes back into the team. And I think with Carter, we've got to get out of that. We don't want him. We don't want you. We don't want you in this team. What we need is an aggressive young player like Ayr or Glenn. So Glenn we're going to give a game to. We're not at the races. 182 seems a good score, but no one. Again, look, Allsop, nothing. Glenn, nothing. If it wasn't for Baz the leader down the order, it would have been a lot worse. We're 0 for 2. I've made this Blast team worse at the moment. I need to get Ben Slater into the lineup. Luke Wood's going to be the player to miss out. Ben Slater's going to come in, and he's going to come and bat further up the order at number 5. Limits the bowling options, but probably the right thing to do. That's a better performance. It's not quite humming, is it? Allsop, yeah, okay. Glenn, he's going at strike rate of 100 again. Down the order, getting us out of jail with some late order runs. Finn Hudson-Prentice 4 for as well. We've got to get some wins on the board, but the balance of the team is not good. Back-to-back wins, we're getting there. Ali Orr, 76 off 26. That's a reasonable 292 strike rate. Allsop, run a ball. Run a ball, like, it's breaking me, but we haven't got a good balance. Bowling-wise, very expensive, but some good wicket performances. Archer with 3, Baz the leader with 3. Takes us home, 2 for 2. Well, that's deeply disappointing. We couldn't knock off 156 because we got rolled for 117. It's just not working out, is it? No one outside the top 2 players are very good. That's my opinion on what's going on at the moment. We haven't even got depth on the bench to bring in. Have we got any aggressive players? We could bring in Ayr and give him a go. He's such a young, raw player. Like we're not going to lose anything by giving him a go because we're not performing good anyway. We win, but it's not the batting that's done it. We've knocked off 122 in 14 overs. Ali Orr pretty good. Allsop going at a 114 strike rate. Not quite getting it done, but it's a victory is a victory. We're 3 for 3. Ali Orr improves his batting technique. That's what we want. We've thrown away another one. Absolute terrible performance this. Critchley's gone at 18s, but I had no other bowling. Batting wise, it's just more of the same. Top order just not getting it done, not scoring at a fast enough rate. Defending champions halfway through and not in a good position. To the point I'm tempted to drop Allsop. For a 113 strike rate, I think is absolutely criminal at the top of the order. The other thing I could do is just drop him down the order, but then you need his... we're not in a good position. Could Josh Bohannon come in and do something? Could he? He's a very defensive player. No, he couldn't. Ellery could come in. He's a super aggressive player. We're going to do it. Going to bring Ellery in. I'm dropping Tom Allsop, who's been one of the best blast players for us in the last 2 competitions, but just not getting it done. We're still a 3 and a bit star team. We'll get a win. Is it better? Ben Slater, 51 off 43, 118 strike rate. It's not setting the world alight. Ellery, a 111 strike rate. It's a win. What are we? 4 for 4? We're in the picture without being good. Back to the championship. Something that we have been reasonably good at across the competition so far. Every single season. Well, this time we're going to be doing it without Jofra Archer. But Chris Rushworth is available and will come back into the starting. We've smashed them. 505 all out. And I'm going to spit some positives for a change because it's not quite worked out. But here the top 4 were exceptional. Haynes, 50. Ali Orr over a runner ball, 50. Josh Bohannon, welcome to the season. Nice to see you. Nice to see you get some runs. You desperately needed that, taking your average up to 29. 175 he scored. Scotty Carter missed out on a century. He scored 98. Averaging 31 this year with 450s. Averaged 20 last year, 74 in Division 2. Big difference between the two. But bowlers got it done. Critchley with 4, Robinson with 3, Lim Livingston the only mainstay in their first innings before we bowled them out and we take a big 22 points. Luckily for us, we get to go back to T20 action, which is modest to say the least. Jofra Archer is unavailable. And Timel Mills is going to be the player to come in for his first run out of the season. Quite incredible. He hasn't been able to get a game. Our bowling's been good. It's just a batting. Smashed. Absolutely smashed. Crap at the top of the order again. Ellery going at a runner ball 28. Just not good enough with the bat to try and make the quarterfinals at the moment, which is amazing how far we've gone back. Carter's improved his aggressive batting. That might be something to take a look at because we desperately need... He's still an average. He's still average. But Ayer's averaging... we're We're piecing it together, bits and pieces, but it's not. It's not very solid. We don't look like giving ourselves a chance of victory. And the big difference is Haynes and Orr aren't scoring 150 a game. They don't score 150 runs, but for the first time, Tom Haynes has scored a century in the Blast. He's what a player he is. Averaging 26, strike rate of 59 is really good. He got a century last year as well. Did he get a century? Didn't get a century the year before. Big win. All these 2 points are going to add up because at the moment it is crunch whether we're going to make it through. Baz DeLeader's gone mental. 7 for 32 as we bowled them out for 120. An outstanding performance. What's incredible is hat-trick in the middle as he blew away the middle order. They never got going at any point of the innings, but DeLeader 4 wickets for 4 in 1 over in the 13th over. Ali Orr some much needed runs as well. He's not been in the best form lately, so for him to get a 50, send us to 12 points is very good news. And in the match reduced, we've gone and performed pretty well here. Ben Slater, 124 strike rate. If he could score at a 124 strike rate week in, week out, I'll be happy. He batted really well. Ellery, first meaningful contribution in T20 cricket, a 214 strike rate, 50 as well. Put us in a really good position. And DeLeader, I've actually changed him to open the bowling. Get a few overs out of him early, and I'm getting more out of him now. Championship time. A couple of problems here. Ollie Robinson's away. That's going to cause a big issue. Who's the out-and-out seamer that I could bring in for him? Maybe this is where we're finding out we're not quite got as much depth as I wanted. So it gives us Wood, Garton, DeLeader. Critchley's there as well. We're playing away on something that might turn. I feel like we might give up some points here. Because I think it's got to be Hudson Prentice coming in. Because he's been reliable in previous seasons, but it is not a strong bowling lineup. Drops us down to a 4-star rated team. We've got to bat and bat big. Yeah, match drawn. Somerset champions last year. This is okay because we didn't have a very strong team going out in this contest. But top order, Ali Orr batted well. Josh Bohannon 91, Carter 80, who has actually put together a reasonable campaign, averaging 34, but you know, a third of his innings he's reaching 50. That's a pretty good performance, if you ask me. They batted really well. They batted better than us. They got a lead. We struggled to make any inroads with Luke Wood coming into the team and Hudson Prentice. Then we batted. The scores were virtually, well, we were behind. And we just batted through to the draw pretty much and then had 20 overs to try and bowl them out. It's disappointing. It puts us behind Nottinghamshire. As we're getting crunch time in the T20 competition, need to somehow keep pulling out victories. We do have Jofra Archer back available. Where does he come in though? I can't believe I'm saying that. Where does he come in? Because in the 14 overs Timo Mills has bowled so far, he has been amazing. Baz DeLeader's added runs down the order and has improved. It's got to be Hudson Prentice. Oh, this is a big decision. We've thrashed them. 126 all out, wickets spread around, but DeLeader getting it done round the top. Garton bowling well, Critchley. Garton didn't open the bowling for probably the first time in the series and it actually worked out quite well. I wanted to give Mills and Archer that responsibility. Knocked them off well. Tom Haynes, remember he got hot in season 2 just about this stage, so if he can finish hot here, he's going to give us a chance. Last game of the season, going up big, going against Gloucestershire. Oh, we've got there in some strange old fashion. The top order got decimated, but the fact is we scored 22 runs in the first over and we had at the end of the power play 80 odd runs on the board. Tom Haynes scored at a 293 strike rate while everyone else around him failed, and then we just let DeLeader and Ellery bat incredibly slowly to take us up to 190. And we bowled them out. Why? Because Baz DeLeader went and got yet another hat-trick. And just when we needed it as well. The game was getting tight. 15th over, 3 wickets for 7 in that. He has been a phenomenal signing. And that puts us into the quarterfinals, where we're going up against Northamptonshire. Came second in their group, actually. They've done all right so far in this save, Northants. They won the T20 Blast 2 years ago. So, difficult team to go up against. If we win the Blast with this team, it's an absolute miracle. But we're without George Garton. That's massive Didn't realise he was out injured. That's a huge blow. Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to come in. Jofra Archer will obviously take the new ball. Tim Mills will obviously take the new ball alongside Jofra Archer. And Hudson-Prentice can move up the order, as can Baz de Leader. We've got no batting, but we're trying to win the competition. We've got there. We're into the semis. We're on to back-to-back final days. Barry was absolutely blitzing it early doors, and then I pulled back the aggression of what we were trying to do with him. Worked out really well. Archer with 5, Hudson-Prentice with 3, and knocking him off, Ali Orr. Where have you been this season, Ali Orr, when it comes to this competition? Probably all competitions. That's a downturn year for him. But he was magnificent. Tom Haynes did enough to get us through. Ellery with a few quick ones at the end to finish it off. But we're going through to the semis to play Worcestershire. And our Hucknalls come up from the youth team this year. Hopefully not a batter. We've had a batter every single year. And we've got a right-arm fast medium bowler coming through, 21.5 grand. Meh. Before finals day, we've got a bit of championship action going without George Garton, possibly for the first time in the entire save. He's been exceptional. Jofra Archer is available. Ollie Robinson is not available. Ben Slater also averaging 18 in the middle of the innings. Not quite getting it done for us. I'm going to give Glenn another go. He's such a young middle order that's just about coping at times. What a win. We've scraped home by 1 wicket. This Albert lad, if you see him, I don't know if he's just a new gen on this game, outstanding talent. He scored runs for them. Jofra Archer with 8 wickets, Finn Hudson-Prentice with 7 wickets. Batting wise, top order, lots of starts and fails. Matt Critchley getting some runs, and then we needed about 180, 185 to get across the line. Crawling away through, we had plenty of time, crawling away through. Baz the Leader with 31 off 99, taking us home for a victory, which leaves us top of the championship by 12 points. But it's time. It is semi-final time. We don't want to make any... George Garton's available. Where do we get him in? I don't think we do get him in. I think we leave it as is. You don't change a winning team, Bobby. Things are okay. Tom Alsop, no room for you at the end. Glenn could come in. Probably do a better job than Carter, to be fair, but I'm going to go, don't change a winning team. I'm bringing in Alsop, because Alsop, we've seen in previous seasons, big time, big occasions, he's been the guy that's stepped up. Now, it's going to be better to bat first, so that is what we're going to do. Oh my days, how have we won that? Won that? How have we won that? 124 all out. We were diabolical. Tom Alsop, bring him in, 45 off 35, 128 strike rate, got us to 120. We were 6 for 52, and I was thinking, crikey, we're out of this game. I've chosen wrong. We've performed bad. We don't deserve to be here. A team hasn't been good all year. And then Tim Mills, 2 wickets early doors, first over, second and third ball, pegged them onto the back foot, and we just kept chipping away, and we managed to get ourselves home and book a final spot against Surrey. No changes for the final. It's an average batting lineup our side, going up against an absolute world 11 of Roy Sibley. Don't know what he's doing there. Jacks, Pope, Folkes, Ravindra. It's a who's who. Night game, huge game. There's a bit in it for the seamers. We're going to bat first, set a total. It's not a good total though, 152. Ben Slater, 70 off 60. It's not good, but no one else was. Ellery run a ball, Alsop run a ball. Critchley was the only one that really got on with it. Only a couple of big overs towards the end, but they, on the whole, bowled incredibly well. And it all comes down to this. They need 15 off the last 6 balls. Dom Sibley, for all the grief I've just given him, is on 70. Strike rate of 120. He would fit into our team superbly well. Averaging 42 in domestic cricket, 36 in the last. 15 off the last 6. Can we get a few dot balls in? Hudson-Prentice, it's down the ground from Sibley. There's a field. Oh, he's dropped it. Has he just dropped the blast as they get back for 2? I can't believe it. 13 off 5. Hudson-Prentice, the man with the golden arm, takes a single. They're going to need 12 off the last 4. 1 ball could do it. Sam Curran on strike. We need a dot ball from somewhere. It's down the ground. It's a great shot. That's going to be 4. 8 to win off the last 3. Just need a dot ball from somewhere. Oh, it's going to be a little inside edge. It's more of a defensive shot and a game fault, if you ask me. It's a single. 7 to win off the last 2 balls. Dom Sibley, 73 he's on. Hudson Prentice steaming in, and it's ran down for a single. They're going to need 6 off the last ball for a win. All coming down to this. All eyes on Sam Curran. What have you... Oh, he smashed it. He smashed it. It's a wonderful piece of fielding. It's thrown in. It is going to be possibly the worst team in the competition, but back-to-back blast victories for this Sussex team. Somehow we managed to get it done. Jofra Archer, incredible, 14 dot balls. Tim Mills, 14 dot balls. Just did enough to get across the line. We are back-to-back winners of the Blast. And this time we've done it without Ali Orr being the best player in the competition. Only scored 435 runs, strike rate of 174 is exceptional. Haynes 528, exceptional. And Tom Sibley's there as well. It's got to be a bowling that's got us there, isn't it? Baz the leader, 37 wickets. Hudson Prentice, 33 wickets. Great performance, great position to be in. 2-time winner of the Blast, baby. We've got a chance to win the championship. Can we complete the series this episode by going and winning the championship and the Royal London Cup? Back to the championship, a bit of Middlesex action away from home. No Archer, no Mills. The question is, do we have Ollie Robinson available? No, he's not. And Rushworth's out. We're a makeshift bowling lineup at the moment. We do have George Garton back, which is great news. Luke Wood obviously is not a county championship bowler on this game, averaging 46 with the ball. And we are going to go back to the original Corvellas, who opened the bowling for us. I can't believe that's where we're going. We're very limited on what we can do. It does take us from still a 4-star team, going up against a Middlesex team with Jake Libby opening the batting with ex-England opener Sam Robinson. 153 to win from 1 hour. Challenge accepted. And we've done it. We've knocked off 150 in an hour. Ali Orr, 30. Matt Critchley, 45. Bracey, 32. Gets us home. In a game that was a watershed moment. Harry Ellery scored his first-class century in only his second game. Maybe a little bit harsh, done to only playing 1 game last year and not getting a nod this year. But 121. Batted really well. Runs all the way through the order. And with the ball, somehow we weren't very good. Who would have thought it? But we did enough to pick up the victory, leaving ourselves top. And Corvallis can drop back out. He didn't really add anything to the team, but I didn't expect him to. And Chris Rushworth is back. We've got out of jail. A game, again, we've not been great, but we weren't good enough in this. Critchley with 9 wickets in the game. We got 296. Ben Slater, I think that's his first championship century for us. Yeah, 7 games, averaging 27. What a time to make an impact. And trying to play out for a draw off 111 overs. Ellery, 97 not out. That man is coming of age. Ellery and Glenn's improved the batting technique. That's good to see. But Allsop, Critchley, DeLeader, C. Air has gone as well to the 100. So he's obviously a player for the future. Mills, Orr, Garton, Carson, Wood. All gone as it's Royal London Cup time. Does give us an interesting old team for the Royal London Cup. Tom Haynes is going to skip, averaging 44. Ellery is going to bat at 2. Slater at 3. Bohannon at 4. Carter at 5. I feel that might be all right, but it's a long tail. Most of the all-rounders we have are either on international duty or involved in the 100, so it limits those sort of players that we can actually bring into the team. My goal is to win it, but I'm not sure how we're going to do. We've got Duckworth, who's never played for us before, young lad who's come in from Derbyshire. Corvellas is getting a game as well. Did he play in the competition a few years ago? No, he didn't even get a game a few years ago. So, huge rotation going on. 3.5-star rated team, though, going up against Lancashire first game. They've got Drake, who we signed as a youth player, came through our youth academy in year 1. And we get home to a win. What a way to start. Collier, 23 years old. He went and scored a century. His 3rd one in the one-day cup in his career. Hudson Prentice, 447. You expect to see it. Rushy, slightly expensive. But Duckworth going at 4.4 from his 10. Love to see that first game up. Haynes and Ellery consistent in the top, put on 80. Before Bohannon, 75. Carter, 71. Not out. Took us home to a victory. And we go 2 for 2. We score 300. It's not the best 300 we've ever scored, but it's 300 nonetheless. Tom Haynes with 83, looking really good. Decided to bat him slightly less aggressive here, try and get him in, and it did well. Ellery batted brilliant, a 148.3 strike rate was superb, Bracey with 50 towards the end. And with the ball, Hudson Prentice, 4 wickets. It's what he does. Ollie Robinson's unusually expensive in the Royal London One Day Cup for some reason. And we're going 3 for 3. 320 we score. Ben Slater. Is it a good signing? I was a bit dubious. He was okay in the 100. He's okay in the Championship. Probably about league average. But One Day Cup, he started off superbly. Scores a century. Everyone else bats round him. And with the ball, we had some control. Pressure was on from Rushworth and Robinson, who in the first 10 overs I thought were brilliant. They didn't take a wicket, but they were hardly going for any runs. We're 3 for 3. Sort of competition that I want to get some of these young players in, like Glenn. I want to see what he's got. I want to see how good he can be. But likewise, I want to win the competition at the moment. We do lose. It was going to happen. It was a grey, overcast condition sort of day. 240 for 9. Tom Haynes was pretty good at the top, and Carter, some stability, but everyone else got blown away. Van der Gooten and Nathan Gilchrist, incredible strike rate bowler on the game. But Bucknell batted through. 23 years old, 5th century in this competition, 2nd this season. That is a player to watch for the future. I feel we got done dirty here. They batted well for 325 for 9. Young Tom Press, former England under-19 player, played at the World Cup, impressed massively. They had the better of the batting conditions. And then we had a reduced total to 37 overs. Couldn't really give ourselves a good chance of doing it. Ben Slater batted all right. Ollie Robinson got a few, but we were behind. But the main thing is, make the quarterfinals. It's a win. A win's a win, and Tom Haynes makes it look good. 139 off 146 delivered, 95 strike rate, runs all the way around the wicket, peppering backward point as well. Just a really, really good performance from him. Incredible cricketer, averaging 31 this year, slightly down on last year's inflated numbers, but is 66, averaging the Royal London Cup last year, 64 this year. So he's going really well. And good to see Duckworth, 1 for 47 off his overs. Thought that was a really good performance. And Carter goes and improves his offside batting to the limit. We're throwing it away there. It was a low-scoring game. Ben Slater batted reasonably well, gave us a good score. He's been very consistent. But then we found ourselves in this position where we had a chance to win, and Pat Crumman smashed 32 off 25 when we only needed 2 more wickets to win. It's a book clincher, and it means that with 1 game to go, it's getting incredibly tight. There's a chance we don't make it through. With 1 game left, it is getting incredibly, incredibly tight. We've got 4 wins, 3 teams are locked in on 8 points. We've got the best net run rate. We've just got to make that count in a game against Worcestershire, who find themselves neck and neck with us for that spot. Nottinghamshire are blitzing the other group. Who's blitzing our group, actually? Lancashire and Somerset. There's a chance Somerset don't go. Oh, no, Somerset will definitely go through. But Nottinghamshire blitzing the other one, whereas they've got a 4-team tie for 2 places. So all to play for. It's one of the good things about the Royal London Cup. It's an incredibly tight competition. Josh Bohannon, that is not the best campaign you've ever had in the world, averaging 29 in the Royal London Cup. I expected him to be slightly better. Maybe I need to do some work on him on his aggressive batting. Try and keep him moving in the right direction. But don't change a 50-50 team like ourselves. We've got to win. It's overcast. We've got a spinner in the team. This is all sorts of bad, and we're going to bowl. We've done it. We're in. We are in. Winning in and winning we do. Worcestershire all out 212. Finn Hudson Prentice. It doesn't matter how many times he bowls, he impresses me every single time. Wickets galore. Also worth noting, Duckworth, none for 41. You go, oh, he's got no wickets. He's got no wickets all competition. Yeah, but his economy rate is absolutely elite. 5.14, setting up the victory. And all I did here was I batted Ellery on aggressive, Haynes on low, and just let Haynes bat through. And that's what happened. Carter ran himself out for 42. He's had a reasonable competition. He's a reasonable player. He's first class average of 40 and 20 over competition average is 28. So he's a good young player coming through. We've put ourselves in straight into the semis. Oh, it's a record for us. We have not made the semis in this competition at all so far. Royal London Cup, 7th in the group stage and quarter-final. We're going to be going up against the best team in the competition, I think it was. Lancashire. In fact, we topped the group. That's quite amazing. But we're going to go up against Lancashire. Very, very good team. There's a chance we finish the series today. This is incredible stuff. So what have we got? We've got batters in decent form. Josh Bohannon, not quite. In fact, his strike rate and runs is incredibly low, but I can live with it. With the ball, everyone's averaging below pretty much 5.64 is the highest, so that's a really good position. That's probably why we're winning so many games and top the group. And this 5.14 of Duckworth, again, I can live with. But we do have change. Baz de Leader is available. He's going to come into the team. Ooh, this is getting interesting. And George Garton's available. He's going to come in for Rushworth. It's added a whole bunch of depth to us. Have we got any other batters? That's Ali Orr's back. Ali Orr's going to come in there. Ella is going to drop down to 4. That's messing up the team good and proper, but it's a decision I'm making. It's a decision I'm going to have to live with. I'm sure we did this in the quarterfinals last time, where we made a whole bunch of changes. They are stacked with Mitchell Stark, Matt Parkinson, Saqib Mahmood. In fact, I think we might have played these last time and gone, their team is ridiculous. And we go out. Semi-finalists, Lancashire 347. Adam Collier, 23 years old, has just gone massive. Massive. 168 off 156 balls. Runs all around the wicket. Runs off every single player. His 3rd century of the campaign. It didn't go well. We gave ourselves a chance. Tom Haynes got a few. Ali Orr got an absolute fail, but Mitchell Stark's bowling. What do you expect? James Bracey batted really well with Baz de Leader, and they put on an incredible 131 partnership to take it relatively close. But we just aren't able to get across the line in the end. So it's a semi-final for us. Surrey, Lancashire in the final. There's a chance we can win the championship though. A very good chance as we find ourselves 16 points clear with 4 games to go. Match drawn against Warwickshire. In a game I actually felt like we probably should have won. We got 268 or relatively low scoring. They got 305. This Hamza Shakir is an incredible specimen, averaging 42. He got a bag load of runs 2 seasons ago. There we go, 2 centuries. He had a great game, 100 in both innings actually. I should do some stats next time to see if there's been any other hundreds in both innings. Incredible performance from him. Orr and Haynes with a century apiece. Ali Orr, consistent, just a consistent player, did really well. Tom Haynes butchered it, went to almost 100 strike rate for his 129, trying to push on the game. We had a whole day to try and bowl them out, and they just stubbed us, and we ended up with 9 points, and we end up with a 21-point lead with 3 games to go. Josh Bohannon is now averaging 32 in this competition and is in just generally horrendous form with an incredibly low strike rate. Question is, do we make any changes? I'm thinking about bringing in Air. So he has gone on and played in the 100 this year, which he didn't do much in, but he's obviously highly thought of. 48,500 as well. I think do we lose anything? It feels like we've got a free hit in this. We've got a game in hand with a 20-point lead. Let's give him a go. Does mean we've got 3 young players at 3, 4 and 5. That's a game and a half. They score 531, right? Incredible position to be in. OG Robinson, the wicketkeeper, scoring 100. David Bedingham scoring 100, now called up. Rushy with 6. Everything's cool. Ali Orr scores 100. Christian Air goes and scores 100 on his first game for us in first class cricket, and everything's just rosy. Looking like a draw. They go into the final day. It gets overcast. George Garton takes 7 for 54 in 16 unbroken overs. We lost a load of time as well, so we're on and off. This also included 4 wickets in an over, and we had them 5 down in the first 8 overs. Incredible performance, and then we had to quickly knock them off while on and off for the rain. 116 for 3 off 26 overs. Ellery 41 off 51 takes us home, gives us a victory. 2 games to go. We've got an amazing 42-point lead. And O'Glenn goes and improves his batting technique. And Air goes and improves his batting technique. I tell you what, We didn't have him in at the start of the season, but he's going to be a shoo-in for that number 3 role next year after a century in his first game. Eyre, Ellery and Carter, all young bloods come through all through the free agency, but all youth players signed through free agency. Wow, that's interesting weather, isn't it? It's going to be hard work. Okay, we've been hammered. 3 points. 3 points might be enough to give us the title. Joe Clark scored 200. And Shan Masu scored 130. Batting wise, Eyre batted really well. We were batting in horrendous conditions. Just a million miles away from the races. We have won the title though. That's exciting. So we've won 2 blasts. We've won Division 2. And now we've won Division 1 of the County Championship. 1 game to go. Let's finish in style as Carter improves his technique again. Any chance of any batting championships? Collier, there's that young lad. Ali Orr's got a chance to win a batting title again. And with the ball, no one. That's really interesting. We've obviously been sharing it around. That's the easiest way to look at it. We've been sharing things around. We win the final game of the season. And another wet t-shirt competition. Another wet competition. Ali Orr, 93 not out. Is it enough to give him the batting title? I don't know. He's been good. He's not been Ali Orr exceptional, but he's been good. Averaging 50 with 4 centuries. That's a reasonable year. 1,400 runs. It's just he had 1,600 runs and 6 centuries the previous season. So, incredible performance. Incredible position to find ourselves in. 218 points on the board. Ali Orr, second most amount of runs in cricket this year. That's a fine performance. That's just in the County Championship. Any of our other players getting anywhere near? No. And with the ball, it's going to be Dylan Pennington with the most in the competition. Challenge Trophy, we never checked this. Dom Sibley, white ball star. Tom Sibley strikes again. Tom Haynes up there in 3rd. Wickets, Finn Hudson-Prentice, just time and time again. He just gets it done. Whatever the competition, he's your guy. We won the blast. Tom Haynes, second best batter in the competition in terms of runs. And Finn Hudson-Prentice with 33 wickets. So incredible performance from the team. I do just want to check. Starting next episode, we'll run through all the different stats, all the different player rankings, and I'll work out what sort of system we're going to use. We might use a bit of SQL next time, don't know. But overall, Tom Haynes, I think, will be disappointed with that campaign. 3 centuries, 62 strike rate, but only averaged 31. Ali Orr averaged 52. It's a good season in the Championship. Carter averaged 32, 550s, not bad. Josh Bohannon, pretty poor, averaged 33. Ellery averaged 58 in the 6 games he's played, so I'll take that every single day of the week. Ben Slater did well for us in other competitions. Eyre came in and looked really good, so he's going to solidify his place in the team. James Bracey with that double century that won us a game. Well done, you. 820 runs, that's a good performance. Also down here, Critchley, 575 runs at 28. Baz DeLeader, 592 runs at 34. Those two, time and time again, getting us out of difficulty. With the ball, 28 wickets for Rushworth at 29. 40 for Robinson at 23. He always gets it done for us. Hudson-Prentice, 13 at 30. 65 for Garton. I think Garton's the best County Championship player that we've got. So that is going to do it for today, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fine performance. We've used Python to sign players that add absolutely no value to the team. But either way, we have now won 2 blasts, Division 2 and Division 1. Season 4 of this Sussex Rebuild on Cricket Captain 2023. We are coming off an excellent 3rd season. We got promotion from Division 1, a 2nd place finish behind Somerset, and we just went and won the County Championship for the first time. The Challenge Trophy continues to prove elusive with the best place finish at the semi-final, and we are back-to-back winners of the T20 Blast. Today we're going to get stuck in. We're going to try and wrap up, maybe win the treble, and look to try and improve on this already great cricket team. The team as a whole has got a few gaps. A backup spinner would be good. A replacement for Chris Rushworth in the team would be really good. And the T20 Blast team, Ben Slater and Tom Alsop, are 2 players I'd like to move on from. We do have contracts coming up, and England would like to offer me the job. But the answer is going to be no. I'm Sussex till I die. So a few stats from the previous season. Team performance. So this is based on an algorithm I created around team performance. And Sussex, well, we are number 1. Number 1 in County Championship, number 1 in the Blast, and number 4 in the Royal London Cup as a whole. Overall, since the game was created, we find ourselves at number 1 as well. We're just an incredibly good team. And you can see 4 titles to our name. Just doing really well. Won 64% of the games. The teams that are really struggling, if we look at Hampshire, they had a woeful campaign. They've gone from all the way up here. Their ratings have tanked all the way down to finishing 17th in the Blast, 18th in the 18th Blast, 17th in Royal London Cup, 15th in the County Championships. They are the worst team around. Finances wise, if we just look at the 2025 season, we're all the way up here. This is sum of player contracts, so we've spent one of the top 5 in the game, but also sum of ratings is incredibly high, and there is a correlation quite high between, if you're above this trend line, generally you do okay, but down here, Hampshire, they've got no money and they are not doing very well for themselves. Again, another view of how much teams have spent. A big dip off, this kind of middle tier sort of team, Durham, Kent, Middlesex, they're not spending that much money, but we've got so much more money. We've got about 300 grand more than Hampshire that we're spending, and we're not even spending all the money that we've got. Another view that I've added is titles per player. So we've got a whole bunch of players who's won 2 titles. A couple of guys have won 2 County Championship Division 1s, Baz de Leader and Matt Critchley. They won it at Essex in a previous season before coming across to us. And the all-important batting rankings, this has had a quick update as well. So now it gives the total of Championship, Blast and Royal London Club. If we click on Ali Orr, it shows us his ratings per competition per year. And here it shows us his rankings, where he has been incredible. 2nd in the Championship, 8th in the Blast last year, and was first the previous season. Incredible player for us. With the ball, Ollie Robinson continues to shine in the County Championship, as well as slowly improving in the Royal London Cup, making top 10 as well. But Simon Harmer, best championship bowler going around. Matt Parkinson as well. I'd love to get my hands on one of those 2. Finn Hudson-Prentice, under the radar, has been wonderful for us in this campaign. Best bowler in the Blast, best bowler in the Royal London Cup across both competitions. Ali Orr, best championship batter, best Blast batter. And Dom Sibley, randomly, still there as the Royal London Cup. A brief view of the title. So we've now got 2 T20 Blasts to a name. We just need the Royal London Cup to ensure that we're in a really strong position. But wooden spoon wise, which I thought is an interesting one to do, Gloucestershire have got 3 wooden spoons to their name already. And then the triple crown of cricket, it's something we've not achieved. So for batters in the County Championship, runs average, highest score. It basically runs across the different competition. Ali Orr, highest score and most runs in 2024. Pajara had runs and average in 2023. We have had a Triple Crown winner of the Blast though. Most runs, highest average and highest score in the Blast was Ali Orr. Fantastic performance. So previous episodes we've been using Power BI and we've used Python. Chris Rushworth has retired from our team. So that's going to create a little bit of change, which does mean we are going to need a replacement as an out-and-out seamer. Scotty Carter's contract is up for grabs. We're definitely going to renew that. He has been very good. He's quite an interesting player, Scotty Carter. So if we just change this to look at just Sussex. In the County Championship, you can look at it and you can say, he's been pretty good, Scotty Carter. 2,254 championship runs, came through the Youth Academy, 5 centuries to his name. But what's interesting is the divisions he played in. 2023 averaged 75, playing in Division 2. He's moved up to Division 1 and averaged 20.32. So he's not been that good outside of that 23 season, and in fact hasn't scored a century since then. I do think he's got the ability to be a very good player. I think he's worth holding on to for now. Jones is going to go down as one of the worst signings I made. He's 38,500. Jones has not been a good cricketer for us. We played him in the County Championship. He averaged 28. That wasn't quite good enough. Royal London Cup, he averaged 53, but then couldn't get a game last year, and in the Blast, he wasn't all that. His performance plus for young Jones is a 71. It's not good enough. It's 66. So 100 means you're averaging what the team's averaging during the matches that you played in, and he's way below that. So he's not good enough. He's going to go. Ben Slater came in on a 1-year deal, and I actually think Ben Slater gave quite a good account of himself, considering he stepped up in situations where we really needed him to. He averaged 28 in the championship, which wasn't exceptional. It was way below par. But in the Blast, he gave us some stability. A strike rate of 113 with 350s, an average of 27. It's a low strike rate, but his average was pretty good, and his balls per dismissal was 38% better than his teammates. So he did really good. Again, a good performance as well in the Royal London Cup. So I think Ben Slater at 28 grand is worth another year. Tom Alsop's a backup. I'll come back to Tom Alsop. George Garton's been exceptional for us. He's going to get a 3-year deal. No two ways about that. In fact, just to show you how good George Garton has been, this is everyone in the county championship since the save began, and here sat on 125 wickets is George Garton. Exceptional. His bowling average is in line with the team, but he takes a wicket at 20% faster rate. 10 fifers thrown into the mixer. He has been exceptional. He's also done it in the Blast with 61 wickets at 22 as well. Average and strike rate slightly behind others, but I'm okay with that. And I don't think he's played for... No, he's not played for us so much in the Royal London Cup. But cracking player. Gets it done time and time again. I do feel we need to give Jack Carlson... I'm going to give him a 1-year deal. He's going up, but a 1-year deal will be okay, because we do need some squad depth. I think Alsop at 29 years old is still worth a contract to us. If we look at Tom Alsop in county cricket, he averaged 35, 63 in Division 1 2 years ago, and then this past season... not very many runs at all. In the Blast, he's come in and been pretty consistent with a 20% better average. Kind of fits the same Ben Slater. Always strike rate is below what the team has been doing in the matches he's played in. And he might get some more cricket in the Royal London Cup, where I think his average of 81 is pretty exceptional. So again, worth another year, worth holding on to. We've got heaps of money in the bank. Youth players, we've got Hucknall, who I'm not going to give a contract to. Only worth 19.5 grand. He's not going to be worth it. But we are going to say goodbye to Tia, Jones, Coles. And the final question is, what do we do? Tim L. Mills is great for us in the Blast. So I'm going to give him a 1-year deal. He's 33 years old, slightly injury prone. And Carvelas, I'm going to let go on the proviso. I'm trying to bring in more seamers. And although he's played in the championship for us 11 times, he averaged 39 in Division 2, 42 in Division 1. It's not the best record in the world to kind of hang your hat on and say he's going to be our guy. So we're going to say goodbye to these people, sign a few players. Happy we've got Carter, happy we've got Slater. George Garton, excellent signing. So it does mean that we've got a couple of gaps. Ideally, Alsop's going to be a backup here, and ideally Ben Slater would be a backup in the Blast as well. And we need a seamer. If there's a chance to get a top order batter in the championship as well, I'm going to take that. First off, just taking a look at what's available. Keaton Jennings is available. Excellent cricketer. Wagstaff scored 1,327 runs last year. Let's have a little bit of a look-see at him. So in the championship, 1,327 runs. His average was exceptional. 4 centuries to his name, playing for Derbyshire, which means he was playing in Division 2, which is a little bit of a turn-off for me. But there were some big scores in there. Does he play Blast cricket? He did. He did play in the Blast. Average 27, strike rate of 145. There's stuff to like about that. Royal London Cup, yeah, not so much. So Wagstaff's a possibility. In fact, you can make a point for him being pretty good throughout, but it is championship stuff. Feels like it might be a one-off year. He's gone from a 31, 26 to a 55 average. Doesn't kind of feel like he's going to do that time and time again. It's the hole I got into with Jones, to be fair. Now, this could be an absolute world-class signing. Sam Cook, Little Chef, is available. excellent player, born in 1997, so still got plenty of time on his side. He has been, if we look at the bowler ranks for county championship cricket, he's been the second best bowler in the competition. Hands down exceptional. 7th, 4th and 12th. That's a downward trajectory. And also slightly downwards in the blast. But, you know, in real life, he is travelling the world, playing a bit. I think I'll struggle to find a better match for a seamer to come in and play. Unless there's someone else. And I shouldn't rule it out before I go all in on him. David Payne's there. Or Hutton. Hutton's available as well. Hutton's been exceptional. 4th best bowler in the competition. But has seen a big drop-off. Gone from 4th to 3rd to 38th. Huge drop-off in the blast. And 32 years old. I'm going to go in on Chef. It's an exceptional signing if we're able to pull him off. Mitchell Starc is available 100% for the season. Simon Harmer's available. Stop the world. We could this season pull off a Harmer signing and a Sam Cook, the 2 best players in the competition. Harmer's Blast and Royal London Cup numbers aren't exceptional, but that would be something special. Also, just looking at Mitchell Starc, he's not really done anything, but we do need a seamer. If we brought him in, it actually creates a problem, but a good problem, where we're tossing up between Sam Cook, Robinson on international duty a lot, Garton, Critchley, but Critchley could play as a batter, and we could have Harmer. Like, we might have the best team in the world if we did that. I'm going to try and get Mitchell Starc. I'm going to try and get Simon Harmer, 36. Give me one good year, Harmer. Is he too good a player to miss out on? He probably is. We don't need him though. There is a player we could bring into the middle order, and that is Quinton de Kock, who's available 100%. Oh, he's only available for T20 competitions. Maybe not. So that's what we're going to go with for round 1. We're going to try and pick up Sam Cook, which we've got, and we've got Mitchell Starc. And look at that, just adding them in place already adds a lot to us. That bowling depth in the blast, which we're the best we're the best team in the blast when it comes to bowling. If we look at the blast since it started, we're all the way over here in terms of economy rates and strike rates. Everyone else is just living in our world when it comes to that competition. That's a really, really good start. I would like to sign someone for the blast. Oh, days. Sam Hain is available. The Hain train, 30 years old. He averaged 31 in both last year, but a 140 strike rate. Oh, Sam Hain could be a signing and a half. He can come into this middle order, look really good. He can come in this middle order and look really good. That would be a signing. Let's just have a look, see how good the Hain train has been. Sam Hain has actually been really average. He's had a dip as well. He's not playing in the Royal London Cup, but his championship form and blast numbers are not that great. The only reason I can think of that is he's playing international cricket, which is false. So he's not all that. He's not been that good. One player that has been pretty good in the blast and the Royal London Club is Luke Holman. He has been exceptional. What do you bowl, Luke? Leg spin. I don't really need a leg spinner. But in terms of blast, 156 strike rate, an average of 39, and 15 wickets, an economy of 9. It's not quite what I'm after. Moeen Ali's available. He could come into the blast team. You almost want to fill your team with players who could play a bit of Royal London Cup as well. There is a whole host of young players just become available, and there's a guy here called Brian Bunter, 18 years old, 70,000 he wants. Spin specialist, middle order batter, average aggression, can bat at 5. Honestly, this could be an exceptional signing, because generally, the more money, the better the player. Also, there's a seamer here I think I'm going to go in on called Aikenhead. So I'm kind of getting rid of what I was thinking, and actually I'm just going to stockpile some young players. One player we can bring in for only 49 grand is Marnus Labuschagne. Bunter wants more money. I'll give you 72.5. Labuschagne signs. That's a big signing for us. And Bunter signs as well. And we'll work out who's starting. But essentially, there are 2 new bowlers coming in, multi-format. And I can't believe we've bought 2 overseas players. We haven't done that at all. It's not something we've kind of dabbled with. We've still got 47,000 left. And we're going to end our transfer window there. That feels like another very, very successful window for us. 6 championship winners, T20 winners. Can we go and take it one step further this next season? We do have, interesting enough, Derbyshire coming to join us and Worcestershire for this season. Defending champions, it wants us to pick an interesting team, with Pollock being selected in the starting lineup. I don't know how I feel about that. In fact, I know how I feel about that. That's going to be a hard no from me. Matt Critchley is going to come in. Bracey will move up. But this bowling attack is looking exceptional. I think Baz DeLeader's going to be the guy that comes in. But that's without Mitchell Starc in the starting lineup. I think we're going to go with Starc over Jofra Archer. And we've also got George Garton, who I've been raving about, saying how good he is, not getting a game for us. This is going to be interesting. It might take a bit of bedding in with this bowling attack to make it work. Because at the moment, we've got batting down to 8, plus Mitchell Starc can bat. In fact, I've made the team worse. We're no longer a 5-star rated team. But we've got to give it a go. We'll see how we go. Williams is a great bowler in this game. It's always a stacked team. And Albert, just to show you, Albert is 4th ranked best batter since the start of the save. A bit of a downturn last year, but he has been an exceptional cricketer, scoring 3,000 championship runs at an average of 47. So he's going to be difficult to dismiss. I kid you not, we have got a player and a half on our hands here. What a performance. We've just declared on 504 for 5. Ali Orr's just scored a double century. The man, he's got 297, his best score in the save so far, the high score in the competition. And Brian Bunter has gone and scored a 54 strike rate, 193 on debut for us. What a performance. I did not see a win in this. We batted really well. They batted well as well, to be fair. Ollie Pope scored 188 doing Ollie Pope type things. We got 258, trying to accelerate it, scored it over 5 and over. Labuschagne with a quick 50, Ellery with a quick 50, Brian Bunter with another 92. What a debut for him. And this was looking all to more like it's going to be a draw. Pope and Sibley at the crease, grinding it out. And then, absolute carnage ensued around here. 1 wicket, 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 wicket. Critchley with 2 in and over. Critchley ran through them. He got 5 for 50. We get 21 points to start the season, and Derbyshire has been promoted atop. And we've smashed Notts. They batted first and batted really well, to be fair. Miller scored a wonderful 135. One chance to get him out, and it was nowhere near us, in all honesty. But he's a very good player. Averaged 48 last year in the Championship. Doing really well. We bowled okay. Mitchell Starc not quite humming just yet. We batted, and we batted massive. 215 for the first wicket. Haynes and Orr both scoring a century. Ali Orr now 2 centuries on the trot. That's a really nice performance. And getting Tom Haynes in good form is always a good thing. Ellery went and hit a career best 175. He has now scored 2 centuries in his first 9 matches. A century and a 50 this year. Bracey bagged a 96. We scored them at a decent lick, and then we rolled them thanks to Cook and Baz DeLeader, who just literally went through them. Baz finishing with 5 for 47, putting us top. I'm slightly concerned with the Mitchell Starc situation at the moment, considering we've got George Garton on the bench, but things are okay. Don't touch something that's working. It's another win. It's 9 wickets this time, and Ellery has got another man of the match. 147 this time. Strike rate of 53. I just backed him on 2 aggression for most of this and just let him work his way through it. Excellent form, excellent player, excellent result, really. Top order failed. Baz DeLeader scored 76 to give us some respectability. But with the ball, Baz with wickets, Mitchell Starc with wickets. It's as good a start to the season as you could ever want to have. Everyone's scoring runs. everyone. Tom Haynes is averaging 36, but he's already got a decent century to his name. Bracey's averaging 64 at number 6. DeLeader averaging 56 at number 8. And with the ball, Critchley's only bowled a few times, but it's April in England. And DeLeader averaging 20. It's a great start. The only change we could make is Mitchell Stark out and Jofra Archer in. But I'm okay. I've no idea how we've done it, but we've bagged another one. Bunter, he goes and scores 192 to go with his 193 earlier on in the season. That's an incredible start to the campaign. We were behind by 100 runs. This Yorkshire team is stacked. Root, Brook, Joe Clark, Bairstow. That's their middle order. Wharton, Root and Brook all with centuries, and then they needed about 126 to win, and we bowled them out. Mitchell Stark ran through Wharton, ran through Hill, ran through Root, ran through Clark. Give us a victory. I thought it was going to be our first loss, but we're 100% still. 9-wicket victory we followed up on. Ellery with 130. That, ladies and gentlemen, is some fine form. 3 centuries to start the season. We've bought well with the youth players, and they're performing reasonably well. Critchley with 4 on a turning wicket, and then in the second innings it was really overcast. Ollie Robinson with 3. Too good for them. They had Wagstaff in their team, who's a player that we almost bought, who's off to a great start to the campaign. Already got centuries to his name, averaging 42. That is a mauling. We score 500, 227 for the first wicket. It's a rain-affected game. Bunter batted well with 77, Bracey with 60. Things are looking good. And Ollie Robinson pulled out 8 for 49 and 5 for 23. And that 8 for 49 is the second best bowling figures in the save so far. Best for him in his career, I think it is. We've absolutely thrashed a really good team. We're 6 for 6 with 126 points. Ellery goes and improves his batting technique as we move into a bit of T20 competition. Smashed. Absolutely smashed. Couldn't just get wickets. Smead scores at 200 strike rate. Bartlett with 146 as they get home. Batting, it is a concern. I do need to do something here. Labuschagne and Bunter going at 100 strike rates, chewing up heaps of deliveries. And there we go. It's official. Labuschagne and Stark leave us, go on international duty. It must be Ashes year. No, it's not Ashes year. But Bunter, Archer and Robinson go to play Test cricket. So our starting lineup has been decimated, but it's okay. George Garton will come into the team. Baz DeLeader will come into the team. And with the bat, we've still got a couple of holes. I think I'm going to give a run out to young Pollock, who I'd kind of discounted as being a good player, but he's in exceptional form. They wanted us to pick him. He's averaging 59 in second team cricket and a 145 strike rate. So he's going to come in and bat at 3. Tom Haynes is going to take the captain's armband. And we lose. But I think we lost because of bowling. Pickens came in and he was batting woefully. Batting about a 60 strike rate, and I went, screw it, I'm putting you on max. And he went massive. Scored 73 off 46. It was carnage. He batted very, very well. And you can see where he went big. But with the ball, we struggled. Everyone going around the park. I've not quite got the balance right. DeLeader's going to come out of the team. I'm going to give Sam Cook an opportunity. I remember DeLeader was pretty expensive last year. Tom Alsop with a 68 strike rate in the middle. I feel we can do better with that, maybe with less. Question is, do you give it to Glenn or Ayre? I'm going to give Ayre a run out in the middle. We're mixing and matching as 2-time defending champions, but it's not quite working at the moment. That's as big a win as you get. We've just bowled them out for 60, all because of Sam Cook taking 5 for, and it was this spell up top. 3 wickets in the second overs. Tim Mills came on with his first 3 deliveries, took a hat-trick. Outstanding performance. It's another loss. It's a fall from grace. We can't even chase down 170. Smashed them. Morgan bowled out. We're either amazing or average, and here we were not that good until we finally got going here when I went balls out and our players, smashed it. Pickens again started incredibly slow. And it gets harder because Archer's now on international duty. Labuschagne's returned and Sam Cook's been called up to England. England, who's just drawn a game with New Zealand, who on debut goes and bags 90. Ode Bunter, he's done us proud. Another loss. Essex knock him off. Babar Azam, 83. So, seriously, this team's giving me problems. We bowled them out for 100. Everything's looking rosy, and then we're 101 for 7 without even going for it. Ellery with 47 gets us across the line. Luke Wood comes in, 2 for 29. That's good. We're still in contention. Our net run rate is incredible because we're bowling teams out really well. But the batting's letting us down. Tom Haynes, averaging 15. Making the change. I'm putting Tom Haynes in the middle of the order. He's been exceptional for so long, but drastic times call for drastic measures. Oh, Tom Haynes. I'm going to put him in the middle, make a change. He ends up 53 not out from 28 balls, hits 2 balls for 6 in the final over to knock off 194. Puts us, just look how tidy it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on 8 points as we go back to a bit of championship action. He says go back to championship action with most of the team missing. Lots of change. Garton, Archer, Finn Hudson-Prentice into the team. Carter's going to bat at 4. And we've done it. It's another victory in the championship. Ali Orr, 189. Take a bow. Now got 20 first-class centuries to his name. 4 centuries this year. 713 runs from 7 matches. He's in incredible form. Bracey, he batted well with 141. Ellery threw away a century. He's had a great start to the campaign. Could have been another century to his name. But what it came down to was the seamers. The seamers bowled really, really well. Archer and Garton really clicked at the top of the order. Reduced them for 5 for 84. Told them to follow on. And Archer picked up 4 more wickets. Played 7, won 7. Back to the T20 competition. Mitchell Starc is back if we want to bring him into the team, which I'm going to do for Luke Wood. The question is, do we want to bring in Josh Bohannon? I don't think we do. The strike rates are reasonable for these guys. And we win. We bowl them out for 128. Good performance from the team. Wickets spread around. And knocking him off was easy. Pickens just rolled along at a 116 strike rate to do it. As Bunter, Robinson and Cook all come back from international duty. It's another win. We're starting to pick up some momentum. Pickens with another 50. That's 4 50s in the campaign. It's consistent. It's a 136 strike rate. It's good enough. As Jofra rolled through them, he picked up 5 for decimated. Archer, Garton, Starc decimated their order. 10 games down, 12 points. It's looking better. It's another victory. We're racking them up. 170 for 9 they make. Good performance from Jofra Archer. Again, he's in great form, picking up wickets, which is key to T20 cricket on this game. Pick up wickets, you'll do all right. Air with 82 off 36 was great. Skyrocketing to the moon. Takes us into another victory, which we follow up being torn apart by Glamorgan, who beat us with 8 overs to spare. One thing I've noticed, we're a good team when chasing. We're a very poor team when setting. Bunter comes back in to bat in the middle of the order. Carter's going to drop out from his 1 game. Bowling wise, Ollie Robinson back available is a really good position to be in. He comes in for Garton. Cook's been exceptional. He'll come in for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Archer or Starc is a question. It's a definite question. I'm going to go with Mitchell Starc and rest Archer because I want him to play in the T20 competition. Match drawn against Surrey. They are an incredibly hard team to beat. We gave it a good go. Ali Orr, just another century. Just century number 5 on the season. Followed that with 75. A quick fire 75 as we scored 2-3-2 in 40 overs trying to force a result. We had a day to bowl them out. They batted 97 overs and we just couldn't break them. Couldn't break them down enough. It's the first draw of the season. Jofra Archer is out. Sam Cook can come in. I feel we're actually quite a lot weaker bowling attack wise than where I would want to be. And we get home again. Pickens with another 73. He's a natural number 3 for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 50s to his name now. Haynes with a runner ball 43. But the damage was done with the ball. And particularly by Matt Critchley, whose 3 for 24 was excellent. He came on here, first over, 2 wickets, went for 10 runs. ran through them, 13 games down, 16 points on the board. We're into the quarterfinals. We're going to make it as we win another one. We win another one with a pick in 63, this time off 45 balls. He just saunters along, but he's got the ability when he's in, when I put him on ultra aggressive, he just goes. And he goes time and time again. It gave us a score, gave us a chance, and Critchley 3 for 15 was excellent. Great performance. Somerset, very worryingly, looked very good. 11 wins with 2 defeats for them. And in the other side, Yorkshire looked pretty good. But overall, I'm pretty happy with where we've got to. Pollock's second most amount of runs in the competition. And with the ball, is anyone really standing out for us? No. As we go up against Durham in the quarterfinals, Durham, who in the Northern Group finished third, 9-5 record. It depends who's playing for them. They can be incredibly strong. No Ben Stokes and none of those guys. We've got a good chance. Please win the toss and bowl. We're batting. We get home by 2 runs in an unconvincing performance. We've got nothing out of Alior this competition. Best blast player in the competition generally. Average 22, only 150 to his name. He's not been good. Pickens with another 50. Just, hey, you see me cruising. 7 50s. A 50 every other game in the competition. And Finn Hudson Prentice changed the game. They were looking quite well set at 43 for 1 at one stage. He comes on, picks up 5 for, runs through the middle order, and puts us into the semi-finals against Worcester. And we lost in the championship. We just didn't score any runs. 276 and 174. Ellery with runs, Pickens with runs coming in for his, I think his championship debut. Yeah, first class game we've given him, but we just lost to Worcester. I didn't see that coming. We're still top by a long way. As we go, oh no, Matt Critchell is out. A spinner. We've got no backup spinner. We're in trouble here. Duckworth is going to play his first game of cricket for us outside of the Royal London Cup. That's massive. Jofra Archer, we're going to need a big day from. He's going to come in for Mitchell Stark. I think we leave the batting as is. The bowling's a worry now. It's gone from being the strongest suit to having no spinner. And we've lost a batter in him leaving. Oh, this is going to be difficult. We're gonna bowl first. Hey Siri, show me your best bowling performance of the year at the big occasion. Just here, thank you very much. Hey Siri actually popped up on my phone then. Haynes and Skilbeck both gone in the first over. Wicket. George Gordon runs through them. 3 for Cook, 2 for Prentice. Duckworth 2 for 20. And he got Jottin out, and Jottin's been exceptional in this game. That's a massive win. We're in the 3rd successive finals competition of the Blast. Going for the 3-peat, baby. With the team, we're going to remain unchanged. Tom Haynes, a 119 strike rate. It's very un-Tom Haynes-like. Ali Orr, equally pretty poor. Ellery's done nothing at the top of the order since he's gone there, but I'm too scared to move him. And we're not going to make any changes around the bowling attack. So this is going to be it. It's going to be us versus Yorkshire. Bairstow, Root, Brook, Clark. They've got Ben Code, who's exceptional in the game, and Don Bess is overpowered at times. This is going to be a challenge. A massive challenge. They rack up 235. They smashed us all over the park. Bairstow and Wharton at the top. Root with 50. Brook with 49 off 18, almost going at 300 strike rate. But don't worry. We've scored 28 off the first over. We've got a chance. And we fall 61 short. It's not a bad effort. Ellery went off like a train, 43 off 20. Ali Orr like a train. Middle order got absolutely just done for. Just disappointing. We don't win the Blast for the first time. Might even change the ratings of who the best team is around in the Blast. Yeah, deeply disappointing. Bunter's back available, so he'll come back into this team. Just wondering if we do something with the bowling. Baz the leader's not been quite as dominant this year. Mitchell Stark's been very good, obviously, and Jofra Archer's been great when he's played. Maybe I go without the leader and go with that for a bowling attack. That's a bowling attack says that, hey, I'm here to take 20 wickets. That's a team that came here with mean intentions and won by 329 runs. 384. Haynes and Orr, very good. Ellery, century. Excellent. 1,000 runs on the season in 10 games. That is going so well for him. We bowled them out really well. Critchley was 6. Ali Orr got man of the match for 131, so a 50 and a century for him, which takes him now to 6 centuries on the season. It doesn't get much better. This one was at an excellent strike rate of 114 as well. Bunter came and bunted the ball around for a 146 strike rate century. What's he averaging in Test match cricket? He's averaging 40 in Test match cricket. We've bought ourselves a stud. Ellery with a quick fire 50. We scored 340 and 50 overs as well. We just went and smashed it to give ourselves as much time as we did. And we bowled them out. 10 games down, 8 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. Looking very, very smart. 10 wicket win. The frustration from the T20 competition's boiling over. 454. Labuschagne. Hey, welcome to the season, Marnus. First century, puts his average up to 37. Ali Orr, it happens every time. Back-to-back 131s. 7 centuries from 19 innings so far. He might end up having one of the greatest seasons of all time. We bowled them out reasonably well. Sam Cook with a good 6-for, putting us in a good position to go into the Challenge Trophy. As we lose Bunter, Critchley, Ellery, Allsop, the leader, Eyre, Archer, Orr, Carlton, Garton, Milnes, Cook, Wood. Oh, who have we got left? This is a problem. Our bowling attack is so light that I'm just trying to make stuff up to give ourselves a team. So we definitely need some more depth. Batting's decimated. I was thinking about, do I play Ben Slater in the team? He was really good for us last year, average 46. He could do a job. But likewise, I feel like, do I want to give Glenn a go? They're in 5-star form. I want to give these guys a go first. Tom Haynes, you're going to captain the team because that's what you do. And the first game which we win, thanks to the bowling, Finn Hudson-Prentice 4, Ollie Robinson with 3, and rain affected, we lost an hour of the day. Carter with 48, opening the batting, giving him a different role. This Josh Bohannon signing just hasn't worked out at all. He's an exceptional player in real life, but for us, he's done nothing. We can bolster the team as well, and this might be quite key. Marnus Labuschagne is available, and Mitchell Starc is available as well. Oh, what's the conditions? It looks alright. Stark's going to come in, and he's going to come in for Curry. That's a crazy scorecard. This looks good. Oh, we scored 347. We were 3 for 8. And then Pickens and Haynes both scored a century, put on 236. The other thing I can do with this lineup, I can move Bracey up the order. Bowl them out for 293. It's fine. No one was exceptional, but you score that many runs, you're going to win most of the games you play. Duckworth Lewis won this game. We didn't. And talking of Duckworth, Duckworth bowled really well with 3 for 32. He's a key commodity in this Royal London Cup for his team last year and this year. Marnus Labuschagne, 90, looking really good. It's all about making the quarters. Get ourselves into the quarterfinals, give ourselves a chance. As we lose players to the 100, we can afford it once. Any more than this, it's getting touching cloth. It's a doozy. We score 350 and they're 322 and lose with 6 overs to go. And they were in control. 302 for 5 at one stage and then they got blown away. Atkins with a couple, Curry with a couple. Just managed to do it. Our bowling attack is quite weak. We're going up against Carvelas as well, who was in our team the last 3 seasons of the save. Carter with 90. Pickens, he scored 50 off 12 balls. That's ridiculous. That's why we were able to get up there with a decent score. But 4 for 4. I think one more win and we're in. Win another. 294 all out. Carter with a 50. It's quite needed. He's like back to back. He's starting to get a little bit of form going. And Glenn definitely needed it. Second 50 of the competition for him. Bowling pretty good. Finn Hudson-Prentice 4. Duckworth. Duckworth is so underrated as a white ball bowler. It's almost criminal. His strike rate this year is 5.36. Last year it was 5.52. It's time and time again getting it done. Again, we're just ticking over. The 3-2-1 was a bit flattering because we went off like a rocket and then it was really the bottom end of the order that gave us any meaningful score before Starc. I don't think Starc has dominated this competition like you would expect. going at a reasonable rate, only a couple of 3-wicket hauls. I would have expected better at this level of competition, but 2 games to go, looking good, top of the group. Top of the group with Ollie Robinson back in the team as well. I feel like he might come in for Stark actually, because Stark's not been that good. It does make us weaker on paper. Well, that's a hammering. They got 392. Fraser Middleton, young lad, goes and scores a 127 strike rate, 174. We went around the park. We tried to give it a go at the start. It didn't really work. Pickens just picking his way through more stats and more records. So 1 game to go. Really happy with this. We've won it. We're into the thing. Pickens with 96, but that top order. Like, what's going on there? 4 for 28. Pickens just had to work his way through life, which he did exceptionally, averaging 55 in the Blast, 78 in 1 days, and 34 in the Championship. Specimen. We're into the semi-finals for the 2nd season running. Now, when we've played in this before, all the other teams have had their best players back. Ali Orr's going to come in. He's failed every single time we've tried to do something with him. But we're still going to bring him in. Bowling-wise, Ollie Robinson is unavailable, but we do have other bowlers available. Sam Cook's available. I'm going to take that. Finn Hudson-Prentice is going at 6s, so I'm going to bring in Baz de Leader. That's a controversial change for the semi-final, and it's these sorts of changes like this that mean you constantly don't win this competition. And it's decisions like that that mean you're not in the final again. Janema Milan with 100. He took them home. The Royal London Cup continues to just be out of reach. We got 261. We were actually cruising quite nicely here. And then the middle of the innings, we just lost wickets when it mattered. People getting in, not going on, not making meaningful contributions of 50 to 100. And it's another disappointing Royal London Cup. The Championship's still going well though. Marnus with 100 and Pickens with 100. He now averages over 40 in every competition this year, with a shed load of runs in them all, except the Championship, which he's only played 2 games, but 150. He is coming of age, looks like an outstanding cricketer. We pick up the victory. We pick up the title as well with 2 games to go. Match drawn. We lost 15 minutes at the end of day 4 when we were trying to get the victory. We bowled them out for 130. Mitchell Stark had his performance of the season. You know, has he been good? 58 wickets at 26, 3 fifers. He's been good enough. He's been good enough. We got a massive score, 636 for 8. Ali Orr with another century. Century number 8. This is the biggest cheat code I've ever seen on the game. Sign Ali Orr, you'll win every game. Bracey with 100. Always happy when Bracey scores 100. He's had an exceptional season. Could get 1,000 runs. Averaged 44 last year, and I don't train him. That's the amazing thing, is I never train him because I'm always prioritising training the young players or the batters, and he's just a middle order batter, so he misses out. Interesting situation. Bunter's back, who's averaging 60 in his career. Marnus is going to get dropped for the last game of the season because Bunter is the future. He's England international already. Pollock's averaging 40, Ella is averaging 60, Bracey 60, Orr's averaging 70, Haynes 45. Like, you can't drop any of these guys. The only interesting point down the order is Baz de Leader's averaging 39, and Critchley is only averaging 20 this year, which is a massive downturn for him. But final game of the season, Nottinghamshire it will be. Most runs in a season, Ali Orr, 1612, Sussex record. Ali Orr saves his best till last. We've beaten Nottinghamshire in a massive scoring contest. They score 603. Hyamas, 18 years old, goes and scores 240. That's a knock for the ages. They smash us around. We fight back with 507. Ali Orr with a century. Bracey 98. Baz de Leader 73. We managed to bowl them out quite cheaply and then go and knock off 291 in 7 overs with that man Ali Orr scoring yet another century in his 10th of the campaign. Does mean we finish top of the Championship, the best Championship team around. 2 back-to-back competition wins for us now. the most batting points in the competition and the most bowling points. Derbyshire and Essex, former champions Essex, they won season 1. They go down. Leicestershire wooden spoon. Yorkshire win the T20 trophy. Nottinghamshire win the competition no one likes to talk about. But overall, I think that is a fine season. No surprises. Ali Orr, best player in the competition. Sam Hain, maybe you should have signed him. Shakir as well. I'm waiting for him to come on the market. He's an incredible young player, currently in the England under-19 setup. With the ball, Gilchrist, Pennington, back-to-back 80-wicket seasons. That's something to look out for. No one from our team really setting the world alight there. But just for context, Ali Orr's season is next level. And it's next level because no one scored 10 championship centuries in a season this century except Mark Rampakash's seasons where he scored 2,000 runs. All went and scored 1,734 runs. At the start of next episode, I'll do a breakdown and just show how good that is. If we look at just the championship, Bunton 912 at 70. Ellery 1,111 at 58. Pollock 320 at 45. Haynes got up to averaging 43. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the top 6 for next year are sorted. They're all young, high-class quality players. Labuschagne averaged 42. Slightly disappointing if you ask me. Bracey bagged over 1,000 runs at an average of 64. That's incredible. The leader averaging over 40 as well. With the ball for us in the championship, Stark 62 at 50. The most wickets. Didn't feel like it. Critchley 48 at 24 is incredible return for him, really. Baz Leader 31 at 40. Deeply disappointing. But overall, it's a fine season. We don't get the three-peat on the T20 trophy, but we do get the double-peat on the championship, and we still aren't good enough to get across in the Royal London Cup final. Thank you so much for watching. Next time, we're going to have a whole heap of stuff to dive into, contracts to do, signings to make, and can Ali Orr become the greatest player of all time? Season 5 of this Sussex rebuild, we are 2-time county championship winners now, after smashing the county championship, losing in the Blast final, and another semi-final defeat in the Royal London Cup. A brief look at the Triple Crown winners. No new Triple Crown winners from Season 4. Ali Orr, second time he's topped the batting charts in the County Championship. His 1,734 runs, quite incredible. Sam Cook topping the bowling averages for us. Young Pollock topping the Royal London Cup and the Blast. For a player that we weren't going to give much love to on the season, he has more than outdone himself. And confirmation, we're now a 2-time back-to-back championship winner, a 2-time Blast winner, a championship Division 2 winner as well. And a couple of things. Last episode I said Ali Orr scored 100 in both innings. I wonder if that's the first time it happened. No. In fact, using this Python code that I just developed, ninth time it's happened. Some great players on this list. Shakir, the really young player from Warwickshire, has already gone and done it and did it against us previously. But Ali Orr, wonderful achievement. Also, Ollie Robinson last episode took about 13 wickets in a game. Ran through a team. His was the 25th occasion someone's taken 5 for in the first and second innings. Overall team performance, we are still the best team across all different formats that we've played in so far. And we were the best team last year, even though we finished second in the Blast. We were the best team in the Championship, third best team in the Royal London Cup. And it does mean we still sit really, really nice. Out of all the teams that's played, our rating, particularly in the County Championship, just continues to grow. Slight dip in the Blast, but you can see with the top 1 or 2, 3 teams going around time and time again. 5 titles to our name from 144 matches. Batting charts, Ali Orr is head and shoulders above anything else going around. 2026, just another incredible year for the young man. He was by far the best player in County Championship cricket. Almost bought Sam Hain, remember that? Yeah, he was the second best batter in County Championship cricket last year. But Ali Orr's rise to dominance is incredible, and he just continuously gets better. That was his best championship season and his worst Blast season. With the ball, Sam Cook now becomes the best bowler going around in County Championship cricket. Excellent season for him. He continuously does it time and time again, and he's come into our team. He's had a little boost in the Blast as well, taking him to a top 30 player, but top 15 bowler in the world. Incredible cricketer. In terms of the 2026 season, Dylan Pennington's put on a couple of very, very exceptional seasons. 80 championship wickets in each of the last 2 seasons finds himself as the best player. Also Tom Price, last year, 5 wickets in each innings against Northants and against Warwickshire. So maybe a player that we can look out for in the future. Finances going around, so this is a view of all the finances since we started the save. We are the most successful team. This is ordered in terms of our rating system. We're the best team going around, but also spending the most amount of money, 1.2 million last year that we went and spent, and no one is getting close. 2, 3, 4 teams spending over $1 million a year. And if we look at it across 2026, we're all the way up here. Nottinghamshire's all the way up here, and Surrey, who are spending 1.063 on contracts, had a particularly poor year. Unfortunately, Gloucestershire, I don't want to say they're the pits of the save so far, but they are the worst team across all formats. In fact, I've just gone and updated their stats, and you can see how poor they are. They're bottom percentile time and time again, but are on a bit of a trajectory with the County Championship, even though there was a relegation thrown into it. Quick look at the last season, County Championship. Our batting average, again, way superior than anything else going around. Also, strike rate, very reasonable these days. Blast, we're more of a middle-of-the-pack sort of team, but that's good because our bowling always carried us in the Blast, so the batting, I feel, has come along. The strike rate is now above 140, and Royal London Cup, still exceptional, way above anything else going around. With the ball, County Championship, I do feel this is what sets us apart. Bowling economy rate and bowling strike rate are just second to none in the Championship and has been throughout. Most titles, we've now got a plethora of players with 5 titles to their name. All our players, because we're the ones winning all the competitions. However, there's 3 championships for Baz DeLeader and Max Critchley, who went and won it, I think, at Essex. And Baz DeLeader won one at Somerset. Also, I was thinking, we hammered Durham by an innings and 200 odd runs. Is that the biggest win in the competition so far? Yes, it is. The win by an innings and 276 runs is by far the highest. In fact, we've got the highest victory in the County Championship, not in the Royal London Blast. That's Nottinghamshire's 2025 team. But in the Blast, we have the biggest win as well. And the highest innings in different competitions. We scored 620 in the County Championship last year against Somerset. Strike rate of 54. Getting it done. Topping the list there. The Blast 255. We had a 240 as well in our 2024 team, which won the competition. And Royal London Cup, we're definitely not topping that. One thing I have added to this view is I've cleaned this up around batting. If we look at just the County Championship now, we can see that Ali Orr's 5,754 runs at an average of 61 is exceptional. His 22 centuries is above everyone else. We've now got percentiles per innings, so 22% of his innings equates to a century and 43% of his innings equates to a 50 or more, and that's way above anything else going around. His performance plus for the County Championship, which is a total of 100, is average for average strike rate balls per dismissal. He's 48% better. Also, it includes his batting points per game, which again is way above everything else, and also his contract and cost per run. $28 per run is pretty exceptional. And I do think we've got quite a few contracts to go through here. Oh, yes, we do. So Pollock is going to get a new contract based on his excellent performance in the Blast and Royal London Cup. 3 years at 23,000 is a steal. Ellery has started to come of age. If we look at the 2026 season, in fact, if we have a look across the last 2 seasons, you see Ellery is averaging 58 in the County Championship and only 23 years old. That's an exceptional player. 58,000, he's worth 3 years. James Bracey does it time and time again for us the last few years. He's the guy that doesn't get the training, which is quite amazing, but averages 53 in the middle of the order, a 134 Performance Plus County Championship rating. He is worth 3 years. That will take him up to being 32 years old. Max Critchley has been exceptional. Averaged 25 with the bat the last couple of years, but with the ball, he gives us quite a lot. 134 wickets, that's just all competitions. He gives us 93 wickets at 25, a 120 Performance Plus County Championship rating for bowlers, so that's done across strike rate, economy rate and average for the games that they for the seasons that they played in. Just exceptional player, worth his weight in gold, gives us great balance, and he only wants 46 grand. Baz Delida has been brilliant for us as well. He's going to get 3 years. Delida with the ball in the Championship averages 45. But again, it's all about the balance that you provide. And Baz Delida is averaging 38 with the bat. Josh Bohannon wants 41,000. Josh Bohannon has not been a good signing for us. 9 games in the Championship, he's averaged 33 across the last few years. In the Royal London Cup, you can't say it's been a box of roses either. Averaged 23, and I don't think we've given him a game in the Blast. So overall, you could look at it and say that is a really disappointing signing. His Performance Plus is bang on the season, top 6, Championship average strike rate and balls per dismissal. I'm not sure whether I'm going to give him a contract. I'm not going to give Clark a contract. I think Ben Slater's been a good signing. He's not done a lot in the Championship. He only averaged 27. But the Royal London Cup, he's averaged 46 from 9 games. Didn't play so much last year. In fact, hardly played a game at all. And did reasonably well in the Blast. Slightly below the Blast average for top 6 players. But we do need players in the team. So I feel like I'm going to keep one. I'm going to give Ben Slater a 1-year deal. Finn Hudson-Prentice gets a contract. Why wouldn't you? He's been consistent for us throughout. Archie Lenham, good young player. Hopefully we'll get some cricket at some stage. Jack Carlson as a backup spinner is worth a couple of years to us. Atkins is an interesting one because we actually gave him some cricket. We gave him 7 games where he averaged 45. I actually felt like he was better than that. Was it the Royal London Cup? Yeah, it was the Royal London Cup. He averaged 46. Not so much the best performance, but we do... 30 grand may be a little bit excessive. Luke Wood also didn't get a great deal of game time last year. He's a backup. His economy of 11. I think I'm going to move on from Luke Wood. I'm going to move on from Atkins. 30 grand, backup. I'll give him a year. Curry's only 23 grand. I'll give him another year. We're just building out squad players. Tim L. Mills has dropped down. He only wants $48,500 a year now. Obviously, only plays in the Blast, where he's got an economy of 7.73. 8.35. Oh, do you, don't you? What was his 2026 record like? Yeah, I was going to say, we didn't really play him a lot. 6 games, economy of 9. Might be overvalued. We're not going to give Marnus another year. I don't think Marnus has done enough, actually, in the Roland, in the County Championship. Average 42 or 112 strike rate. I feel there's probably better players for us to purchase. Carter as a backup keeper, I'm just going to give a year. Just keep him on the books. Good young player. And Murphy came through the youth academy. I am going to give Murphy a contract. I'll give him 3 years as a young lad, see what he's got. We're going to say bye to Bohannon, bye to Labuschagne, bye to Clark, bye to Luke Wood, bye to Mills, bye to Stark. I may be biting off more than I should here, but we've just spent $500,000 on contracts, and the squad size needs to be 23. We've currently got 25. We've got almost 300,000 to play with. In the first place, you always look is the youth section to see if there's anything exceptional that's kind of popping out. Suknan's quite interesting, 26,000. Not played any cricket, but averages 54. And with the ball, there's nothing that's really... You're after one like we got with Bunter last year, just trying to get one guy that you're like, wow, this guy's pretty exceptional. This could be a good signing. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is available. TKC, 370 runs in the Blast last year, 457 the year before. A massive strike rate. He's a strike rate monster, really. What does he look like? A 158 strike rate over the last 2 seasons. An average of 24. He's got a Blast. He's got a 105 Blast record. Possibly not quite as good as I thought. And he's 32, so I might come back to that. 2 interesting bowlers up for grabs. There's Cohen and Crane. Crane, obviously a spinner. I've just given a contract out, but he's gone back-to-back like 69, 70 wicket seasons. Royal London Cup, doesn't play. But in the Blast, 8.3 economy rate, 8.67, pretty reasonable. Cohen, you get the added benefit of him playing the Royal London Cup. Taking maybe for our team as a whole. Dan Douthwaite's an interesting one because normally he comes with an excellent strike rate in the game as a bowler. but hugely expensive with the ball. There's not really a lot that I'm looking at that I go, that's very good. And we don't need heaps of pieces, really, because our bowling attack's already sturdy. We just need a replacement, maybe for Marnus, if we wanted to. Ben Slater's stayed. A fair decision for how he's performed. Josh Bohannon's now left us. So it's whether we bring in... Timo Mills has left. So it's whether we bring in... And Luke Wood's left. So we could do with some backup bowling for the Blast. And maybe an overseas player for the Championship. And this could be a signing. Marco Jansen is available. 26 years old. He's available 98% of the time. And his record is generally exceptional on the game. Already 109 Test match wickets at an average of 25. Would he play multi-formats? Yeah, done. I don't even need to think about that twice. We've just potentially brought in the best left-arm seamer in the game. So the question comes, where are you going to spend the money? There's no youth players. Is there a high-class T20 player that, or T20 record sort of player that we could bring in that's just... Prithee, sure. Please don't be at India. He is with India. Shaheen Shah Afridi is available. So 2 signings. Left arm seamer, Marco Jansen. Left arm seamer, Shaheen Shah Afridi. What have I done? Just checking in on the youth to see if there's any more updates. Sometimes you get some players come through later on. You're just looking for someone that stands out from the rest. There's not massively anyone that's doing that. 70 average for Lee. That in itself is just worth a little look. Our Hucknall player from the other year, he's there, 25,000, not really worth a look. Okay, so after the first week, you get some new players come in. We need to take serious consideration around this. Bowling, we've already made a bed. We're going to lie in it. But batting, there's been a guy that I've called out a few times in the series so far as being exceptional. And that is young Toby Elbert. He's lost his contract. And this could be the signing of the century. Alright, I sometimes go a little bit too far. But one of the best players on the game. 2,143 runs in the last 2 years in the Championship. If we look at it overall, the second most amount of runs. 13 centuries to his name. A 123 performance plus rating. He's exceptional. Batting ranks. Second best player in the competition time and time again. 2026 season, slight downturn in campaign, but a player, a genuine high-class player. I've been on the lookout for him coming free. I'm going all in. Surrey's in fact offering contract, but he obviously wanted to test the market. He's testing the market. He's testing my pockets. Another player that's available that is worth a look at would be Johnny Bairstow, 37 years old. I'll give him a year, but T20? Royal London Cup? Yes, thank you. A. Lee's signed. Albert's signed. And Bairstow stayed at Yorkshire. I'm going to close proceedings. We've got 78 grand in the back pocket. I feel reasonably happy with that. Marco Jansen and Bunter's playing in the Indian 20 League. That's amazing. He's in the IPL. Ali Orr just ticking away at his batting technique. It does mean... Are we a better team than what we was last year? I don't know. It does mean we've got a team stacked with openers. It wanted us to play Ayr and it wanted us to play Glenn. I've kind of gone away from that. Albert's coming in. With the ball, it does mean George Garden somehow misses out again. Finn Hudson-Prentice misses out. Jofra Archer misses out. Marco Jansen's away. So, new Championship season going up against Nottinghamshire, who are one of the big spenders in the County Championship out of everyone, if we look at this across all the years. Across who has spent the most money in the competitions, it is Nottinghamshire, has spent over $1 million every single year. We're the third highest paying team going around, but also the best team going around. Don't forget about that, Notts. We are coming for you. And we're off to a start. A 10-wicket start to the season. We go big. Ali Orr, just impeccable. 110 off 154 balls. 2 sixes. Edges directly behind the wicket, but just a player, just a genuine player. He's also been called up to the one-day team during the winter, 7 internationals to his name, an average of 54. Just best player in the game so far. James Bracey with 100, Albert with 47 on debut. He had a really important partnership actually with Paul Pollock, who may have played his first first class game for us. No, he played 4 last year. Really important knock. It was overcast. It was doing a bit. They batted really well. And then our bowling attack was great. Robinson with a 6. Critchley with a 3. 10 wicket victory. Hampshire and Northants, the 2 promoted teams as well. Match drawn against Durham. They, to be fair, played really well in this and tied us down. We couldn't get going. Ali Orr with another 50. But a 45 strike rate is very un-Ali Orr-like. Albert, he started the campaign pretty well. Runs, 47, 91, 59 not out. Looking really, really good. Just consistent performance throughout, but none of them, we weren't able to get hold of any of them. Again, they chewed up a whole bunch of time. Batted 90 overs. Shine Afridi with a 5. We tried to force the game along, going at just about 4.5 and over. Albert with a quick fire 50. Tom Haynes with a 50. And we just didn't leave ourselves enough overs to bowl them out. Brigadier block, Lees, Reardon, Ben Stokes with a decent knock. But draw, points are points on the board. Looking good from 2. Oh, this is interesting. So Bunter's gone on international duty. Now he's back from the IPL. Robbo's on. And Jack Carlson, he's not played for us. He's not played for us at all. He's now England's first choice spinner. It does mean Robinson's out and Jofra Archer will be in. A good replacement if you ask me. But Bunter, how are you doing with your career? Averaging 54, 2 centuries to his name. He's not going to play for us. We signed him at 18. But I'd be surprised if we even got 100 games out of him. We've got to win in the most incredible fashion. We've just knocked off 195 in 33 overs. Tom Haynes went bizarre. He went just balls to the wall. 92 off 88. Excellent performance. Everyone else chipping in a game that was just difficult. Jofra Archer came in and he did really well. 7 wickets. Very fine performance. A 5 for Sam Cook. Dom Sibley continues to frustrate us in all formats. We just managed to get across the line. It wasn't outstanding, but you don't have to be outstanding every week. That's a funky game. Dan Douthwaite almost signed, thought about signing. Talks about his strike rate. He goes and scores 100 against us. We go big, 602 for 8. Haynes, 251. Strike rate is 73. Exceptional. And Albert, what a signing he is. We've identified him through our data analysis. And we've found him and he's gone and scored 100. That's an excellent start to the campaign. His first century. He's averaging 112. 4 scores of 50 above from 6 innings. Brilliant. The partnership was 416. And then Pickens with Padrash has just stood there all this time waiting to get a bat. And then got out third ball. They had another bat. Jack Haynes scored a double 100. Not the first time he scored 100 against us in his campaign. It was just a batting sort of wicket. It's the year of going big. We've not had many double tons, but we've just got our 3rd double ton of the season. Pickens goes... I call him Pickens. It's Pollock. He goes massive. Scores 244 off 403 deliveries. Ticking along nicely. Then just had this audacity to go massive. Quite the career he's setting up for himself. 2 centuries, an average of 56 from his first few games. Also a century for Albert thrown into the mixer. That's just a start to your campaign. And bowling was efficient. We get the win. So is Jack Carlson... No, he didn't play. But to be called up to the Test match arena is obviously highly thought of. Team's ticking along quite nice at the moment. Concerns, Baz de Leader's bowling average continues to be pretty high. Shine Afridi averaging 40 with the ball. That's a little on the large side. And Ellery with the bat. Not getting it done at all. Really not getting it done. Looking really, really poor. Not scoring fast. Not scoring runs. Thought about making the change to someone like an Ayre or a Carter or someone like that. But I'm going to stick with it. It's a win against Yorkshire. It's a win against old pals. Josh Bohannon got out to Shine Afridi for not very many. Sam Cook rolled through them with 6 for 41. But Bohannon fought back with a 64 in the second innings. Good performance. We didn't really score any runs. Ali Orr with 70 was all we had to go for it. And Albert with 50 not out. But 20 points is 20 points. Pickens goes and improves a bit of batting. And for the first time, I thought we were going to have Bunter available. Bunter's not available going into the 20 over competition. Critchley, Hudson, Prentice, Cook, Archer, Afridi. Need a bit more from Shine-Shore Afridi. Very disappointed with what we've got from him so far. Batting lineup, there is going to be a change here, but that is not the lineup we're going with. Albert's going to come in and open alongside Ali or Tom Haynes. We moved down the order last time and pretty happy with that. Pollock was ultra consistent in the middle, and Ayres going to come in as well. Does mean the team from last year, Ella is not opening. He had a 145 strike rate, but only averaged 13. Well, that's an average start to the competition. Last year we really struggled. Somehow made the final. This time 145 not out. We lose by 7. We win. We win by 7 runs. Ali Orr with 89 leading the way, getting it done for us. And with the ball, Shine-Shore Afridi, welcome to the season. 4 wickets, top 4 players, all gone early doors. Pickens gets an improvement to his batting technique. Good to see. His air, I'm actually going to change. And I want him to be more aggressive. So we're going to work on boundary hitting. Same with Albert. I'm going to change it. Boundary hitting. Pollock, he's such a good player. Just let the kid bat. And we find a little bit of decimation going on. Shine-Shore Afridi is not available. So George Garton's going to come in. And then I'm just going to look at the conditions. Playing at home. There's a bit of spin in the air. I just wonder if we go with Duckworth as well. Or we try and Ollie Robinson. We've got Baz DeLeader. We know DeLeader's expensive. I think I'm going to go with Robinson. Risk it for a biscuit. Do it for a chewit. And see how we go. Bunter's available. Now, I don't know if Bunter's a good T20 player, but he is playing T20 cricket for England with a T20 century to his name. So, Bunter, come and have a bat at 3, son. Okay, we cruise home. A few changes. Bunter, 42, not out. And Ollie Robinson, 4 for 21. Playing his first blast game, I think, since we started the save. Blast 1 on... yeah, just 1. That's it. That's all he's got to his name, but it's a good one. We lose by 6 wickets. We just scored 200, thanks to Albert scoring 70 at a strike rate of 200. But James Vince just plundered 114 off 60 deliveries. Lots of LBWs, lots of catchable shots, lots of played and missed, but take your chances, sometimes they pay off. I'm going to make a controversial change here, I think. Hudson Prentice is going around the park. I'm thinking about going with 2 spinners. It used to work many moons ago, but I don't think it's worked for a long time on the game, but we're going to give it a try. That's a knock. We've knocked off 180 for 3. Albert with another 50. Pickens with another 50. Yeah, it's a poor start, but the man's consistent. 2 spinners, did it work? Well, we did let them get a lot of runs, and Sam Cook and George Garton were the best 2 bowlers, so maybe didn't quite work. Ali Orr, 50 off 14 balls. As we knock 92 off in 8.5 overs. What a performance. Wickets spread around as well. It was just a consistent barrage of wickets. 4 for 2. That's, you win twice as many as you lose, you're going to go through. That's another victory. We bowled them out for 162. Bowl them out is key, because they were actually going really good here. 2 for 69, looking really good. Holden smashing it to all parts. And then Critchley with some wickets. Robbo with some wickets. Ali Orr with 40 off 10 with 6 sixes. Just batting him on the maximum aggression. Another win. Only just with 4 balls to go. We smash it out the park right at the end. It literally went down to the wire. 6-1-6. Somehow get across the line. Batting super aggressive has ruined Albert. I think I just need to drop him down, and Ali Orr didn't quite perform the same, but just a good bowling performance again. We've won this competition based on bowling every time we've done it, and if our bowlers are performing like this, we might just do it again. It's an unconvincing win. There's a few of these scrappy sort of wins. I thought we had a better team than this. Ali Orr scores a ton. I think that's his first one of the season. Yeah, he's averaging... second. Got one first game, but... we scrape across the line, chasing 1-3-3. Good bowling performance. Ollie Robinson with 5. Matt Critchley with 5. Great county championship team, aren't we? Back to winning ways in the blast as well. Bowl them out for 136 and 137-3 with Ali Orr 68 not out. Air goes and improves his aggressive batting. I love that. Can't get a place for him in this team. Ali Orr's going at a 181 strike rate, averaging 47 this year. That is literally ridiculous. That's a knock. That's a knot. George Bucknell, I see you with a 173 strike rate getting it done. 8 played and missed, 4 catchable shots, 113. They pick up the win. 4 games to go. We're second. Looking good. Oh, how have we done that? We were bowled out for 135. We're getting nothing from this middle order, by the way. But they were cruising, and then we just started picking away. Garton, Robinson and Cook all with 3. All bowling exceptionally. We win by 1 run. I'm thinking about a change. I'm thinking about giving Air just 1 innings. 1 innings at number 4. We lose by 30. We didn't bowl very well. 14 off 16 for Air. The experiment's over. I've put faith in him multiple times and it just hasn't paid off. But back to some first class cricket without Ollie Robinson's 34 wickets at 20 odd. But in a nice surprise, Bunter's available, who can come in and bat at 3. And Jofra Archer can come in for Robinson. Shine Afridi and Marco Jansen are available. I'm going to give Marco Jansen a run out. It's a mauling, let's be honest. 504 for 9. Haynes with a ton, runs down the order. Ali Orr with 50. Bracey 50. DeLeader 50. And Critchley takes 9 in the game. We're top by 50 points. And Sam Cook and Bracey are both out injured. That is... oh no. Pickens improves his batting. He's got something about him, that lad. So we're a bit decimated going into this game. Brace is out. Now, logically, we've got some options here. I'm going to start with the Sam Cook concoction. Shine Afridi is available. That made that pretty easy to do. Critchley can move up 1. Garton can move up 1. And we've got Jansen and Afridi and Ali Orr can keep wicket. Are we putting too much on Ali Orr? We're soon going to find out. We've dropped down to a 4-star and a bit team now. It does give us more seam bowling options with all 5 seamers being used, and we still had Critchley on the bench. And that's just a really good all-round performance. It worked. We cruised home. Albert with 35 off 16. Haynes back at the top of the order, getting it done. And number 3's going. Bunter is on international duty, called up once again by England. Does beg the question, what do we do? I think Albert moves up 1. Ella is the guy, isn't he? He's a very aggressive batter. We've given him a 3-year deal. Come and play like a 3-year player. And it finishes match abandoned as we bowl them out for 118. 5 seamers. 5 seamers again, it done. Shine Afridi, we're just starting to see the best out of him now. Strike rate of 10 in the blast for us. It's going to be enough to put us through, which is great. Good for us. And it'll be Yorkshire in the quarterfinals. Yorkshire, who finished in the north 3rd. But that's a strong, like 18, 18, 18, 18. That is really tight. We were 19 points, so they're a good team. They also won it last time around and absolutely butchered it as in the final. So, payback time. Bunter's still out. Cook's out, Robinson's out. So no change to the team. I think overall I'm happy with how things look. Interested to see how Ellery goes. In fact, we'll leave it as it is. But the bowling attack's going well. Shine Afridi, excellent. 9 wickets at 11. 6.44 economy rate. It's why I bought you in and you'll be on the thumbnail. Payback. 127 all that. Huge overcast conditions, but this 5-seamer attack, not playing I am playing a spinner, but not bowling a spinner, is working. Afridi with 3, Jansen with 3. The left arm was getting it done. I tried to bat these guys aggressive. We were 4 down for 26. I'm thinking, oh no, it's happening again. But Ellery steadies the ship. He's come in, he's worked on his game, he's improved his boundary hitting, his aggression, and it's a meaningful contribution taking us into finals day. We've got to make similar changes to the championship team because we've got injuries all around. So Afridi and Jansen will both play. Ayer's going to bat at number 3. I think I might move him down to number 4. And I'm going to give Glenn a run out. Ali Orr's going to keep wicket. Why ruin the best player in the team by having him keep wicket? I just am. I'm not going to make him captain. You can't do it all, son. You can't carry the team. But Jansen, Archer, Afridi, the leader, Critchley as the bowling attack. It's another championship win. Albert, it's another championship 100. Incredible season, 950 runs at an average of 79. What a signing that player is. It's what Dada does for your game. Ali Orr with 70. Air with 38 not out to take us home. Good performance from all the seamers. Looking good. Championship, it's a given. What's not a given is finals day. Don't feel like we're going to make any changes. Ellery is looking good in that. Bunter's available. The Buntsman. It's got to be the Buntsman. He's one of the best players on the game. With the ball, any changes to make Baz the leader. 5.89 economy rate from 9 overs. He's only bowled 9 overs, but that's incredible. Robinson and Cook both available. I'm going to bring Sam Cook in for Baz the leader. That's going to be the change. So we've got our 5-seam attack plus Critchley as the spinner. We're a 5-star rated team, bowling first in the semis against Northants. I don't feel our batters are in great form, but our bowlers are phenomenal. Shaheen Shah Afridi was 6 for 14. The man's an absolute machine. He's an absolute weapon on this game. And he has just ransacked them for 6 for 14. 18 wickets at 8 at a strike rate of 8 this campaign. It's a campaign for the ages, as we will go up against Kent in the final. No changes to the lineup. We've got to deal with Bucknell, who's just scored a big 100 against us. As Zach Crawley's in their lineup as well. We're going to bowl first because that's what's working for us at the moment. 3-time blast winners. They get 171. Match Critchley with 1 for 32. Things didn't quite work out for Sam Cook, so we had a spinner that we could revert back to. 3 for Jansen from 18 overs. Great performance from him. He's actually been cheekily under the radar. Exceptional. Can we do it on just the current competition? He has been exceptional. I know he has. I'll pull out his stats in a minute. But we got home. Orr and Haynes, 50 apiece. Albert with 47. We are now a 3-time blast winner. Player of the competition, Will Smead with the most runs. Ali Orr with 555. So he had a downturn last year, but he's come back really strong. 188 strike rate's ridiculous. Average of 39. Great performance from him. No one else really from our team in that top echelon. But with the ball, there's always the ball when it comes through. Mason Crane, I missed out on that signing. That's probably a big one. I should have kind of done a little bit more to try and get him. Ollie Robinson, 22 wickets at 15. That's a good performance. Sam Cook, 20 wickets at 15 as well. That's a good performance. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 18 wickets at 9 with a strike rate of 9. Didn't play that many games. Potentially player of the tournament. Making an interesting change here. 80,000 a year. Baz the leader dropping to the bench in the championship. Going with Sam Cook. So we've got a strong bowler in the lineup. Championship cricket. It's what we do. It's what we do well. Seamers spreading around the wickets. 4 for Jofra Archer, 3 for Jansen. And a 4 in the second innings for Jansen as well. 3 for Cook. Just chips away nicely. Tom Haynes goes big. 153. He's possibly having his best campaign, maybe ever, but maybe since the first season of the game we played. 80 for Albert. Just enough to get us through. Another good performance. 1-8 drew 2. And a bit of Royal London Cup time. The one that's eluded us this whole time. Critchley, Allsop, De Leader, Eyre, Albert, Bunter, Archer, Orr, Carson, Garton, Cook, all selected for the 100. What have we even got left? Now, if you look at this team, you should go, that bowling lineup should be too good for most teams going around. Marco Jansen, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Ollie Robinson, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ducky Boy. Batting lineup may be a little to be desired, but what can you do when everyone's out? We have got some new young players that have come through. We've got Bull come through. We've got Lee, who we signed last year. And with the ball, we've also got London, who's an off-spinner who we've just signed. But I think this is what we'll start with. Get some momentum. We're a 5-star team. That's ridiculous. And it's probably an easy win. We win by 137. Ben Slater, we signed him to that 1-year deal. He's had a couple of incremental 1-year deals. He was good in the Royal London Cup first year, didn't play second year, and goes and scores 100 third year. And Shaheen Shah Afridi has left us. Oh no, don't leave us in the lurch, Shaheen. Why would you do that? Last year, Curry was reasonably good. So Curry's going to be the guy that's going to come in. That's how it works in the Royal London Cup. Who have you got left that can play? We've lost by 3 runs. I can't believe we've done it. Ben Slater scored back-to-back hundreds in the Royal London Cup. But we've lost by 3 runs. We just couldn't get across the line. We got blown away towards the back end. New Zealand go and win the Test Championship. Good effort from them. Second time they've won it. We've been spanked by Durham 2-6-7. We were 5 for 59. Top order's not looking very flashy at the moment. Win on DRS. Bracey with 80. Other than that, top order still average. And this is the moving point. We've got to be better than this. We're 4 games down. We're 2 for 2. We've got to start winning games. Ollie Robinson is being so expensive as well. But there's no one. Everyone's away. That's a knock. Ben Slater, 119 not out. I'm so glad I signed him to another year deal. Look at his form in second 11 cricket. And then he's continued it into the Royal London Cup. Superb. And Glenn with a ton. Oh, he's gone and done it. Glenny boy. First Royal London Cup century for him. He's got 1 first-class century from a couple of seasons ago. But 3 for 2, it's tight. There's nothing between the teams. 34-run victory. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 2 for 44. 54 with the bat. Top order, just chipping in again. Not a lot to it, but the bowling attack just good enough. Puts us 2 points clear with 2 to go. It's a good win. Ollie Robinson's found his feet, 6 for 36, starting to get a bit of form. And Scotty Carter with his first ton. Single digit scores all round. 2 really good scores to go alongside it. Wow. We knock off 3-4-2. Scotty Carter going big, 140 not out. Coming of age, averaging 40 in championship cricket, 40 in one-day cricket. Getting it done. Puts us through to the next stage. Second place finish. Does mean we've got a bit of quarterfinal action against Leicester. It's a quarterfinal. We've made it through every time, but we've never been able to make it past the semis. Tom Haynes with 110 off 100 balls. No one else adding anything to the equation. And they get it done. Just walk it home. Nice and easy. 269. 4 and a bit overs to go. Gutted. We're going to have 3 championships to a name. We'll have 3 championships to a name, 3 blasts and no Royal London Cups. Most of the team are away for the championship as well, so Carter's going to come in for a game. Feels like he's earned it after a little bit of form that he's been in. Bobby Brace is available again. Albert's injured. Archer's away. What have we got? We've got Ollie Robinson back available. And for the spin, we're going to need it. It's going to be Duckworth. I'm not sure about this. Match drawn. Can't really do much about it. It was a flat deck. We bowled really well. Bowled them out for 114. Marco Jansen with 5. Glenn got 100 as well. That's really nice to see. That's his first championship 100 of the year. But yeah, just like the firepower. Really needed a spinner when it got down to a turning deck on day 5 and didn't have one. The Royal London Cup still is just out of reach, but we are 3-time blast winners. Into season 6 we go on this county cricket rebuild as Sussex. We are in an incredible state. We are 3-time county championship winners. The Royal London Cup continues to avoid us, and we are a 2-time blast winner. Correction, 3-time championship, 3-time T20 blast winner. Tom Haynes won 2 of the 3 of the Triple Crown of batters in the county championship last year. Marco Jansen took out the bowling award for bowling average. And our team is continuously changing with Marnus Labuschagne gone, Shahinshah Afridi gone. We continue to build a team that looks to win the treble. To do so, we've added more stats into the game than ever before. We have every Test match, T20 International, 100 campaign and ODI since the save began. With Harry Brook with his 3,915 runs being the most in Test match cricket. But there's one international star I've got my name on, and that is T. Hiradoy, who is a Bangladeshi international who is averaging 58 in Test match cricket, 39 in one-dayers, and a strike rate of 136, average of 28 in T20 internationals. If I can get him as an international signing, I'm going to be very happy. And also, for the first time, it means that Ali Orr in this feud doesn't have the most runs in the save. His 11,000 runs with 28 centuries is not the most. The signing of Albert last year was a very, very good one, where he averaged 71.76 with his 3rd 1,000-run season since the save began. Tom Haynes had a record season for us with 1,615 runs. But the batting did leave a bit to be desired at times. Pickens only averaged 40, which is still pretty good, but only 637 runs. James Bracey was good, but we struggled to nail down who's going to bat in this order. Bunter's only available every so often because of international duty, of which he has been exceptional so far. Glenn averaged 47 with a century his name, but fell away. Ellery was really poor, so we do have a batting lineup up for grabs. I think the biggest question is, how do we improve our Royal London Cup team? And some of these young players did okay last year. Slater and Haynes, very good. Carter and Glenn. Carter was superb with his 2 centuries. James Brace is around, but it feels that we need another middle order player that can play in that format. And if you're wondering who's got the most wickets since we started the game, Finch from Worcester. He has been exceptional. Exceptional in the Championship. His 253 wickets have come at 25. And in the Test match arena, he's got 148 wickets to his name since the save began. And the first thing we do, as always, is contracts. England job, you can wait another year, I'll be there. What contracts have we got for grabs? Who are we going to sign? Tom Haynes is an absolute given at 28 years old, available year on year. He's going up to 66 grand a year. We can afford that. That's okay. Ben Slater I've given a 1-year deal to every year and he's performed. He's going to get the same. Glenn's worth a 3-year deal. Ayre is worth a 3-year deal as well. 2 very, very good young players. We do always need to make sure we've got enough players to fill the gaps when it comes to the Royal London Cup. Duckworth has been extremely economical. He's going up from 28 grand to 45 grand, but he's going to be worth it. Curry averaged 29 in the Royal London Cup, and he's going down in salary, so I'm all over that. We're going to give Carter a little extension, keep a backup keeper involved. Tom Alsop can have another year. Aitkins will give a year. We've always got money at this club. That's one thing we're very good at. And youth-wise, we've got the Bull. 71 average last year in 3-day competition. And we've got... But I actually think I'm going to give both of these a contract. That average of 133 wickets at an average of 23 is very, very reasonable. And it's going to mean we've got about 180 grand when everything is said and done. Janssen and Afridi not available a great deal next year. First things first, check the youth market. See what's out there. See if there's anything that's taking your fancy. And there's a few players that look like they might be exceptional. Hucknall's still there from our Year 3 youth team. Has he got any cricket? No, he's not signed for anyone. He's still just on the market waiting to be signed. But Tor looks a very good player, averaging 60 at 22 years of age, but does count as an overseas player, so that's to go against him. Bradley's averaging 61.54 with a 67 strike rate in the 3-day game. Averages 53. Oh, yeah. Look at that, 147 strike rate, an average of 48. Matt Bradley, I'm signing you at all costs. Also, look at Chowdhury, a 5.85 economy rate in the T20 competitions he's played in. Averages 80. He looks a superstar. He's Australian, but he's on the youth market. Does that mean he can grow to be English eligible? And I think that's all we're going to do for the moment. Ben Compton would be a good signing. Slightly older now, but could still get it done. Vasconcelos, loved the player in real life, but averaging 21 is kind of where he's at. He's a good player for the Royal London Cup. And there's no bowlers. But the Royal London Cup is something we've got to win. Matt Milnes is available. Ben Code is available, but he plays in the 100. Dom Bess has been brilliant on this save. It was a 62 grand for T. Burton, who, if we take a look at, has played for 2 teams, batted 35 times. Played for Nottinghamshire, 921 runs at 29. It's not that great, is it? I do feel having overseas players that can fill in for you in the Royal London Cup is imperative as well. And is Steve Smith still playing international cricket? Well, in 2027, he didn't play for Australia. Test match cricket, he's not played since 2020. There's a chance he's not, and he's available most of the season. I think Steve Smith would be a hell of a signing. Pat Cummins is available. Just the 548 wickets at 27. Test match cricket, he's been slightly on the decline, but he is getting older. So maybe What about the County Championship? He played for Hampshire, 32 wickets at 30. Has he played any Royal London Cup? He has. Those numbers don't quite stack up with what you would expect from Pat Cummins. That's quite a surprise. There's a guy here called K. Brown, who I don't know anything about. Kelvin Brown of Western Australia and Australia. 23 years old, 329 wickets at 24. One day competition, very good. Economy rate, good. Blast, maybe slightly expensive. But Royal London Cup wise, he's played for Gloucestershire on 3 occasions, taken wickets, gone at under 5s, which is a decent 5.36 record. He's played one day international cricket with an economy rate of 5.44. He's played T20 international cricket with an economy of 8.35. Played in the Blast. I know he's been doing it at Gloucestershire, but the thing you don't understand about Gloucestershire and how poor they've been is actually in the Royal London Cup, they've actually been a reasonably good team. If we really want to get in depth, what we need to look at is Royal London Cup for overseas players only. And Pramnik has been the best for Hampshire. He's got the most wickets, 6 at 52 last year. Feels like it's the odd one out because he's been reasonable throughout his campaign. Clark's played for 3 different teams. Very reasonable performances all throughout. Verma, 27 wickets for Essex. What we wouldn't give to have a bit of that in our life. He's only available 65% of the time. That's the problem you get with some of these players. Marco Janssen was exceptional. Rashid Khan could be available. I'm going left field. I'm going for potentially a game changer, and that is Wian Mulder. Excellent with bat and ball. No, you're not, because you've not got money. Which changes things. We've only got 68 grand to spend. This guy looks quite intriguing. A.A. Carter. Andy A. Carter. 13 wickets in the Championship. 36 in the Blast. 39 at 33. Played in all competitions. I feel something like that is a good signing to make. A consistent signing to make with generally what our philosophy has been. Knots are in on the deal for him, so let's see if we can bag him up. Carter doesn't want to sign. The only other player that piques my interest around the Royal London Cup will be Delray Rawlins, who we let go a few years ago. He's played for Bermuda, never played for us, but he's had 3 years at Leicester, where in the Royal London Cup he's got a 5.30 economy rate with 47 wickets. And he can bat a bit. In the Royal London Cup he's averaging 16. It is only a bit, but I feel that's probably quite an astute signing, getting someone that can play multi-format, which is important to us. Bunter's playing in the Indian T20 League and T London is out for 12 days. First game of the season, we're going up against Worcester. And I think we're going with quite a different team to what I expected. Haynes and Alior at the top, as you would expect. Steve Smith is going to bat 3. Bradley, who we've just signed, has been put into this team. Now, he's on a monstrous contract. No, 25 grand a year, but we're going to give him a shot, see how he goes. Ellery, who was pretty good last year, average 42. Albert, who's been great for us, he's going to play. Then the big changes, we've got Baz de Leader on about 85 grand and Matt Critchley both on the bench. Jack Carlson, it keeps telling us to pick Jack Carlson. He's played for England, he's had a test match for England. So there's something there that we're going to try. Sam Cook, Ollie Robinson, and then Chowdhury, this real young guy that we've got, 22 years old, never played first class cricket, which does give me some concern. So I think what I'm going to do is play Jofra Archer instead. And that's the team we're going with. And we start off with a match drawn. And it's not a surprise, because this Worcestershire team is incredible. And the reason for saying that, Finch is their opening bowler, who in the County Championship has been incredible. Averages 25, but he's got the most wickets overall on the game since it started. And if we look at wickets over the last 2 seasons, just in the County Championship, you'll find that Dylan Pennington is there with 133 wickets, an 83 wicket season and a 50 wicket season. And if you go back one more year, he's got the second most amount of wickets going. So this was going to be hard. And they bowled well, but we made amends. We were behind the game, but Ellery played possibly the best innings that he's played on the save so far. He's got 7 centuries and averages 55, but this was really meaningful because the game was on the line. We managed to just get enough runs but didn't have enough time to bowl them out. I've decided I'm not happy with the Carlson inclusion. I prefer Critchley in the extra batting. Also interesting that George Garton's playing for us because over the last year he's played 3 games. We thrashed them. 503 for 9, we go big. Albert, 148. That is a hell of a knock. He's been an incredible player on the game. 3rd most amount of runs in county championship since we started the save, averaging 50, 17 centuries to his name. And you got to say, he was pretty good for us last year. 1,220 runs at an average of 71 with 4 centuries. He's just gone and scored his 1st century. Steve Smith with a century for us as well. If we look at Steve Smith, his career is kind of petering out. His test match average has dropped down over the last few years, but county form is staying strong. And they were no match. We bowled them out for 197 and 321 to give ourselves a 10-wicket victory. If you look at guys with the most amount of runs as an opener since we started the game, you'll find James Walton here, who has gone on, performed well in county championship cricket and has scored scored over 2,500 test match runs at an average of 35. Excellent player. We had an opportunity to sign him, didn't do it, and his test form keeps getting better. So today against Yorkshire, with Brook and Root in the team, it's going to be hard. Josh Bohannon's there. Hi Josh, remember when I sacked you? And we thrash Yorkshire. Good performance really. James Walton was 74. Didn't get a lot from Josh Bohannon, 36 and 0 to his name. We did enough. 566 was a good score. Steve Smith goes and scores his 2nd century of the campaign. Ellery went and bagged 185. Again, fine performance. 2nd century of the season for him. Albert tried to get to 100, but he couldn't quite make it. But wickets all around. Share between the seamers really. Cook with 5. Robinson with 5. Jack Carlson, Ollie Robinson and Bunter goes on international duty. Carlson's an incredible one because I'm still not playing him. And are we going to try Chowdhury or am I going to go with... I'm going to go with Big Baz the leader. We've got batting for days. I should have gone with the extra high quality bowler. 10-wicket victory over Notts. Get them for 306. George Garton was really good in this game. Ali Orr and Tom Haynes with 100. Matt Critchley with 100. That's what you love to see. Great signing for us. Averaged 26 last year, 21 the year before. Okay, maybe it's not been that good, but he has taken wickets, bowled really well, and we'll win again. So good times. Ellery improves his batting technique. Bradley's holding his own in the middle of the order. He's not set the world alight just yet. An 88 to his name, so I feel like we might make a change there. It's either Pollock or Glenn. I think it's going to be Pollock. Pollock's going to come in and bat in the 4-hole. Match drawn against Essex. I feel like we've thrown this one away. We were on top. Albert made a ton. Smith made 92. Things were looking good. We bowled them out for 227 and forced to follow on. And we just couldn't make any inroads. Hansen, Pepper, Thane, all just disrupting the natural order of selection. Critchley with 4 wickets. And we needed to knock off 200 in one session. And we just lost too many wickets. We had to pull the plug. We take a draw. Ellery and Archer up to the T20 International Arena. We beat Surrey. We beat Surrey well. Ollie Pope scored 144 in the 2nd innings. Baz the leader's come in. He didn't play much last year because his bowling wasn't really up to scratch. And he's just slightly improving here. A 4 for 76 thrown into the mixer. We score 5-8 though. That was the biggie. Smith 150. Haynes 50. Pickens 50. Glenn came back into the team, scored 50. Albert 50. Garton 60. Critchley 47. We're so well rounded with the bat. We're top after 6. And Pickens has improved his batting technique. Bit of T20 action, and it always takes me a while to work out what my team's going to be. But for this time, this is what it's going to look like. Haynes and Orr at the top. Smith 3. Bradley's going to bat at 4 with his 160 strike rate last year in T20 cricket. Wasn't for us. Ellery, Albert, Critchley with the ball. The leader with the ball at the moment. Chowdhury comes in. He had a 5.17 economy rate, which is outstanding. Cook and Archer. We've got heaps of options. We've got Ollie Robinson on the bench. We've got Jack Carlson on the bench. We've got Delray Rawlins. Yeah, remember, I signed him back for occasions like this. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's been great. George Garton, who's been great. In fact, I feel like George Garton should be in this team. I'm going to leave him out. I'm going to start with the leader. That's a strange old game. Well, 104 for 9 they were. Sam Cook ripped them apart at the top of the order. We had them 5 for 26. They got a score-ish. And we were then 4 for 24, but managed to knock them off. I've just had a eureka moment going, what did we do with the team last time? Last time we sacrificed a batter to have 5 seamers in the team to be able to pick and choose a bit more. But also we had Shine Sharafrida and Marco Jansen. But that is what we're going to do. We're going to go with moving people up 1. George Garton coming in. And we've just defended 145. A very average 145. Top of this order is not quite working out. But with the ball, Baz de Leader, 3 for 18. He started red hot. We do lose a whole bunch of players though, but that's okay. De Leader's on international duty, so I might go. Finn Hudson-Prentice was one of the most consistent performers going around. So I think I'm going to bring him in. Extra batting as well is always useful. Jofra Archer's gone. We're actually a little bit light on the old bowling stakes. Ollie Robinson, these are going to be the first set of games he's played for us. Pollock's going to come in. He was excellent 2 seasons ago, average 55. And I think Ayre's going to come in and bat at 3 as Steve Smith goes on leave. So we're light batting, but we're banking on having 4 decent bowlers. In fact, we've dropped down to a 4-star team. And we've lost on the last ball. They have edged it for 4. Oh, edged down the ground for 4 to win the game. They win by 3 wickets on a Duckworth-Lewis method. This time we've done it. They needed 4 to win off the last ball, Hampshire, and we managed to get a wicket. Caught it slip. We take a victory defending 1-2-8. Our bats are cold. Smash them. 61-run victory. All came down to young Matt Bradley getting his first meaningful contribution to us. Was just simmering along, and then right at the end went massive. Gave us a score when no one else did anything. Also shout out Brad Curry, who's playing for Scotland in international duty now. Another victory, 162 this time. Ayre with 65 all the way from 43 deliveries. Just does enough to get us across the line. Some of the numbers going around our team at the moment are absolutely astronomical. Our bowlers, not one of them is going over 8 and over, which is ridiculous. And Garton and Chowdhury are both going under 6s. It's not logical, doesn't happen. Also, Ali Orr, who has been amazing in this competition, is averaging 9. Somehow we pull out another one. Another poor batting performance, 149 for 9. Albert was 71 not out, off 39 balls. Really good knock, accelerated at the end. But our bowling attack is unusually just exceptional. 4 for Sam Cook. We riled them for 4 for 23 and put ourselves in a great position. 5 seamers and our backup spinner is working magnificently. When we get to the end of the season and I update all the stats, I'll show you that this will be the best economical bowling performance out of any team in the Blast. And we do it again. We knock off 157. 157 isn't a huge score that they've been able to go and achieve, although they did bat better, particularly in the power play. We picked up some wickets here. Look at this, Sam Cook 3 and an over, 1 from Robinson. But they were scoring quite freely, but again, we just shut them down. We're 7 and 1. Back to a bit of championship action. Steve Smith unavailable. Smash Surrey. Dom Sibley. I'll do some stats starting next episode. Who scores the most runs against us? Dom Sibley always scores runs. 41 and 55. We did well to get him out. Robinson with 5 for. Garden with 4 for. And Matt Bradley, our new signing in the off-season. He's come in. He's just started to light up a bit of the T20 action, and here goes and scores his first century for us as well. Championship's a stroll, bro. 5 and 0 and 2. It's another win in the Blast. We are looking good. We're 3 times winners. We're the best team around with the big cheese. And Tom Haynes goes and scores 87 not out. Sees it home with a 170 strike rate. You don't need to be any better than that. That is good enough, sir. That's a mauling. 176 for 2 might not sound like the highest score, but with our bowling attack, that is big. Tom Haynes finding form in all formats of cricket. The bowling, again, exceptional. But look at this. Chowdhury, 4 overs, 14 dot balls. Garton, 19 dot balls. We are stifling oppositions. We had them 5 for 34. Okay, you win some, you lose some. We've been exceptional here. They got hold of our bowlers. Sam Cook was good, but everyone else slightly going round the park. Batson, I think we looked at signing him because I was like, hey, he's got a great name. He goes and has a career day, really. He's got an 89 on that previously, but that's a good knock. Kane Williamson scored at a 200 strike rate. We do have problems with the batting when our bowling doesn't contain, and that is the greatest player on the game, Ali Orr, as a wicket keeper, just does not work. So I'm going to do the unthinkable, and Tom Alsop is going to come in to open, and I have just dropped the most prolific batter in the last 6 seasons. We lose again, 145 with the bat. The Alsop thing didn't quite work out. Ooh, we just get home against Worcestershire. I keep saying they're a good team, and they are a good team. We got 249. No one got in except Glenn, who deserved 100 here. He batted amazingly well. 94 out of 208 balls. Held the gig together after we were 4 for 77. Took a lead, thanks to Matt Critchley running through them, taking 6 for 49. His wickets were the tail, but I don't care. Wickets are wickets. You've got to get 10 of them. He did enough. Pickens with 137 not out. First century of the season for him. He had 1 last year and 1 the previous season. And we bowled him out for 318 with about half hour to spare. And it's happened. Bradley, in his first season with us, has just been called up for international duty. He is part of the England Test team. I'm not sure about the moves and shakes I'm making here, but what I've decided to do is bring in James Bracey to free Ali Orr's burden of wicket keeping, which is breaking him. Ollie Robinson's also unavailable, but Big Jofra Archer coming in. And we lose to Kent. We are slowly falling apart here. Tom Haynes held it together. Ali Orr made 20, which I don't want to say anything, but might be the highest score of the competition for him. I'm making a change. Matt Critchley is going to come out, and Ella is going to come in batting at 6 for this game. It's a rainy old contest. Wow, we do it, but there was rain. We lost 44 minutes when we needed 1 to win, and I thought we weren't going to do it. Bowled them out for 104. The change, wow, we didn't really change anything around the bowling. Chowdhury has been an incredible specimen this year for us. 14 games, 20 wickets, economy rate of 6.47. It's almost a cheat code bringing him in. And we're going to top the group, 20 points, pretty happy with that. England just beat South Africa, and we had 2 players in that top 6. On debut, Matt Bradley, well, he went and made 6 and 8. That's not quite very good. But Ode Bunter, he's still around our team. He can't get a game because he's playing international cricket. In fact, he's racked up 20, almost 1,500 international runs with 2 centuries already. Ollie Robinson getting it done in a game where they were smashed by 341 runs. Tom Haynes is injured. Stop the bus, I want to get off. That's a massive loss. Ella is going to go to the top. Bradley's going to bat at 6. What's the conditions? Oh, it's a spinner's track. It's a spinner's track. That changes things. 5 seamers has worked really. Oh, it's got rain and overcast though. I'm going to stick with that team. Is our batting good enough to get through a quarter-final against a world-class Worcestershire attack? Is not. We've bowled them out for 162. Mercer batted well, and Shafiq Mercer had a great strike rate, 224. But Archer was expensive early doors. Chowdhury was slightly more expensive, but our weak batting lineup was weak here. 4 for 24, 5 for 48. We were not in a good position. And so we bow out in the quarter-finals. Possibly our worst performance in the blast so far. But you feel it was coming. Where did we finish? Quarter-final. Oh no, quarter-final. 4 finals on the trot, and we've finally fallen off the wagon. Tom Haynes with the most runs in the competition, 499. He was a big miss in the final. 650s out of 14 innings is quite incredible. Albert's 395 at 43 is very good, but a 125 strike rate, a little bit on the low side. With the ball, Sam Cook's 31 wickets at 11 and an economy rate of 7.25 is ridiculous. Dylan Pennington continues to shine at whatever he does. Finch does well again. And if you look at a filtered view, Chowdhury's 6.68 economy rate is the best around. Garton was exceptional, 6.85. We were a good team. We just weren't a great team with the bat. And we've got two new youth intake players coming through. We've got N. Astle, 21,500. And we've got Williamson, a bowler, seamer. So we've got a spinning all-rounder and a seamer come through. Ooh, and back to the Championship, we just sneaked past Warwickshire. Bradley comes back from international duty and bags 164. Ali Orr scores 100, much deserved, and Steve Smith gets some runs. We bowl really well. We bowl Warwickshire out for 279, Garton with 4, but shock. Sam Cook has finally been broken. He goes down injured, leaves us with just 3 seamers to rotate through. They bat really well. Rail makes 186 off 233 balls. Just a really good knock from someone who's 19 years old and averaging 51. One to watch for the future. And we just sneak past it. Sussex win. And we walk past Essex. It wasn't all plain sailing, but 188 does sound like a big win. Young Bradley goes to continue to shine. 97 and 105 for him. Just excellent first season for us. 3 centuries, averaging 54. Can't ask anything else. Gone and played international cricket, doing really well. Critchley chipped in when it wasn't overcast with 4 for 16, which is huge. And then when it was seaming around, grey overcast on day 4, pitch falling apart. Hey, Jofra Archer and Chowdhury stepped up. And we get home against Hampshire in a game. They had a 100-run lead. They batted a day, we batted a day. Our batting is just not clicking this year, but we're still winning games because the bowling attack. Sam Cook, 4 for 32. He was absolutely wonderful. Just excellent bowler, 42 wickets at 21 this year. Time and time again, he gets it done. Actually, for all the terrible weather, it cleared up and Ali Orr took us home with 96 not out. He has rebounded into some good form. And so the mass exodus begins. Ellery, Critchley, Allsop gone. Ooh, Cook, DeLeader, Bunter, Albert, Eyre, Archer, Orr, Carlson, Garton, Pickens, all selected to go and play in the 100. That means we've got a bit of work to do. It just puts us in such a position where we're so short of players. Haynes and Carter both are injured as well. Carter was excellent in this competition, the Royal London Cup last year. Does mean we are going to give Sussex debuts to Bull. Bradley's going to play in his first Royal London Cup competition. Playing Test match cricket for England, couldn't get a contract in the 100. Glenn will be there. Bracey will be there. Bracey's moving up. And then the bowling attack, Hudson Prentice, Curry, Chowdhury, Robinson and Duckworth. Duckworth doesn't take wickets, but he is economical, going at under 6s. Curry and Prentice both can be expensive. But what options have we got? We've got a Delray Rawlins, who's a spinner. We've got Astle, who's just come through, who's a spinner. Or we've got Williamson, who is a brand new player who randomly I am now going to play. We're a 4-star rated team going across against a 4-star rated team, giving debuts to Williamson, Chowdhury and the ball. And we lose quite badly actually by 8 overs remaining in the game. Sol Buninger had a good competition last time. We're stifled by not having Tom Haynes, who's one of the best players in the Royal London Cup year in year out. Steve Smith batted well for 89. But again, it's more of the same. Our middle order just failing. Tom Haynes is available to play cricket again. He's going to come in for the ball. I don't know how we've done it, but we've got to win over Worcester. They had Dylan Pellington available, just talking about, waxing lyrical about how good he's been. Tom Haynes comes in and scores 83, but more of the same, just collapsing around that middle order, not consistent. And somehow we get home thanks to a worldie of a performance from Ducky, who gets 4 for 34. Rain affected, almost 3 hours lost, but we managed to knock them off pretty easy. Smith and Haynes, really good. I've been using Duckworth the last couple of games, opening the bowling with off spin. Seems to be working quite well. Another win, Haynes and Steve Smith scoring the runs as we bag over 300, I think for the first time in the competition. And with the ball, 2 wickets apiece for everyone, an incredible economy rate. We're just starting to come good at the right time in this competition. Correct that. We're back to this we can't bat syndrome. 167 all that. They score 323. Rao's got his second century of the season against us in different competitions. And it is tight. 1-3, lost 2. At the moment, we'd be out, particularly with a poor net run rate. One day accumulation batting getting better. I like that. I actually thought we'd get a lot better from Bradley in this competition, given he's an England Test player, but he's averaging 17. Bracey averaging 21, Bull averaging 21. We haven't got many options. Could bring in a Murphy or a Lee. Murphy's in great form. I'm going to bring him in for the Bull. We lose by 6 runs to Somerset. We are not even going to make the quarter-final here. We needed 17 off the last over. Duckworth 6 and 4, and then played and missed a couple of times and got out. They scored 300. Labuschagne 100. Sked 90. Puts us in a bad position. A really bad position if you look at that table. It's going to take a miracle to qualify. I'm going to take a massive risk here. Massive. Delray Rawlins went at 5.89 and over and 4.3 and over last time. He's an all-rounder. We are going with 2 spinners. We get home by 51 runs. They were looking like they were going to charge down this 330 total at one stage. Hudson Prentice bowling really well. His 1 for 44 was good. Rawlins with 3 wickets, all coming towards the end. There was a point where I was like, I've made the wrong decision here. Runs from the middle order. Bracey 50. Bradley goes and scores 50. Smith 50. Haynes 50. That's really good. And Glenn 40 off 14. Getting it done. 1 game to play. We're tied second. But we could do with a massive run rate win to qualify. And to do so, I think we're going to bowl first and try and knock them off fast. Okay, we win. We don't win fast. We did it with 2 overs to spare. They got 283. Batted well. Wicket spread around. Prentice with 4. Everyone was reasonably okay. When it came with the bat, we were 2 down early doors. And then a 180 run partnership between Bradley, who batted very, very well, and has had a relatively consistent campaign as well. 315 runs at an average of 50. That's good. Steve Smith, he's had a good campaign as well. Average 74, 500 odd runs. We get home. Did we qualify? Oh, we've done it. We are into the quarterfinals. We've still got a chance. You're still holding us in. A +2-2 run rate gets us in. We get in by a point, actually. But 10 points is a difficult gig to get in, but we've just done it. So this competition has eluded us. Finished in the group stages first season, then quarterfinal, semi-final, semi-final, quarterfinal, and Lancashire have knocked us out 2 or 3 times in this competition so far. We do have some superstars back available. I'm going to go for a Sam Cook over a Delray Rawlins. I'm going to stick back to what you know. Lancashire's a better team. Laws is a cracking player. TKC's a good player. Colley has scored runs against us before. We've won the toss. We are going to bowl and chase them down. That's a win. We're into the semis. We're getting 1 step closer. 2-3-7 we bowled them out for. Great performance. Ollie Robinson with 3. Duckworth going at 4.1. Sam Cook going at 3.3. They were good changes. And Ben Slater just made his 2nd meaningful contribution, but scores of 11-3-3, 11-10, 14 throughout the campaign. He comes good. He's been good for us in this format year on year. 3 centuries in it last year, remember. That's why he keeps getting the 1-year deal. And a whole bunch of players are actually returning. Question is, every time we've lost players as well. Bradley's on international duty. Bunter's going to come in to bat at 4. And with Bracey out as well, injured, it means we've got a wicket-keeper hole, which is going to be Ali Orr. Seamers are going to remain unchanged. Huge risk, not going for the full hog, but hey, every time I've changed the team massively, it's not worked. It all comes down to this. It is 2 to win from the last 6 balls with 1 wicket left. Duckworth and Robinson are on a roll. They've taken us from 2769 to 297 for 9. Can they do it? 1 run to win from 3. Could this be it? Oh, Hassan, surely we can't go to a tie. It's punched off the back foot. It's in the gap. It's going to be a single. We are home. We have chased down 299. Tom Haynes with 117 off 95 balls was quite incredible. Ali Orr came in and added 46. But Duckworth, I think that's the talking point. Him opening the bowling has been exceptional. There's only 1 game where teams have really got hold on him for his overs, and here he got a 5-fer. His first ever career 5-fer. But before we get to Worcester, we give Yorkshire a spanking in the Championship. Ali Orr scores 200. Look at the form. That 20 over form absolutely disrupted the order of events. And that's how he's done in the 100 actually. But his Championship form, for all the grief I've given him, he's got 4 centuries, 1100 runs. It's just his other form that's been poor. And we are in the Royal London Cup final for the first time. We've won the championship 3 times, won the Blast 3 times, never won the Royal London Cup. Can we do it against Worcester? 2 changes. Bradley comes in for Orr, but it does mean James Bracey needs to come in because we need a wicket keeper in this team. And the bowling attack, we are going to keep as is. It's a risk. That means we're not playing George Gorton. We're not playing Baz DeLeader. We're not playing... That's probably about it. But we're not playing a whole bunch of our really good batters either. Oh, it's so disappointing. On the biggest occasion, Finch, the most wickets on the game since we start, ran through us like a helter-skelter. We were 2 down in the first overs, both openers on the way back. Then he got Steve Smith. Then he got Bradley. 2 of those are international stars. James Bracey added some runs. Duckworth was really good, but it's a semi-final loss in the Royal London Cup. Steve Smith, most runs in the competition at 672. Very, very good. Tom Haynes, exceptional. 491, average of 54 was great. With the ball, Ollie Robinson, 24 wickets. Duckworth, 23 wickets. Hudson Prentice, 22 wickets. Chowdhury, 19. Honestly, our bowling attack was amazing. But it's a quarter-final Blast competition. It's a finalist of the Royal London Cup. Let's go win the championship. Match drawn. We needed 1 wicket with 41 minutes to go, and it rained. And we were absolutely hurtling through them, or more to the point George Gorton was. 1 century in the game from us. Albert went and bagged a ton. Puts him over 1,000 runs on a year, which is a fork in the ground as a good campaign. And we finished with a 9-wicket victory. Smith with 50, Albert with 41. We only scored 238 in the first innings thanks to a James Bracey 68, where he was cruising along and then I just batted him aggressive with the tail. Good performance with the ball. George Gorton with 7 for 74 in the first innings. We finished top of the championship again. 4-time winners. Most runs in the competition this year. This might be quite interesting. Joe Root, 1,200 runs. Jack Haynes. Young Joseph Forrest from Middlesex and Trent Rockets. He's had a good start to his career. 8 centuries, an average of 50 from 3 seasons. For us, Ali Orr makes the list, 1,102 runs. That's a pretty good effort. With the ball, what's the betting? Dylan Pennington's near the crest. No, it's Nathan Gilchrist. He's always in the wickets. He had a good campaign, 90 wickets. That's amazing. Almost breaking that 100 barrier that Mushtaq Ahmed did a couple of times earlier on. Dylan Pennington, 69 wickets. George Gorton with 67 wickets for us, leading the way. We're a four-time winner of the championship. Few other points. Albert passed 1,000 runs. Steve Smith almost 1,000 runs at an average of 59. They were great. Bradley was great from the 9 games that he played. Pollock averaged 45. That's pretty reasonable. Tom Haynes struggled with injuries. Averaged 36 on the season. That's a big come down. Almost 1,000 runs less than he got last year. Ellery averaged 87 from the 5 games he played in. James Bracey averaged 78 but didn't score many runs. Overall, with the bat in the championship, I thought we were very good. With the ball, Sam Cook, 51 wickets. He's a machine. George Gordon, 67 at 28. Critchley, 46 at 22. Critchley goes at a lot of runs, but he takes wickets at a strike rate of 32, which is absolutely phenomenal. Chowdhury was a really good player for us as well. 26 wickets at 23. In the Royal London Cup, well, Tom Haynes did Tom Haynes type things. Steve Smith was an absolute standout. I think next year, if we can get an overseas bowler that's an absolute gun, we'll be in a really, really good position. Bradley was good, averaging 46. Bracey averaged 40. Ben Slater, is his time done? He does give us a cheap contract for the Royal London Cup. But other than that century, there was 154 runs from the other 10 innings. Disappointing return from quite a few players, actually. Glenn, averaging 30. You're not really stretching the game or stretching yourself. Robbo with 24 wickets. That was good. Economy rate, really, really good. Chowdhury's economy rate, 5.34. Wonderful. Rawlings was expensive. That's probably a bad signing on my behalf. With the Blast, for some reason, it's only showing us a few of the players. Tom Haynes was exceptional. And with the ball, Chowdhury was exceptional. In fact, all the bowling was. It's probably the best bowling attack that we've ever had. and we didn't manage to do it. We lost to a really good Worcester team. We lost to a really good Worcester team in the in the Royal London Cup final, and Worcestershire finished 4th. Welcome back to this rebuilding Sussex save as we go into season 7. An incredible performance by the team means we are now 4-time county championship winners and 3 times winner of the Blast. We are coming off a very disappointing final defeat in the Royal London Cup, which was the last trophy we needed to finish off the save. The treble continues to elude us and our batting has started to take a downturn. The county championship continues to be strong, an improbable average of 50 compared to everyone else in the competition, but our strike rate is lowering over time. The Blast continues to be a worry with a low strike rate, low average taking place, as opposed to being a team that had a high average and a reasonable strike rate. In the Royal London Cup, we're always one of the forefront sort of teams going into the competition, but just can't quite hold it down. The Championship, the bowling attack is the best around, the best there is, the best there was, and the best it will be every single year. The Blast, generally with the best bowling team around, time and time again, great strike rate, great economy rate. And the Royal London Cup is very much the same, we're just not winning the clutch moments. I have made some amendments to the ranking system, so here on the right gives you all the seasons together and we're the best team going around. But for the 2028 season, Worcestershire overall had a much better ranking than us. They finished 4th in the Championship, they had a good run in the Blast, better than us, and they won the Royal London Cup. But here in the middle, I've changed to a rolling 3-year system. So all your ratings from the 3 years are added together. If we look at just the county championship, for instance, and it's sorted to tell you who's the best team. So our 313 rating coming into the end of the 2028 season takes into account 2026 and 2027 as well. Just time and time again, getting it done. Best team every single season. The Blast on the season, Essex went and won, but the rankings still has us as number 1, and that's due to us being a 3-time winner, and we've been number 1 in those rankings for 5 seasons in a row. And interesting enough, the Royal London Cup is the first time we've come to the top of the rankings, and that's purely down to over the last 3 years we've had a runners-up, a semi-final, a quarter-final. Every time we are performing exceptionally consistent across all formats. Team titles has had a bit of a jazz up. I've put the 100 in here as well, and it shows that Baz the Leader currently has 9 titles to his name, 4 seasons at Sussex, 4 county championships and 2 Blasts, so 6 with us, 1 Royal London Cup with Durham, 100 with Leeds and 1 county championship with Somerset. Most of the players on here are our players because we're winning most of the competitions. But there is 200 titles there for Luke Wood, who's got 6 titles to his name. And we need to get stuck into some contract action. Coming off a good season without setting the world alight. England would like to take us, not quite yet, I've got work to do. And Ben Slater has saved us the job of releasing him by retiring from the team. It's a good career for Ben Slater. He averaged 50 in the Royal London Cup in his career. Games for Sussex and Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire he averaged 63, averaged 42 for us, 9 centuries in that time. County Championship didn't quite click for us, but was probably past his best. And he even got a couple of games in the Blast, but his strike rate of 114 wasn't going to cut it. But overall in the Royal London Cup, a highly successful player. Ali Orr's contract is up for renew, that's a given. Carter's is up for renew as well. He's now 60,000. George Garton has been brilliant for a year on year. Finn Hudson-Prentice. If you look at the most wickets in the Royal London Cup so far, it's Finn Hudson-Prentice. 118 at 24, a strike rate of 24, economy rate of 6. Excellent performer and has got it done in the Blast for us as well. Matt Critchley is up. His salary's coming down and so is his performances, but I'm still going to give him 2 years. Jack Carlson is England quality, so I'm going to hold on to him. Sam Cook, excellent. And Chowdhury was amazing when it came to playing in the Blast. I'm going to let Atkins go. He didn't play for us at all last year. Steve Smith isn't going to get another contract. And Tom Alsop, I believe, isn't going to play heaps for us. He is getting some gigs overseas. Going to give him a 1-year deal. Astle looks like he's improved. He's now 27,000 a year for a spinning all-rounder. So I'm all over that. And I'm going to give Young Williams a 2-year deal as well. So it gives us a squad size of 30 and we've got 3,000 remaining. We are absolutely all out of cash, which looks like it could be a massive shame because there is a player here worth 72,000. Matteson. Domestic wise, who's available? Is there anyone that kind of takes a fancy? Ben Aitchison's available with his 73 wickets from last year. Scott Marlowe's available. He's been excellent in the saves so far, only 25 years old with 11 centuries. But the fact is, we don't have any money to buy anyone. So we are going to have to do it hard. I want to keep investing in the youth team and I want to keep investing in coaching. So out of all the windows we've done, this window is officially shut. Let's do this. We move on. We move into a new season. And despite all our success last year, for the first time in quite a long time, if we look at every single year, it's pretty much us, Nottinghamshire have the most income. And that's derived from what their baseline is. And then what they get for the Championship, Blast and Royal London Cup. And we are in second. And our contracts are in third. Leicestershire with the smallest contract, 758,000. Interesting enough, when I spoke about how good Worcestershire have been with their bowling attack, this is the amount of rating points that they earned during last season with the sum of the contracts. So their contract wasn't the biggest, but it was certainly the most impactful. So we're ready, but we've got some problems. Bunter's away in IPL duty and is injured. Finn Hunt's apprentice is injured. And Tom Haynes is also injured. Gloucestershire, who have long been the worst team in the game, if we look at just county championship cricket, they have been very, very poor. But likewise, have had a couple of promotions thrown in along with some very dismal seasons. We're a bit uncertain. Like, we could end up really short of players here when it comes to the Blast and the Royal London Cup. Yes, we've got a squad size of 30, but there's not that many players. So for the start of the season, it won't be Tom Haynes is unavailable. We're going to go to the services of Matt Critchley as captain. Sam Cook is available, who was very good last year. Ollie Robinson, Garton, Critchley. Baz DeLeader's going to take the other seamer role. We have got Jofra Archer available. There's no one else really that it looks like I could come in. We could be seriously short of players for the Royal London Cup. Batting wise, Haynes is injured for 4 weeks, so Ella is going to open up with Orr, Elbert at 3, Carter at 4, Pollock at 5. Haynes unavailable, Bunter unavailable, Bradley unavailable. So all those kind of key core guys just not around. And it's match drawn. Early doors, 484 we score. Ellery moves up to opener and scores 143. That's a hell of a knock for a very reasonable player averaging 57 from 40 games. No international duties so far, but excited about what he can do. Middle of the order as well. Bracey, Carter, Pickens all getting runs. But then interesting enough, Notts, who spend a lot of money, earned a lot of money last year and performed really well. Miller's been great. Duckett's one of the best international players on the game. A 38 international average, 52 in one-day cricket from 90 games. He scores 132. Young Terry Brown gets it done. That's a good start for him. Just the 1 century last year, but back-to-back averages of 60. Montgomery and Liam Patterson-White really stifled us, struggled to do it, and then we just worked our way through to the draw. Let Pickens score 100 because we was running out of time and pretty happy. Was slightly concerned about this bowling attack with Garton and Baz DeLeader going round the park. So Jofra Archer's going to come in for Baz DeLeader. We get home by 7 wickets. A good run chase, to be fair. 238 in 83 overs. We had about a day to knock him off and we used most of it. Albert with 94, looking really good. Solid start to the season for him. Albert with 100 in the first innings as well. And wickets spread around. We don't look ultra intrusive with the ball so far. Oh, that's a good one. He's improved his batting technique. Go Glenn. I am questioning what we do with Matt Critchley, who I've made captain, but since his going, that's just a really poor start to the season, isn't it? We're going to leave him in for now, but it is something I'm thinking about. Jack Carlson. Yeah, it's solid. It's an innings and 31. We did enough in the first innings. 476. Carter, 118. Big year this for a lot of these young lads. Carter's 26. He's been with us a while, but he's only played 40 first-class games, so time to move on, time to kick in and score a lot of runs. Ellery as well, 26, 42 games. It's not that many, is it? Also 2 internationals, T20 internationals to his name. 100 for Matt Critchley down the order as well. I love Matt Critchley. In real life, what a player. On this, again, what a player. Good performance. Good to see young players scoring good runs. Carter's improved their play against spin to the limit. Astle improves his bowling. We lose a couple of players to England. Tom Haynes is fit and Astle gets another boost with the ball. Does offer the question of who do we replace him with? We actually haven't got someone that's ready. We've got one seamer. We've got Curry. Oh, we are going to be so short for the Royal London Cup. Baz de Leader comes back in. That is such a strange old game. We batted first in the most horrendous overcast conditions against Finch, against Pennington and Dan Douthwaite, who's a strike rate king on this game. And we got rolled, except for Ellery stepping up with 109. What a start to the season for that young man. They go and take about a 200 plus 240 run lead. This guy, Nirav Joglekar, scored a lot of runs. A hell of a lot of runs. Second century of the season, 2 last year. We're way behind the game. And then the weather comes good and it's an absolute road. Ali Orr sets the record for the highest score on the game so far. 334 from 394 balls. Runs all around the wicket. It's a brand new record. The 38th first class century to his name. His first one of the season. He's already got about 500 runs. Albert goes and bags a ton. Both of them are 1,000-year-a-run masters. I am ultra concerned about our bowling attack though. We just have not got very many options. There's a bit of overcast stuff going on here. You could at a push go for 2 spinners. Oh, Jofra Archer's back. Get him in. 7 wickets. We do it. We get the W. That's all that matters. We go and beat Gloucestershire, who got promoted. Young Paul Pollock with a century to his name. He's had a... he did well last year, didn't he? He did well last year, but he's making it here. 5 centuries from 30 first-class matches now. He's done really well for us in different competitions, but he bats so slow. It makes it incredibly difficult. Astle goes and improves his bowling technique again. I tell you what, we may have a player on our hands here. And we're about to be stripped. Carlson, Robinson, Bradley, Bunter, they're all away on different various international duties. And Ollie Robinson going does leave us a bit of a gap. The pitch looks like it could be a spinner. Do we go for young Astle for the very first time? Play 2 spinners. Can I set it up? I think I have it on a spinning wicket. It is on a spinning wicket. We're going to try it. I'm going to try 2 spinners. I probably need to concentrate on winning because we're not winning all the games at the moment and we're definitely not top of the league. But we're going to try it. We're going to bat first, bat big. Spinners, 4th innings. Did it work? Well, Matt Critchley got 7 wickets. Astle, 1 for 67, 1 for 85. Might not have quite worked, but we did enough to get the victory. No centuries to a name. Pickens with a 70. Albert with a really well-made 90, which kind of held this whole innings together. Everyone batted around him. Gives us the win. Second place by 4 points after 6 games. This is going to be a tight season. Ellery goes and improves their front foot batting to the limit. And Pickens has improved his batting technique. I like that. In fact, the thing we're going to do with Pickens now, that's just ticked over. I keep calling him Pickens, it's Pollock. Don't know why I do that. Is we are going to work on his aggression, which is timely because we're going into T20 season. And we're going to give a debut to Astle in the T20 Blast as well. Haynes comes back into the team. It's not our strongest Blast team we've ever had. In fact, I'd say it's one of the weakest in years. Wow. It's worked. Astle's come in on debut in T20 cricket and taken 5 for. Average of 3. Strike rate of not many. Economy rate of 4.5. He's won us the game. 2 for 2. It's a 20-run victory. Runs at the top is what we really struggled with last year. And Ali Orr is already starting to look like his old self. Back-to-back 50s. That is absolutely key for us doing very well here. Astle, none for 21, but it's going at 5s. What a young player. And we get a teeny tiny little boost. Bradley is back. We get home by 13. A match we didn't deserve to win. Alior back-to-back 50s now to go with that 334, which is a complete ridiculous sort of score. They were cruising in this. Absolutely cruising. And then the big turnaround. George Garden, 3 wickets in the 7th over was huge. And then Jofra Archer, a run out and 2 wickets to take us home. 9-wicket win. We bowled them out for 112. Finn Hudson-Prentice ran through the middle order. Bang, bang, bang. As in hat-trick Hudson-Prentice across this over and then 2 here. And we actually have only got Baz the Leader as a seamer that can come into the team. Well, this Royal London Cup is going to be so poor. It's another win. We're just ticking over quite nice here. Tom Haines getting some runs. Is that his first 50 of the campaign? No, second, but a 1 and a 0 to go with it. So it shows he's just trying to work his way up to form. It's a good scorecard. Decent strike rates. People chipping in. And then Jofra Archer with 5. Astle with 4. He's been consistent. There was one game they got hold of him a little bit. But overall, so happy with him. We finally lose. But it's not because of the bowling. Jofra Archer with another one. 4 for 15 here to go with this. 5 for 15 the game before. Batting. It's been going okay. But it definitely let us down just a little bit there. Baz the Leader can come back out as well. Because Sam Cook is available. Batting lineup as a whole looking all good. Albert's 109 strike rate worries me immensely. But obviously not enough to change. Hey, here's Forrest. This is the guy that topped the County Championship runs charts last year. Averaging 15 in T20 cricket. That's an over. 4, 8, 9, 15, 19, 23 from it. It's another hat-trick for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Come on down. Just getting it done. They're going big and they're losing wickets. We end up bowling them out. 143 all out. Hudson-Prentice 3 for 23. Astle 3 for 24. The batting wasn't great. We're in strife. And then, well done. Bradley. Big contribution that. Playing international T20 cricket, so he should be pretty good at this game. And we beat Surrey as well. Alior with 59. Tom Haines 55. Bradley added a few as well. But the bowling got it done. I thought we was in trouble. Will Jacks was going and then Jason Roy was going. But just enough. Ticking away. Kicking away at the wickets. Played 8. 7 wins, 1 loss. Look at the net run rate. Almost +2. I'm going for a change here. I'm actually bringing in Finn Hudson-Prentice into the championship team. The other thing, I said that we've not got much money this year. I'm just trying to work out why that is. And I think if we look at it, Bunter's an England contract. Bradley is now an England contract as well, which is really good. Jofra Archer's England, Robinson's England. So I was thinking something might have happened where one of our players is no longer an England contract. Also, Baz the Leader's contract is up soon. And for 85 grand, he's won a lot of titles. We're not getting a lot from him. We've just got to stop and appreciate one of the great knocks. 262 for Bradders from 399 balls. He's playing all format international cricket. He's only 24 years old. He scored 262. No one else scored 50 in this score of almost 500. So I just lost a bit of the recording and this happened. We ended up topping the T20 Blast group. Not a surprise, we were playing relatively good cricket, a plus 1.67 net run rate, tied at the top with Kent, who did very well, and Yorkshire got 1 more point than us in the North group. And then we played Durham in the quarterfinals, but just as we topped the group, things started to change a little bit. The batters weren't quite performing in the final. We sneaked out 159, not really a match-winning score, and Durham went and knocked it off with almost 2 overs to spare. Ben Stokes still going strong at the age of 38 years old. 7,000 test match runs, almost 5,000 one-day runs. Specimen of a cricketer. Average 45 in the Blast with a 156 strike rate. They get it done. They go through to the final, play against Somerset. Somerset score 172, which is a reasonably good score with Will Smead in the team and Tom Banton. And then in reply, Durham fall short. Ben Stokes fails and the team fails. Somerset pick up the win. And Somerset are the first time they've won the T20 Blast since it started. We're a 3-time Blast winner. But 2 years on the trot, we have not looked anywhere near like winning it. Royal London Cup and County Championship, that's where it's at. County Championship with 4 games to go is looking really strong. We're only 8 points clear of Yorkshire, so it's much tighter than it has been. And you normally need somewhere, 2 teams have won it with just 9 victories, but we've done it with 11 victories, 252, 254, 257 and 218 points. So if we can pick up another 4 victories, take us up to that 10-win victory, then we're going to be plain sailing. And we cruise past Yorkshire, 553 for 8. It could have been more. Ali Orr with a bit of a fail. Just moved him across to keeper in this game. Dropped James Bracey, who's having a poor season, because we've got Matt Bradley back available from international duty. He's only 24 years old, averaging 50 in the first class game, 37 in international cricket. He was back. Pickens is in form. He goes and scores 112. Good knock from Pickens. He was our year 1 second youth player that came through. He's got a career average of 49 in first class cricket, averaging 62 this year. That's exceptional. Albert with 157. He's in great form, averaging 63 this year. He's doing excellent, and Ellery just continues to keep Tom Haynes somehow out of the first 11. Bowlers getting it done. Baz the leader. This was all about the second session, second day. It got to whereabouts are we? It was around here. Yeah, between here we took a stack load of wickets, got them 7 or 8 down, blew them away, puts us top by quite a distance. And so it is. Royal London Cup. Surely year number 8, year number 7, get it right, can be our year. And who are we without? 1, 2, 3, 4. Allsop's gone. No, Cook's gone. The leader. Albert, Eyre, Archer, Orr, Garton, Carlson, Pickens. We said because we ran out of money at the start, are we going to be able to put a team out? That is what we're left with. And we just get a team out. Archie Lenham, Delray Rawlins, Finn Hudson-Prentice has got to be in that starting lineup. He has been class in this type of competition for us for a long, long time. Ollie Carter continues to miss out. Wonderful player in real life, 27 years old. Done nothing. Can't get a game for us, but I just keep egging him on. Lee's also going to miss out. So we've got no rotation. We've got one spare seamer, Hodgson, who's our new seamer that's just come through the youth ranks. But it's going to be Haynes, Carter, Glenn, Murphy, who's played no cricket for us, 23 years old, 29.5 grand contract. So decent. Going to move him down to number 6. The ball's in, averaging 21. That could be a problem. But we'll see how he goes. Bracey, who's been pretty good for us. Murphy, Hudson-Prentice, Astle, who's our young all-rounder, was pretty reasonable with a 7.42 economy rate going on in the T20 Blast. Curry, Duckworth, Robinson. It's not great, but it's what we've got. It's the situation we're in this competition time and time again. Hopefully we're going to win the toss, bat and score some runs. When I said let's get some runs, only one person took that up, and that was Scotty Carter with a nice 100 off 110 balls while the chaos raining all around him. First class average of 44, 1 day average of 44. Just good when he gets a game, and we almost pulled off victory with some good bowling. 3 for Duckworth, 2 for Robinson, 4 for young Astle. He's going to be an absolute goldmine. And James Bracey is out for 5 weeks. James Bracey is not our only keeper. Carter's going to get a game. Welcome to the team. Right, the bowling's looking really good. The batting is looking weak as. We bowled them out for 192. Duckworth with 3, Robbo with 3, Astle with 2. Just really well spread around. We bowled magnificently. But top order, nothing from the top 5. 5 for 75 until Murphy comes along and scores 73. Bats beautifully, 107 balls. Takes the team home for victory in his 3rd ever game of professional cricket. And young Astle goes and scores his first 50 in professional cricket. So some good, some bad. It's a good win. 197 all out Somerset. This was the biggie. Evans and Labuschagne batting together, batting quite well. Put on 61, and then Hudson-Prentice went bang bang, got through them both. He ended up with 3 for 32, bowled absolutely brilliant. And the batters took us home. Glenn was 78. That's a really good performance from him. 1 century to his name from 27 games, but this was really good. A really good team performance to take us home. 2-1, 3rd place. Oh my god, I was just about to wax lyrical and say, my god, we've got it. 388 for 6, Carter 135, Glenn 121. They share a massive 213 partnership, and we still lose. Bowlers couldn't get it done. Rob Yates, he's got hundreds against us before, 180 off 129 balls. A career day for him, and what a day it is. We're 2 for 2. Glenn gets an improvement, as does Murphy again. And we're going to make a change. I'm going to take out Curry. I'm going to bring in young Hodgson, right arm, fast. I thought we were going to do it again. We backed really well again. 337. Tom Haynes, 116. Off 89 balls. Just immense player. Can't get a game for us this year. But still averaging 47 this year in this competition. 48 overall. Run machine. Carter with another 93. He's doing really well. And they were looking like they were going to win this. When Mulder and Kevin were batting together, I was like, we are in the mud here. 104 run partnership. But we just managed to get through them with James Hodgson going and taking 3 for 49. I'll take a bit of that. Bowlers are going around the park a bit at the moment though. It's another loss. We're not even going to make it. We're runners up the previous year, and they go and knock off 304 for 6. Pretty sure. What a player. Fraser Middleton, young promising player in real life, starting to make some inroads on the game now at 27, averaging 42 in the championship, 34 in other cricket. It's a bit of a big year, but pretty sure is box office on this game. Incredible player in real life. Doesn't feel like he's liked by the Indian regime at the top, but great player. 6 games down, 2 to go. We're 2 points behind and needing a miracle. We haven't got a lot of options. Bull, look at this. Carter's averaging 15. Bull's averaging 21. I'm going to take Bull out and bring in Lee. We needed that. We needed a staple win. We needed a net run rate win. And we knock off 170 for 7. But we were trying to go for it from 33 overs. And the story of the game, young James Hodgson, 3 for 12, all coming in the power play. Does mean we're 1 point behind Hampshire, 2 behind Essex, and that net run rate could come into play because if Essex don't go through or don't win their next game, and it's going to be a bit of a shootout to be fair, because Essex, well, we're playing against them. 2nd versus 4th, Hampshire against Gloucester. So what it comes down to is, can you win one game of cricket? Team's going to be unchanged. Lee came in 33. I'll take a bit of that. Bowling attack generally is bowling okay, but there's just these games where they're going for heaps. And to qualify, we're going to have to bat well. We're chasing 287 to win. Herbert with 100 off basically 100 balls, but look at that for form. Runs, 3 centuries in the competition, averaging 56. He's had a great time, and we do it. We cruise 287 for 2. Haynes and Carter 92 and 104 for those two, 181 run partnership. Carter is quite the player in this competition. 4 centuries here, 7 centuries in one day cricket, averaging 49. That is an incredible record, and it's going to be enough to put us into the quarterfinals, finishing 2nd with the 2nd best net run rate going around against Leicestershire. And we do have changes available. Ali Orr can come in and bat in the middle order. That is gold because he can keep wicket as well. Bowling wise, I'm going to go for a change for Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's going at over 60s. He's averaging 39. And I'm going to go all-rounder. Baz the leader coming in. We're still a 3-star rated team. I've not got the best team out. They are a 5-star rated team. Leicestershire, best team in this competition because not many of their players go on and play at the top level in the 100. And they've also got Rian Ahmed. Similar. 279 we're going to have to chase. Crayshaw with 75, Dix with 47, Mount with 43, Rian Ahmed with 24. Rian Ahmed turns into a stud on this game. Where is he? 256 test match wickets at 28. Oh, he's not quite as good. I'm doing an England offline save. He's a lot better than this. And he's very much the way on this save. We just can't quite get it done. We make another quarter-final. We've been to the quarters, we've been to the semis, we've been to the final. And we're just not good enough with the bat here. Carter with 50, batted really, really well. Excellent campaign for him once again. One of the best Royal London Cup players going around. Ali Orr came in and made a meaningful impact of 49, but low scores throughout. Lose by 59. And Leicestershire, the best Royal London team in the competition, bar none, year on year, are in the final. But we returned to the County Championship with a massive win against a good Hampshire team. Their batting lineup's really good. Fraser Middleton's a good player in this, Tom Press a good player, Finlay Bean's a good player. I'm pretty sure, every year, should sign him. Didn't sign him, he goes and scores 100. They are looking really good. Our batting lineup, it's just not been great. We're winning games of cricket, but it's not been great. No one went big, but meaningful contributions all the way down the top 6. Put us in a good position. Baz the leader with a big 5 for 39, but in all honesty, we got the better of the cup bowling conditions. We lost 3 hours for rain, and then we knocked them off relatively easy. Ellery with yet another century. He's been great in first class cricket for us this year. Now 5 centuries, averaging 64, and it does mean with 2 games to go, we've got a 40-point lead. And some good news, Brace is back to play again. Murphy's improved his batting technique, so has Glenn. And Leicestershire go and do it. 3-2-7 all out in the final. Win by 104 wickets shared all around. Rian Ahmed with the non-for, but they're good enough to get past Middlesex. That's a hell of an effort by Leicestershire. They'll be the number 1 ranked team in Royal London Cup cricket next year. So this is the crunch game. 2 games to go. We're 40 points ahead of Surrey, and we're playing Surrey. And Glenn, who's just had an improvement to his batting, is going to be out, averaging 89 from the 1 game he's played. But Tom Haynes, excellent Tom Haynes, is fine. Oh, Bradley's available. Bradders is coming in. He's high quality Bradders, averaging 37 in Test cricket. Great player. And with the ball, maybe we're getting to the end of the tether with people like George Garton. I know he's been in and out a couple of times over the years, but maybe we are getting near the end. We'll win this game, send him off in style. The fight for the title, for the first time maybe, is going absolutely down to the wire. We've been obliterated by 130 runs here. Ben Folkes man of the match for his 87. Bowled them out for 218, thinking everything's looking good. Baz the leader just starting to find some really nice form. Back-to-back fifers going on. We score 239. Nothing from the top order other than Scotty Carter coming into the team. A career average of 45, averaging 49 this year. That's good, but I still don't pick him all the time. They score 299. They set a very reasonable 278 to win. Lose Ali Orr in the first over. Brian Bunter, our England star, goes and does nothing, gets out for 2. And then another England star, Matt Bradley, gets out for single digits. And we're pretty much just blown away. And it means we've got a 21-point cushion going into the final game of the season. Looks like Worcestershire, who's been an excellent team for the last few years, are going to get relegated. Hampshire on the way down. Lancashire and Leicestershire on the way up. Love to see Leicestershire doing well. And we're doing it without Ali Orr, who is out injured. So it does mean Tom Haynes is coming back in. The king returns. Can you call him a king when you just don't pick him? Also, Sam Cook is available. And I think what I'm going to do, even though he's... who do we drop? Archer's in terrible form. Sam Cook's going to come in. George Garton's going to top the wicket charts again. Problem though, bringing in Tom Haynes, we've got no wicket keeper. James Bracey does need to come back into this lineup. Where do I bring him in? Oh, and Albert's available. He averages 63. Crikey, how do we get everyone in? I think I'm going to go for a shorter bowling attack. We've just got to get some runs on the board. I think I'm going to bring in Albert for Matt Critchley, captain, dropped, and just going with 4 seamers. And we end up with a match drawn. Albert with 128, very good not coming back into the team. 12 games this year, 1,300 runs out. Albert's had a great season. Brian Bunter came in and scored 100. Just not enamoured with what he's done all the time. I don't know if I've got a greater expectation of him. 4 centuries, average of 47 in the games he's played is a pretty good return. We just managed to do enough. We hold on. We were trying to knock off the runs. We were going at 4s, but it just wasn't to be. But we do get 10 points, and with 216 points, we have secured the County Championship again. So we finished the campaign with a magnificent 5th County Championship trophy and the 5th on the bounce. Leicestershire were in the Royal London Cup. Somerset the Blast. Lancashire promoted. Couple of interesting points. Middlesex, worst team in the Blast, 2 years on the trot getting the wooden spoon. Northamptonshire collect their 2nd in 3rd year Royal London Cup wooden spoon. Middlesex, the worst team in the County Championship. We've got some thinking to do next year. We've got Pollock and Ellery, both up for contracts. Murphy and Lee, who both played a little bit of Royal London Cup, and we need to keep the size of the squad. Albert's available again, but we lose him for the Royal London Cup. Allsop and Carter both up. I think Carter's got to go at 36 grand. That's way too expensive. That's the leaders up at 85,000. Given that we had no money this year, that's going to be a difficult one. But the contracts all throughout the board: Curry, Lenham, Robinson, Duckworth, Hodgson's a contract. There's lots and lots for us to do. But overall, I think we've got to be pretty satisfied with where we are in the save. 5 championship wins. The Royal London Cup, we've made the quarterfinals at least 6 years on the trot, with the runners-up and 2 semis thrown in. 3-time T20 Blast winner, however, our form is going down in that. Albert with the most runs in the championship from just 12 games, 1,337. Had my eye on him for a long time. Turned out to be a great signing. Ellery, good signing. Good signing. Good young player, done really well, 5 centuries. Ali Orr, this is a down year for Ali Orr, 1,000 runs. But I still think it's good enough. He's averaged 47. He's just not had an Ali Orr type year. Bunter with 1,000 runs. Pollock just under 1,000 runs, averaging 55. That's not bad. Carter pretty good when he played, averaging 49. Bradley averaging 51, but I've got a higher ceiling for him. With the ball, George Garton, top wicket taker again. Done it so many times. 2 fifers. Economy rates through the roof. Baz, the leader's economy rates through the roof, as is Matt Critchley's. So we're lacking a bit of control when we've got those guys, but throughout the team, very, very good. Royal London Cup, Astle, 21 at 22. I'd take that any day of the week. Robinson, good. Duckworth, good. Finn Hudson-Prentice, maybe his time is coming to an end at 33 years old. His peak has been very, very good in these competitions for us, in any white ball competition. Carter's been great in this competition as well. Last year, this year, 4 centuries. Haynes, Glenn. But then there's a huge drop-off. We're lacking a little bit of depth for the Royal London Cup. Not quite sure how we address that in the transfer window. Brad is with the most runs. That's the current year. He's played in multiple competitions. And I don't know why it's just given us a few names. So overall, pretty decent year. We'll get all the stats cleaned up, ready for next year, and be good to go again. We've got a big year ahead of us. We're getting to that point in the save where a lot of our key players are getting to a certain age. Here we go, season 10. This Sussex story of trying to actually win the Royal London Cup. We're so close to the treble. We're perennial winners of the championship, 5-time winner. And we're falling apart in the Blast, but that's okay. I have added another view into the game, just one that's showing us our top run scorers and wicket takers from the different competitions. See here, Ali Orr 4 times the most amount of runs in the competition. Young Ellery twice has been the best average that we've had, and Ali Orr's had the top score 4 times with that incredible 334 the previous year. Talking to George Garden last episode, going, he might be winding down. He's 32. 4 times he's been the leading wicket taker in the team. He is expensive, but he does an incredible job of being himself. Also, another thing that surprised me actually was young Astle, the off spinner, got the most wickets in the Royal London Cup and the best average, and he got the most wickets for us in the Blast as well. That is a good young player that's made good progression really fast. Team rankings, well, on the whole we were the best team last year, but a couple of things have happened. One, we're still the number 1 team ranked in county championship cricket. Not surprising, we've won the title 5-6 years on the trot. Blast, we still just hold on to our first position even though we've not won it in a couple of years. It's based on a 3-year rolling cycle, and you can see our amount of points is slowly diminishing, and one more poor season and Somerset, Notts, Durham, Northampton, someone's going to take over from us. And the Royal London Cup, we're no longer the number 1 ranked team even though we've not won the competition. It's because we go deep into it every single season. Leicestershire won it last year. We have now dropped down to the 2nd best team, and good on Leicestershire. They've got it good that none of their players are playing in the 100, but they're still making it count. Most runs on the game since we started. Babar Azam's nearing on 20,000 runs. County championship wise, Ali Orr nearing on 9,000. He has dimmed slightly over the last couple of seasons. Gone are his 1,600 and 1,700 run season. He's now just 1,000 run season sort of player, which is still not a bad place to be. Young Toby Elbert, who's part of our team the last 3 years, he's continuing to shine. 5,000 run seasons in his career so far. Just incredible specimen of a player. In the Blast, Ali Orr's got the most runs. Tom Haynes in seconds. Tom Haynes has had a couple of very, very good years for us. Ali Orr has been great in this competition, obviously, but he had that one 2018, a couple of years ago, where he averaged 11 and just couldn't get anything going. I think it's when I gave him the captaincy and wicket-keeper job, it just didn't work.
and Tom Haynes the most amount of runs in the Royal London Cup. Not a surprise, every single season he does really good. Ben Slater was very good for us. In fact, let's have a look at Ben Slater. He had those 3 years, excellent years, centuries, 4 of them across the 3 years. But young Scotty Carter, 6 centuries in the last 2 seasons. As always, there's a new view going around in town as well. So now we've got a batting one by season. So this is filtered on County Championship. So we can see Alior's 2016 season is the best with 10 centuries to his name. That's quite incredible. A 62 strike rate as well is pretty exceptional. And you can see mostly our players. Sussex. There's a lot of Sussex going on. In the Blast, Alior had the best campaign. 2014 is 775 runs. Has not been beaten. Johnny Bairstow went pretty close at one point. Pickens had that exceptional season with 7 50s. But a strike rate of 131 is incredibly low and kind of like the outer point of this. Everyone else is a lot better. Royal London Cup is Ben Compton, and Pretty Sure. Of course it's Pretty Sure. Pretty Sure just goes around scoring runs whatever the competition is. And we've also got the same view by the team as well. So in the County Championship, all of our seasons have been the best batting seasons going, averaging 46. If we change it to just be our top order, which is what really counts, we've had a couple of seasons in fact, where they've gone over 50, and 2 seasons averaging over 50. But 2029, our second worst season on record. Last, our 2023 season was the best one on record, an average of 37, strike rate of 147, balls per dismissal 26. The way it's worked out on this, it's done by the Performance Plus measure, which 100 means it's in line with the season average for the top 6 batters in the competition. And our score of 118 was 18% better than them. And the things that's weighted here is strike rates weighted way heavier than average in this scenario, whereas County Championship, balls per dismissal, strike rate and average are all equal. So you can see we've been very good in that competition. In fact, 2029 was still one of the best seasons on record. Royal London Cup, if we sort that by the one-day one, we struggle a little bit in this competition, nowhere near the top. Worcestershire doing very, very well. One thing that's really interesting here, I kept talking about how good Worcestershire have been in. There's a couple of bowlers that keep taking the wickets. Dylan Pennington, Finch, exceptional, and also Nathan Gilchrist, 2028, 2029. He's had a 90 and an 86 championship season, taking an absolute shed load of wickets. We're nowhere near that. The only one that gets close is if we look at the Blast, we've got Baz de Leader with 37 wickets, Finn Hudson-Prentice with a 33, and Astle's 32 kind of makes that top 20. But it does mean we've got some contracts, and I've added a different view in. I've listened to the comments, and if we've got the money, I think the key is that we need to buy an international star that's going to play the Royal London Cup. Ideally, one batter, one bowler. That would be a good place. A county championship team is pretty solid at the moment, but people are getting older. Ollie Robinson's now 35. Jofra Archer's about 35 as well. Gordon's 32. Cook's 32. So a whole bowling attack's going to need a replacement at some stage. Blast is pretty solid. The only question marks are here, I've got Archer. His economy rate's starting to go slightly up, and I think we need to look for a replacement for Cook and Robinson, and a full out-and-out bowler. And Royal London Cup, this is kind of the team we went with last year. What are we going to have left this year? We need a couple of bats that can come in, so either international stars or good young players that can come and fill the mould. But it's contract time, always one of the best parts of the game. We've got 466,000. I think we're going to end up short of money here again, because the cost of some of these players is outrageous. Baz de Leader being 93,000 is outrageous. Okay, so we're going to hold on to Pollock. He's done really, really well for us so far. We're going to hold on to Ellery. He's been exceptional. Murphy, Lee, Albert is a must. Top run scorer last year for us. Tom Alsop still kicking around, 32,000. A question mark that. Carter's got to go. He's not good enough. James Brace is going to get another 1-year deal. He's coming down $6,000, so that's a good place for us to be. We're going to give young Hodgson a contract as well. Pretty impressed with a couple of games he played in the Royal London Cup. Delray Rollins came in and still can't get a game for us. Brett Curry can't get a game for us. But we do need some depth, and Duckworth, I think, is worth a contract. He plays that Royal London Cup and does relatively well. So as we said at the moment, we spent 280,000. We've got about 186,000 to go. but we know we need bodies. So I think I'm going to say bye to Baz de Leader, even though he's about the best all-rounder on the game. I'm going to take a gamble on finding someone else in the free agency market. I'm going to give Tom Alsop 1 year, and I'm going to give Lee 1 year, a prove-it year to us, which leaves us 120,000, and does mean we're saying bye to Murphy, Baz de Leader, Delray Rawlins, Curry, and Archie Lenham. Pretty Shaw's available, but he's 87,000, and we need more players. We've only got a squad size of 25, so I'm going to give him a pass. Matthew Montgomery, the Notts player, 29 years old, is available. 61 one-day games played, average of 39. He's average 54 in Championship. I'm not buying for a Championship bat, I'm buying him for a Royal London Cup bat. He's averaged 50 the last couple of years he's played, so that's an option. We need a backup keeper, and Jonathan Tattersall is available. He's old, but he's cheap, and he can play Royal London Cup as well. So I'm going to go in on that. And there's nothing on the market bowling-wise, just looking at the blast. They're all, economy rates are way over 8. Max Holden could be a good piece. He can get on with it, scores really well in the blast. Didn't really play Royal London Cup. So I think we're just going to go with one signing at the moment. It's a little bit disappointing. There is this guy, B. Denver. He's averaging 46 with the bat in second team cricket and 106 wickets at 21. So I think that's worth a cheeky little look at, as we leave ourselves 77,000 to have a play with. There's a bowler I'm looking at here, Ned Leonard. Okay, so his championship record, 2 wickets, 77. That's not great. 5.4 economy rate in one-day cricket, 7.81 in the blast. And you can see it's been pretty good. The last year, his one-day stuff, he averaged 36 with an economy of 6.09, but I feel like it can be improved on. And a 7.54 economy rate in the blast. And if we go back another year, less than 5 in one day and less than 7 in the blast. I know we're going left field with some of these selections, but we're just trying to make something work here. Liam Livingston's available, averaged 31 in the championship last year. What about the year before? That averaged 24. I think he's not that great on the game. Doesn't play one-day stuff. Will probably be away with England. T. Rowe's available, 21 years old, and just bagged a 1,000-run season in the county championship. Let's just have a look at his championship stats. Division 1, averaging 43. That's very reasonable with 6 centuries to him. 10% of his innings are 100. That's a really good place to be. In the blast, a strike rate of 142. That seems pretty reasonable. And he's playing in the Royal London Cup, where he's averaging 30. I think that could be a good signing. He's 21 years old as well. Oh, but he wants money. And money is something we don't have. The other player that's available is C. Nesdale, again, who is quite a young sort of player. He's 23 years old. We look at his record, averages 41 in Championship, 32 in the Royal London Cup. Played Royal London Cup every single year. Has continuously got better. His blast record isn't all that, but he's about he's $30,000 cheaper, which puts us within budget. So we'll be picking up Nesdale and we'll be picking up Leonard. Leonard's in, Nesdale's in. We've got $6,500 left to spend. And we're going to make a change. Youth budget's going from 50,000 down to 10. And I'm going all in on this lad, Andy A. Carter. 4.93 economy rate in one-day cricket, 8.25. He's 21 years old, but an average of 11 in T20 blast. And he's played a little bit of championship cricket. We need to find a replacement of 90,000 for Baz de Leader, and this guy could be him with the ball. So first game of the new season, and it's setting us up to have a very peculiar sort of team, and we're going to have to chop and change with this. Tom Alsop isn't going to play. Ali Orr's going to come in, and he is going to take keeper responsibility. No room for Haynes, no room for Ayre, no room for the new signing Nesdale, who I'm going to pump into playing second team cricket and keep him fit and strong. London isn't going to play because I don't want 2 spinners in the team. So young Hodgson's going to get a game. I'm going to leave out Jofra Archer, go with Cook. Is Carlson going to be my spinner? How many times has he played for England now? And still, he's played twice for England and he's still not got a game for us. But I'm really interested about giving Astle a game, because I feel the ceiling is incredibly high. Best bowler in the Blast, best bowler in the Royal London Cup for us last year. Can he do it in first class cricket? We do lose the extra batting of a match Critchley. If we do that, Critchley's batting, there was 100 last year. He only averaged 23 actually last year, 31 the year before. That's quite interesting. I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to give Astle a run out as the spinner. And this is starting to transition into that next phase of the save where you're starting to get your team ready for all these guys retiring. If we look at the ages of the team, Robinson's 36, Cook's 32, Garden's 32, Jofra Archer's 35, Critchley's 33, Hudson Prentice 34. So we do need to go through this transition with the ball, and we haven't got the same problem with the batting because they're all young, good and very, very good cricketers. But we are going to make sure that everyone is playing second team cricket so they are as good and as ready as possible. Including you, Jofra Archer, you go play second team cricket. We're only a 4-star team with all the changes that we're making. I know we could have a better team out on paper, but it's the first step. Hopefully, we've won the toss, we're going to bat. A match drawn first game. Ali Orr, man of the match. 6-7 seasons on the trot with 1,000 runs, 116 in the first innings. Batted very, very well. The batting actually held up pretty good here. Albert with 58. Bradley with a really nice 102. But Pickens and Carter both scoring 50s gave us some confidence. They batted reasonably well as well. The batting conditions weren't great. There was a lot of time. 3 hours 16 lost to rain. But we felt like we lacked a bit of firepower. Sam Cook had a particularly poor game in this one. But we're going to take the draw against Surrey, who finished second next year. Carter improves his batting technique and Astle improves his bowling technique, which is good because we're playing at Sussex and we always have a spinning wicket. I'm going to make one change as well. Hodgson was very, very expensive, so I'm just going to do a bit of work on defensive bowling. We've got a problem with the ball, and the changes I've made aren't quite playing out. We bat huge. We get 793. Ellery with 318. 5 played and missed. 3 catchable shots. No LBW appeals. No drop catches. 463 balls. Second highest score of the save so far. His first class record is absolutely incredible. Just 2 T20 matches to his name. But how long can the selectors ignore him when he's putting up these numbers year on year? Ali Orr goes big. Another back-to-back century for that young man, averaging 57 in his first class career and only been given 7 one-day internationals to his name. 100 for Bradders. He's England quality already, playing in 3 different formats. So we go massive. Bowled them out for 227. Cook, Robinson, Garton, all good. This stuff here worries me. We're so expensive with the ball. We've got no control. And then they bat out 316 for 4 from 133 overs to end up with a draw. Astle going at 2s was better, but Hodgson I don't think's quite there, so I think I'm going to have to make a change. We're 7th after 2 games. Oh, and it's come. Ellery has been selected by the England Test team. Finally, recognition for his hard work. And the obvious change is for Tom Haynes to come back into the team, but we do have young Nesdale, who actually I kind of want to see. I've paid money for him. He might play Royal London Cup cricket for us. Kind of want to see what you've got. Astle's averaging 27 with the ball. Hodgson's averaging 77. So that's where we're going to make the change. And Jofra Archer is going to be the man to come into this team, which bumps us up to almost a 5-star team. That's a big improvement. And it's another match drawn. We've come within 2 wickets of winning the game. But a bowling attack just can't quite get through teams like it was. Ollie Robinson was 6 for in the first innings. All of their top order make meaningful contributions. All of them getting in, giving them 351. We bat really big again. Our batting is not a problem. In fact, it's probably the best it's ever been. Nesdale scores 46 on debut. Ali Orr played 3 centuries. This is the best we're seeing of Ali Orr. Still can't get in the test team. Albert with a ton. Bradley with a ton. He started the season absolutely red hot with 3 centuries as well. In fact, 2 back-to-back in the innings. And then 212 for 9. We had 90 overs pretty much to bowl them out. Not quite working. Not getting what we want out of Astle. And our
run of being able to just win the championship is actually looking in a little bit of doubt at the moment. We're going to make a change. It's never a good place to be, but Matt Critchley's coming back into the team. And it bumps us up to almost a 5-star team now. Win the toss. Very average conditions. Let's go win this game. Yeah, we're back. 108 and an innings run victory. We score 4-2-3. Nesdale, second game for us. Goes and bags 230. That's a way to make an impact on your new teammates. No one else scored 50, which is really interesting. It wasn't a great batting wicket, but that's how well he batted. Pickens and Carter both batted well for 48. For them, there was only 150. So only 2 scores of 50 and above out of 33 players batting. Archer with 8 wickets in the game. Bumps us back up the table, but still 16 points behind Surrey. So on the test match scene, first test match versus Ireland, we had Ellery in the team as our only player. Finch is still there. He's almost got 1,000 wickets in the game. He scores 11 in a match drawn, followed by 30. But if we go to the second game, he goes and bags 263. There's a surefire way to make sure you're never going to get your player back. Lots of played and misses, lots of catchable shots. But 263 is pretty special as England go and win the test match. Bradley and Archer's now been picked to go and play in the test team as well, as we're going to go up against a promoted Leicestershire. And batting wise, I want to give Glenn a go. He played 1 game last year and scored 89. 2 centuries to his name, but his batting has improved over time. And we're also going to give a game to Leonard, who, can we do that? We're really short on bowling. It makes me slightly concerned about what we can actually do this year. We bought in Carter, didn't we? And we thought Carter, 32 wickets. I'm going to give Carter a game. So debut for Carter. 4.5-star rated team, so we've not dropped that much. It's another match drawn. Albert man of the match for his 119. Pickens with 115. Ali Orr goes back to back. 4 games in a row. He's gone and scored a century. But the story is, we can't bowl teams out. Andy Dix goes huge. Swings it around. 7,000 runs. An average of 46 to his name. Very, very good player. Averaged 49 with 5 centuries last year. We just couldn't break through them. And Garton and Critchley, so expensive with the ball. We're 5th after 5. This has never happened. Archer's back. Carter's improved his batting. And Nesdale is out injured for 4 days. So Tom Haynes, you can come and open the batting for us. Welcome back to the fray. And Jofra Archer can come in for Carter. Oh, it's not great, is it? In fact, it's probably the most worried that I've been throughout the whole series about how good our bowling attack is. It's ageing, and although we got rid of our young stud at 93,000 a year in Baz Leader, we've still got an ageing bowling attack, and we've almost been mauled because they only had 104 to knock off. We got them 7 down in 30 overs, which was a good effort thanks to Ollie Robinson. But poor, really poor. Bad with the ball again up here. Garton and Critchley. Garton's so expensive. He was always expensive, but his strike rate was phenomenal, and that has now gone from his game. His bowling form is woeful, and we find ourselves, after 6 games, almost 50 points off the top. And again, we're going for a little bit of a different sort of lineup in here. I think I've got it nailed down how I want to do this. Ellery and Orr at the top. Albert at 3 stability. Haynes, Bradley, Bracey. Astor with the spin. 32 wickets last year was very good. Leonard went at under 8 and over. He was a sign-in. And Carter is in that lineup at the moment. Do I play Carter or do I go with a Finn Hudson-Prentice? I feel like I'm going to go Finn Hudson-Prentice. A little bit more depth with the batting. We can give Big Joff the new ball alongside Ollie Robinson. And then we've got some options. We've got Cook can come in, Carter can come in. Jack Carlson's there doing nothing. I think Duckworth will be good in this competition as well. And George Garton on the bench. It's an interesting lineup. I'm not quite sure I've got the best team. We are going to be... Oh, we're a 3.25-star team. Why do I feel that's all bowling? It's a 27-run victory. No one goes big, but we have 43 off 32 ball, 22 balls from Ellery. We'll get there in the end with no chance of just smashing it to the leg side. Love that. Bradders goes huge. pumping the ball over mid-on. With the ball, Robinson, Leonard and Astle going at 10s. We lose. We lose chasing 160. The bowling was good, but it was overcast and there was a bit of rain. Leonard going at 4.5. That's potentially a really good signing. Should have dropped Astle from the team. We don't need a spinner when it's that overcast. But with the bat, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Jofra Archer gave us a chance, but we lose by 4. Big fan of this. Bunter's returned from IPL duty. Ellery and Bradley are on T20 duty, and Albert's improved his batting aggression. Does mean we've got to have a little bit of a change. Bunter's available, so he's going to come in and open. He's obviously a superstar. I think I'm going to go with a bit of Pollock. I'm not sure about it. I'm going to check the conditions here. I feel like this might be a 5-seamer day. A 5-seamer day. George Garton coming into the team. This could backfire. We've got to win the toss and bat, and we do. We're not good. We've just been smashed by Essex. We could only muster 142. Nothing from the order. And then with the ball, Leonard going at 10s. We're not defending that much. What have I done to this team? We've gone from an absolute dynasty to a dinosaur. Pollock for Glenn. That's the change I'm going to make. That's going to solve all of my problems. Incredibly, we're a 3-star rated team now. I'm making us worse with selections. This is actually pathetic. With 138 for 2, they knock off. We score 132. We get smashed around the park. We're in capitulation mode here. We need to have a serious think around who are the best players and put them in positions where they're playing. I think that's what we need to do. Carter's going to come into the team. Just looking at the averages from different formats. And then with the ball, we're just getting pounded around the park. George Gordon's got to go. We are going to go with a spinner. Hudson Prentice is getting smashed around the park. We're going to go with Double A Carter. For 2 young new players in the team, we are almost 4 stars. I'm making some good decisions. Crikey, tell the wife. We pick up a win, but it's a win. All right, okay, I should stop complaining. It's a win. Ali Orr scores 67. That's the first time he's got going in this competition. So that's good news. But the batting is horrendous. Like literally just getting blown away time and time again. We get through on the strength of the bowling. Jofra Archer with 2. Carter and Leonard bowled really well together in the middle overs as well. The batting lineup is not good. Tom Haynes is not working in this position. Averaging 14 and just not able to get on with it at all. We could bring in Air. Or Should we give Nesdale a go? Like, seriously, what's the worst that happens? Let's bring in Nesdale. Haynes out. So we pump up to a 4-star team. I'm taking that. We get home by 5 wickets with 3 of us to spare, which I think flatters us slightly. Jofra Archer was expensive, but everyone else going under 8s. That's a much better performance from this bowling attack. And with the bat, or an Albert. James Bracey scoring some runs. Finally, the Brace Meister General does us good, comes good, and moves us into 5th. Wow, what a performance. We get 168. James Bracey with 56, Pickens with 50. We're in the mud at 4 for 46. Ethan Bamber picking up a couple. But the bowling performance was exceptional, and it was 8 wickets between Archer and Robinson here. Wicket, 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 wicket. Wickets falling everywhere. Hello, bowling attack. Where have you been? Match abandoned. 1 point each against Surrey. We scored 168. Yeah, it would have been close. Another match drawn. This time against top of the table Nottinghamshire. We do reasonably well. Bowling, Garton, Critchley expensive. It's what you expect. But we did reasonable effort to keep them down. We scored 556. We actually was very lucky to have Brian Bunter come into the team. International superstar, 30 tests, 4 centuries, playing in cricket all around the world. Scores 144. Matt Critchley with a career best 189, age 33. Does it for us. And then in 102 overs, we can't bowl them out. It was a road, but oh my days. We are so far behind the pace. Back into T20 action, it's a victory. We score 174. Albert batted well. And then just our usual collapse. This stuff around here just doesn't work very well. And I'm not batting aggressive when we fall apart. We just fall apart time and time again. Oh, we knock off 187. That's a hell of a knock. Carter's been brilliant for us actually in this competition since he's come in as a bowler. We called him out for his economy rate. He's going at 6.75. That's exceptional. We get 190 for 8. Pickens was 62. Astle with a quick fire 22. And we get home with balls to spare. Second in the table. Smashed by Gloucester. We did well. We got 181 actually. Pickens again with a good 56. Out of everyone just doing nothing. But then with the bat, Bond, brilliant player on this game. 64 test matches to his name, averages 42. He's got a 156 strike rate in T20 international cricket. He batted great. Darren Batson, who we actually almost signed at one stage, he scores runs as well. We've gone from feeling pretty good to it's very tight. Look at the team. Ollie Robinson's the one. He's going at 8s. Leonard's going at 8s. And with the bat, Nesdale has a 98 strike rate. That's never going to hold up. Tom Haynes is going to come back in. I'm banking on him. He's a 143 strike rate career guy. Can he do it? Another poor performance. We fall short against Glamorgan chasing 174. Never looked like it. Haynes, less than a runner ball. Pickens, less than a runner ball. You don't win games of cricket like that, and that is why we're outside the quarter-final line. They do it with one of our players, Matt Bradley, in the lineup. 10 not out to get the win. This season is capitulating. We've just lost to Surrey. They get 496. I think the biggest problem we've got in county cricket is Robinson and Cook, although their averages may be fine at times, we've won 1 game out of 8, but they're not taking wickets with the new ball, and we're finding the openers that we're playing against are batting massive. Jofra Archer's now out injured as well. Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to come for a run out. Gives us a little bit depth with the batting. But we're on track for the worst season of the save. T20 action. We're into must-win games. Tom Haynes... I'm chopping and changing so much with this lineup trying to make it work. But Bradley is available. That could be a game changer. International quality player coming into the team. With the ball, I think if we was to make any change, it would be Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson. He had that one game where he got a stacked load of wickets, and in the others, he's very, very expensive. Actually, I'm in a position where I don't know what to do because we haven't got many options. We've already played Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's gone at 9s. That's not going to work. Sam Cook's coming back in. It's such a gamble, but we're at the end of the tether. We're not a 4-star rated team. We're batting. We've got to win. Well, that worked. Sam Cook comes in and gets 5 for 29. Bowl's beautiful. Going up against a Kent team with Baz the leader in the team. 93,000 he wanted. He ended up being signed for 80,000. Wow. And how's his season? Averaging 40 with the ball, 21 in this competition, going at 9s. I feel like we made the right decision there. It's a huge win. It means we've got the net run rate over Surrey, but with 1 game to go, we can't really afford to lose or lose badly. As we lose in the last over. Oh, they hit a 6. A 6 with a few balls to go. We needed 1 wicket. Robinson bowled it. He gets pinged over the top. It goes to the boundary. We lose by a wicket. We scored 181. Not a bad score. Could have been better. We struggle in this middle order to keep things ticking over us sometimes. But we... Still games to play. We've made it through by a point. We're in. You've got to be in it to win it, and we're definitely in it. And we're going up against a Warwickshire team who finished top. George Garton's out for 4 weeks. I'm going to say, after an immense career, it's not going to make too much difference in this campaign. Leonard's economy rate just keeps creeping up and up, but I feel it's too late to make a change. The only change that I think I could make would be a Tom Alsop for James Bracey. But James Bracey's 135 strike rate actually isn't too bad. So we're going to leave it as it is. This is the team. It's the quarterfinals of the T20 competition. We are the number 1 rated team for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. This is based on that 3-year rolling average. But we are on the demise. We've won the toss. It's a good start. Pitch looks okay. Are we better chasing or setting? I actually don't know the answer to that. We are going to bat. We've done it. We're in finals day. We bat really well. We're going up against Corvallis, who played a bunch of cricket for us in the first 2 or 3 seasons as well. No one really did anything out of this world. Ali Orr scored at 100 strike rate for a long period of time. Albert batted well, 45 off 23. But this Bracey, we left him in and he goes and bags a 257 strike rate, score of 36. And then with the ball, it's really the start for us. If we start and we get on top early, things tick over, and we definitely did in the over by over. You can see they struggled to get away at the start. The team bowled really, really well. We're in finals day. Leicestershire's there. Oh, they beat us in the Royal London Cup last year. Now we've got this really interesting position where we've got so much talent available to us in the County Championship, batting-wise, that Nesdale is now batting down at 6. Ellery comes back in. If we look at test matches, he's averaging 152. Bradley's averaging 191 in one-day internationals this year, and they've both been playing T20 cricket. But the bowling attack has got a little bit of change to come in. Jofra Archer is out injured because I bowled him into the ground. So Carter's going to come in, and George Garton's out injured. What sort of pitch are we looking at? It's at home, so it's a spinning wicket. So I'm going to go 2-spin attack. I feel like we're not going to win the championship for the first time in forever, but we're going with 2 spinners. Don't know why. Crikey O'Reilly, we've lost in the championship again. Again, Lancashire, 11 runs. We were chasing 382, and I thought we were getting there. Critchley with 250s in the game. Bradders scores 100, and Matt Parkinson just beats us at the end. But the story is, Matt Critchley's taken 8 wickets and scored 250s in the game. That's a pretty good effort. But it's another loss. We've won 1 in 9. 1 in 9. We've been the team. For context, we have lost 3 games this season. In the last 5 seasons, we have lost 4 games in total. We've had a 70% win record over that time. Oh, we've done it. We're into the final. I didn't think we were going to do it. Top score of 30 in the game. We score 147. Ali Orr 30 off 23. Middle order, just average. We're so poor in that middle order, middle overs of the game at the moment. But we do enough with the ball. There's wickets all round, really. Robbo got a couple in the power play. I don't think we got that many in the power play. Yeah, back end of the power play we got a couple. Then they started to go big. And then here, overs 11 to 15, we managed to pick up a load of wickets. Carter, Leonard, and then Astell came on. He picked up 3 for 15. Takes man of the match. Puts us into the final against Middlesex. Middlesex, who incredibly, the last 2 seasons, and this is amazing, have been the worst team in the competition in terms of finishing bottom of the group and with the most points overall. They're now in the final. That doesn't really make any sense. Plus, they're the worst team, got the wooden spoon in the County Championship last year. So, incredible turnaround for them. The middle of our year, we're just going to have to deal with it. We are just going to have to deal with it. The team's got us to the dance. Can they take us one step further for an incredible 4th T20 Blast competition win? And we're going to bowl. And it looks fine, so we might be chasing a few. It's competitive. 1-7-8. Allenby, David Allenby, still going strong. Scores are well made, 50 off 37. Other than that, there's not a lot. But this knock here at the end, the over by over, that over there, it just went big. Sam Cook went boom, wicket, 4-2, 4-6. It's made it difficult. Robbo good, Carter good, Astell good. Can we go at 9 and over one last time? 40 off 24 balls to do it. And it's come down to the last over. We need 8 runs from 6 balls. Bradders has set it up with a 134 strike rate, 43. Bracey has got 40 off 27. We go to every ball mode. 8 off 6. Price in, drives Bracey into the offside. It's in the gap. It's going to run away for 4. 4 to win off the last 5 balls. Sussex are on top. Pulls away hard. Pulls to the boundary. Bracey's done it. He's hit it for 6. He's going to end up with a 50 as well. 50 off 29 balls. An incredible knock. We go and win the T20 Blast for the 4th time. Write it in. Put it in the stars. We have done it. We've done it on the back of... there's Albert.
414 runs at a 145 strike rate. He is the best for us. And with the ball, Astle 28 wickets at 7.32 economy rate. That is exceptional. But it also means we might lose him for the Royal London Cup. We've just knocked off 140 in 13 overs. Carnage, Albert 50, Ellery 50. We somehow get the victory when our bowling attack wasn't very good. 100 from Hucknall down here. Runs for most of the top order, to be fair. Sam Cook going wicketless in what has been, I would say, his worst performance, averaging 30 with the ball in the county championship. Bowled them out for 185. That was pretty reasonable effort. With the bat, it wasn't great. Ellery scored 92. Bunter went and scored some runs, as you would expect, averaging 60. Don't know why he's out of England contention, but it's good for us. Moves us up to 4th in the table, 51 points behind the top. 161 to win with an hour left. Challenge accepted. 31 to win from the last over. We end up short. We gave it a go, but yet another draw. There's a few things going on, and I'll dissect it in detail in the next episode, but our opening bowlers have been woeful. I got the selection wrong in this game, but our run rates have been terrible throughout the season. The championship is gone. Someone else is going to get crowned it. It could even be Gloucester. Time to move into the Royal London Cup. Or could we close the save by doing it without all of these superstars, which leaves us with this left? So it's a little bit different at the moment compared. We're looking at the averages from last year. Bull was awful. Lee wasn't good enough. We've not got heaps of batting that we can do. But we are playing Tattersall and Bracey. So 2 wicket keepers. Haynes, Carter, Neasdale gets a game for us. And Glenn. This is their last year's averages. So they look okay. With the ball, we've got some problems. Hudson Prentice is a little bit over the hill for us now. But we do have Carter in the lineup as well. Robinson, Hodgson, who was reasonably good for us last year, averaging 25. And in terms of backups, we've got young Supple, who's coming through our youth ranks, who's improved his bowling twice, technique. Young Denver. Now, that might be one to look at, because we paid a bit for Denver. We paid 24,000, and we thought, as a 3-day player, he has a very good record. And he has a very good record this year. So, in fact, I'm going to play him over Finn Hudson Prentice, which may come back to bite me, but we're going to give it a go. And I need to select the wicketkeeper as the wicketkeeper. There we go. We're ready to play. 2 wicketkeepers. We're a 3-star team going against a 5-star team. It's a disaster. We get smashed. Really smashed. And one thing really disappointed. Carter went at 9.67. Tom Haynes scored a ton, but the middle order, we batted really well at the start, and then we just fell apart at the end. Supple improves his bowling technique again. Big fan of that. That's a great performance. Neasdale, he comes in, scores his first Royal London Cup century for us, his 2nd overall. Bats really well. Tattersall, 58 not out. See, making signings that's going to improve the Royal London Cup team. And I was worried that they were going to get a massive score because they were bowled out for 212 in only 37 overs. But Denver took 4 and ran through the tail. Crikey, we just got smashed. Smashed by 136. Their batting went big. Robbo went at 9 and over. That was horrendous. Glenn scored 100, which is good for us to see. He's kind of the borderline player. He scored 100 last year, yes, but he's the borderline player. But 1 for 2. Whew. Supple keeps improving his bowling technique as well. There's something to it. Ollie Robinson is not working out. So I'm going to go with Supple. That's an incredible move. One I didn't think I'd be making, but one I am making. It's a big call. Jesus, we're rubbish. 294. We batted well. Bowling didn't work. Supple went round the park. It improved, but he was going at like 15s in the power play. So that's not work. We're bottom of this competition. We go with a very simple move of Supple out, Robinson in, and going to open with a spinner. We've done this many a time in this competition, and it's worked generally okay. We win. Somehow we got 312 because we were 3 for 39, 4 for 95. But James Hodgson, the bowler, scores 70. Carter scores 134. Is that his first big score? Yes, first ton this season. Got 4 last year. Cracking player, cracking win, 2 for 3. Well, we're in knockout cricket from here. We've got to win every game, and we're going up against a 5-star defending champion Leicestershire team. Batting generally is okay. James Bracey averaging 19 is not ideal. But we haven't got many options that we can bring in. If we look at how people are going, it looks like maybe the Bulls scored a few runs. He scored a lot of runs. I'm going to bring in the Bull, put Haynes as captain. The Bull comes in. Making decisions I never thought I'd dream of making. We sneak a win. We only scored 254, but the Bull comes in 51 off 49, takes us to a half-decent score. Pretty disappointed with Nesdale in this competition. The 1 century to his name, but nothing else. Bowler's got it done though. Duckworth opening the bowling's working really well. 2.5 our economy rate's outstanding. Still gives us a chance. We're still a long way. It's only 2 points, but our net run rate is horrendous. The Bull again, 305 for 6. Carter with 80, Nesdale with 80, Tattersall with 60. He's been a very, very good Royal London Cup signing, and the Bull strikes again. Match reduced to 33 overs, 253 the target. Oh no, it's coming down to the wire. It all comes down to this. They need 11 off 6. 1 wicket remaining. Second ball, 11, 10 off 6. It's gone for 4. They need 6. 6 off 4 balls. It's full. It's into the leg side. No, this is going to knock us out. This is unbelievable. 1 to win. We need a wicket. We've got the pads. It's going to be a draw. It gives us a point. Match tied. Denver 5 for 48. What does that do to the table? We need a win. And we need... it was Lancashire we played. That would have put us in, probably. We've got to win, and Lancashire have got to lose. We're not even going to make the knockout stages. They get 3-2-6. It was achievable until the final over, which went for about 3,000. No one went big for them. Just they all chipped in at the right time. Carter with 124. Denver with 62. But we finish our worst ever finish. Maybe not the worst, but the worst in a long time. 7th. We return to form in the Championship. 594. The Bunter, 23 years old, already 31 Test matches to his name. He goes big. He's at 3 centuries, averaging 69 this year. 100 for Nesdale, batting down the order now. It's not quite suited him as much, but he still managed to average 50 this year, and much better from the bowling unit. Spinners took charge in the opening innings, and then Jofra Archer with 5. Puts us up to 4th. 2 games left to play. Nottinghamshire with the game in hand. The title's gone. And Leicestershire have gone back-to-back in the Royal London Cup. Beating Hampshire by 5-star rated Hampshire by 129 runs. Mount with 107. They get 254 and then steamroll them. Nonyen with the wickets. We desperately need to get some money, but with winning, we get some money for the blast, which is good, but the higher we come up in the Championship, the more money we get for next year. 10-wicket win over Kent. Bowl them out for 3-2-3. Ollie Robinson with 8 wickets in the game. Ali Orr goes big with 234. Bunter with 49. Pickens with 121. Good to see him in the runs. Average is 45. He's not quite on that elite level like some of the other players, but it's very, very reasonable. It does get tight. Nottinghamshire have won the title barring 2 points, so congratulations to them. But we need to finish strong. There's money wrapped up in this, and our money has not been the best this year. So your basic never changes, but we'll get more money for the 20 over competition. I think we'll get about 140 grand for that finish, which is really good. Challenge Cup is worth nothing really, about 12 grand for the winner, but Championship 130 grand for the winner. So we want to get as close to top as we can. And we win the final. We've picked up some form, really. We win the final game of the season. Bunter with 219 of the finest runs you're very likely to see. 2 double centuries in the back half of this season. 982 runs just from the 8 games. 4 centuries to his name. Very good. Denver. I think we've got one here. I think we've got a genuine cricketer. Scored 34. 7 wickets at 21 on debut. Economy rate of 5.33 in the Royal London Cup. I think we've got an all-rounder for days there. We pick up the win. We pick up 21 points. And we pick up 3rd place. Gloucestershire and Nottinghamshire pip us
to the post. That's incredible. Roll with the most runs. No one's really smashed it. Shakir, I keep looking for him to come up. Ali Orr with 1,000 run season again. 5 centuries, an average of 55. Very, very good player. And we've only got one player with 1,000 runs. Albert next with 750s. That was his problem. He scored 50 so many times. He didn't go on and translate that into big scores. So third place in the County Championship. Didn't even make it out the groups of the Royal London Cup. And a win in the Blast. I think this is really insightful to how we've just not quite clicked and got those big scores. The strike rates are really low as well. Bunter's done his. He's averaged 95 with a strike rate of 55, but Pollock a strike rate of 37. Albert a strike rate of 37. It's putting us behind the game, and it's meant that we've not been able to have the time to take wickets sometimes with so many match draws. Bradley exceptional. Him and Bunter interchangeable between England duty. Ellery average 53. Critchley average 50. Nesdale average 44. I think that's all good. Pretty happy with that. With the ball, we do have a few things going on. Hodgson's not ready to make the leap. Denver was good when he came in. Astle needs work in this format, but very, very good white ball cricketer for us. George Garton's time is up. He is officially now over the hill. In fact, Denver with the most wickets. Him and Hodgson in the Royal London Cup both did very, very well. Leonard, not great, but a good economy rate. Carter, 9.67. So that's going to do it. I'm going to update all the stats ready for the next season. It's a tricky season, and it is going to impact the finances next year. Hopefully in a positive way. Maybe we get about 100 grand here and 140 grand here. But we definitely need... We've got a squad size of 30. We definitely need to have some change around our team because it's ageing and time is just... Welcome back to season number 9 as Sussex. We are coming off the back of a disappointing season. It's the first time in years that we've not won the County Championship. We win the Blast and our Royal London Cup campaign absolutely diminishes. Today, we're going to try and build a team that's going to win the Royal London Cup. It's all about transfers, all about leaving ourselves enough money in the kiddie to be able to get a class overseas batter and bowler. That is my goal. Bring in an overseas player that's going to be available for the Royal London Cup and help get it done. As always, before we get into the contracts, I've got some new views going on. So we've got a picture here. I've added in this. This is innings by innings of Ali Orr last season. The reason I pick Ali Orr because he's been our best County Championship player year on year. And you can see the dip in form towards the end. Yes, there's a couple of hundreds, but he started so hot that it just fell apart. What's great about this view is that because I've got Ali Orr selected, I can see his season by season stats, but I can see his innings by innings stats. So you can see these peaks and troughs, and if you're looking at a player and you're like, oh, look what he did here. He had a run in 2026 where he was red hot, scoring runs for days. He also had this period here where he was struggling immensely. Did get his 334, so this was the previous season, that was 2029. He finished really, really poor finish to the season. And that's something we've started to see as a trait for Ali Orr, that he doesn't finish the season very well at all. Batting ratings on the season, Ali Orr 6th place, Bunter 7th place. He did really well from the games that he played in. Blast-wise, no one makes the top list. And Royal London Cup, Carter continues his fine form. And just a quick view to show you the team titles. Blast was our 4th win. 5 wins in the Championship. Season-ending high for Ellery, top scoring in the Championship with 318, but none of our other players were able to make it. One thing that did happen, Ali Orr 5 times now he's been top scorer in the Championship for us. 3 times he's had the highest average as well. Scotty Carter went back-to-back in the Royal London Cup with the most runs and with the highest score. Interesting enough, Denver and Hodgson were both new players last year and got the most wickets and best bowling average in the Royal London Cup. If we can hold on to them, we're on to better things. Ali Orr 6-time most highest score in the Blast for us as well, and Astle back-to-back years with the most wickets. So we're heading in the right direction. But we do have contract time. And we do have a busy period ahead and hopefully a busy season. England, you can wait. It is contracts. We need to get our ducks in a row. And there's a lot of contracts to do. We've got 739,000 we've been given. Fan favourite, the Bull, is going to be the first one to sign. But we are going to see some changes. Glenn's going to stay because he's a Royal London Cup warrior. Tom Haynes is going to stay. He's a Royal London Cup warrior, but can't get in the other teams. Sam Cook is obviously going to stay. He's been exceptional. Jofra Archer, I'm just going to give a year to. 35 years old, he's just going to get a year. Matt Critchley, just going to get a year. Finn Hudson-Prentice has been unavailable in the Royal London Cup. Same with George Garton, been unavailable in the Royal London Cup. He's not in favour in different competitions. So, I feel Hudson-Prentice is available 100%. So he is going to get another deal because he may well get a game for us in the Royal London Cup. London, I'm going to give him a year. George Garton, I feel I'm going to say bye to George Garton. 15 games, he was good in the Blast. He's always good for us. 8.6. I'm going to give him one more year, George Garton. I've built you up to being released, and it's not quite happened. Allsop and Bracey are an interesting pair. Bracey played 11 times in the Championship and has fallen off a cliff. He also played in the Blast. Didn't do heaps, but is available 100%, whereas Tom Allsop is not. So Tom Allsop, we're saying goodbye. And we leave ourselves 240,000. Yes, please. I'm going all in on Prithee Shaw. Year on year, he's about the best player around. I'm going to sign him. I don't care of the cost. I know it's 50%, but if his 50% is the Royal London Cup, we are going to win that competition. And the other player I'm going to do exactly the same for is Tawid Hiradoy, who I have seen play in real life, but I can't pronounce his... No, I'm not going to do it. He's 29. But his record is exceptional. 49 average in test match, 43 in one days. He would be a class act. That will give us such a strong bowling lineup. I've done it. Sorry, batting lineup. I've actually gone and done that. I'm surprised I'm so decisive. Young player alert. There's a couple that take a fancy. There's S. Forrest. Stanley Forrest. Not played, but averaging 42, 29.5 grand. But there's this guy here. B. Thompson, 28,000. 158 wickets at 18. I think that is worth a little look. That is a massive contract offer. We're going all in on batting with a young bowler. Boom, 1. Boom, 2. Boom, 3. 44 grand. Let's see if we can find another bowler that can play in the Royal London Cup. There's a couple of bowlers here that may well be fine suitors. It's a really interesting one. There's one player that I really have been looking out for all time, and he's just become very... Don Sibley is great in the Royal London Cup as well. FYI. And it's Shakir. He's been exceptional year on year in the Championship, but he's not playing one-day cricket. I'm like, why is that? And that is because he's playing in the 100. Manchester last year, Manchester the year before that. Really disappointed. Would have loved to have spent the money on him, been looking out for him to come on the market. He's on the market. We're not going to be able to make the deal happen. We need a bowler. We need someone good for the Royal London Cup. And there's a few guys here that have had pretty good seasons. Ogden, 17 wickets at 26 with a 4.89 economy rate. 20 wickets the year before that. He's 46 grand and we haven't got 46 grand. The other one is P. Hopper. 12 wickets at 16 2 years ago. 12 wickets at 25 with an economy rate of 6 this year. Not quite sure that's the right thing to do, but it improved to 4 wickets at an economy rate of 5.11 this year. We can sign him, we can afford him. It's another body. We've spent some money, we've got 17.5 grand left, and we've prioritised with our signings purely the Royal London Cup. And we've got squad size of 33 to go alongside it. Nottinghamshire county champions want me, as does Australia, Queensland. No thank you, we've got work to do, unfinished business. And to do so, we're going all in on our young bowlers. Hodgson, Hopper, Astell and Denver. All getting the technique training they're going to need. And the Bull is getting some... In fact, let's have a look at the Bull. I love the Bull. I love what he's about. Very defensive player. Very aggressive one-day and T20 player. Like that, surely those two things just don't quite go together. Slight pace preference, slight offside. We're going to give him some front foot training. We're also going to give bowling training to T London, who we re-signed for another deal. So this could affect us in the county championship completely. Also, Carter is the one that's telling us to select in the championship, which is really interesting. Bunter, Shaw, Hiradoi, all the way on international or IPL duty. And Hodgson comes along and improves his bowling technique. I am a huge fan of that. Interesting enough, it's telling us to select London in our starting lineup, which I'm not going to do. But it is really interesting. I'm going to pass the baton of bowling, spin bowling, to Astle. Jack Carlson isn't going to be part of the team. Denver's going to be part of this team. This is the championship team. So there is change. Ellery and Orr at the top. Albert Bradders is in there, averaging 87, looking really, really nice. Nesdale, who we signed last year. Pollock had a good year. He's going to continue. Astle, Denver, Archer, Robinson. Archer's probably not going to keep wicket. It's going to go to Ali Orr, which will affect his batting, but I've just got to live with it. Just looking at the test match records of these players. Sam Cook got a couple of test matches. Bradders is averaging 37 in test cricket. We've also got on the bench Bunter, who's averaging 44 from 34 tests. In terms of one day, Bradley's played 14 with an average of 46. Ali Orr's had 7, averaging 54. That's very, very good. And T20s, Bradders has been around. Ellery's been around. We've built a good team. Can we go and avenge last year? Can we go and win the championship? Can we go and win the Royal London Cup? Let's rock and roll. We're playing Derbyshire first game. It's a derby game against Derbyshire. Wagstaff at the top. He's a run machine. Let's go silence him. A very disappointing, there's a word we've been using a lot over the last season, draw against Derbyshire. We get 259. Albert with 90, Orr with 57. We got blown away a little bit in the middle. Kind of caused us a problem as they took a first innings lead. We had to bat longer than we needed to, or we had to make sure we didn't lose the game. And they were probably on course to knock them off. We've done it. What a win this is. I felt like we were behind the game. We lost 2 hours, 18 minutes of rain. We're playing against the defending champions that just beat us to the title. And also the team that had signed Shakir, who had a great game. 98 from 201 in the first innings. And 35 in the second innings. Miller scored 84. He's a great player in the save. One T20 game to his name for England. But really good performance. They get 3-3-1. Bowling's difficult. All this is hard. We're not going to win this. Then the batting steps up massively. Nesdale with 125 off 164 was exceptional. Scored at a great rate. Pickens, I call him Pickens. He's called Pollock. It's easily done. 129 off 190. Albert with 142. Bradders goes and scores 78 off 111 as well. We do really well. Bowled them out for 294 in the final session with Astle picking up 3 key wickets. Big fan of that. Oh no! Match drawn. I thought we'd won. That is an absolute schoolboy. I thought we'd won. I didn't think they scored as many runs as us. So I went and pressed them space bar. The game's not over. Now the game's over. We needed 30 off the last off 2 overs. We scored 15. It's match drawn. That's a travesty. Nesdale's out injured for 5 weeks, but Hopper's improved his technique and the Bulls improved his front foot batting to the limit. This guy is crap, but I hope this guy is going to be an absolute legend of the save. Nesdale out. That's a tough one to swallow because he has been in great form. Carter's going to come into the lineup. My days, this is frustrating. We're just not quite there. 4-5-4 we score. Pickens with 95, Carter with 87. We've asked them to follow on after a good bowling performance. And their 10 and 11 have just put on 65. 65. And really put us in the mire and batted from over 120, about 45 overs. We couldn't bowl them out. We now need 152 to win in an hour. And we fall short. 102 for 7 trying to get on with it. That's 2 games in a row we've left points on the board, out on the field, not put them in our back pocket and walked off with them. And again, we're just drawing games of cricket. Bunter and Bradley go on and play for England, and Ayre is out injured for 4 weeks. Jofra Archer currently averaging 72 on the season. Don't know how long I can let that one slide. match drawn again against Leicestershire. We scored 4-13. Carter with a great knock. He batted with the tail for about 70 of those runs and ended up making 99. Good performances throughout. Or Albert, Hiradoy, all with 50s. But a bowling unit, the last 2 seasons, hasn't been as prolific. Guys are aging. I need to move on from them. Not quite there, not quite ready to move on. But it is causing us a problem. We scored 258 all out, trying to get on with the game. Tried to bowl them out, didn't quite work. Played 4 draws. To the point I'm changing Astle and Denver from bowling technique to bowling aggression. Is Jofra Archer done? That's a question. 6 at 66 this year, 29 at 27 last year. It's not working. And unfortunately, we've got a lot of inexperience on the bench to try and work out who to bring in. Garton's injured. Critchley's injured. It's a good job we brought in these fresh faces. Nesdale's injured. I know he's not a bowler, but just for dramatic effect, we're struggling with injuries at the moment. Carter's injured, who would probably be the one I turn to. So I think we're going to bring in young Hodgson. Again, it's part of this movement to try and move away from the old guard and to the new, but it's tough. Again, it's happened again. We score 552 in 123 overs. We belt it. Hiradoy with 200 in his second game for the club. He's an exceptional player. It's an exceptional performance. We bowled him out for 387. Young Hodgson goes and picks up 4 for 75, but they bat a long time. Then we nail them down. We have them 6 for 123, and Beasley and Adams put on 195 to stop us from winning, and we draw again. Hopper improves his bowling technique and London improves his bowling technique. All about that. We still haven't won a game of cricket. Incredible. Lancashire score 319. Again, runs down the order. Aikenhead and Davis getting it done. We're behind the game. We only score 247. 247. Way behind. They bat big. Aikenhead 60 down the back end of the order again. Just constantly being frustrated. We had him 6 for 251 and they declare 100 runs later, 9 wickets down. We tried to chase down about 440. We end 340 all out. We're just above the relegation zone. We are a dynasty no more. But we do have T20 action to relieve us of our stresses. Trying to work out how we structure this team again is quite difficult. Bowling's the problem. Denver Hodgson didn't play in the competition 2 years ago, and they didn't bowl last year. I think we're going to go with them. Cook and Leonard in the team. We do have Big Joff that we can bring in, who went at 10 and over last time. Not great. Robinson 8 and over. We did really well in this competition last year. We went and won it. I'd be surprised if it happens again. We have been battered. They scored 226 for 5. McGregor 89 off 43. No one in the bowling unit performing, and the batting unit was like a wet salmon slapping you around the face time and time again. We're the winners, defending champions, #1 team. As that is important, that Astle's improved his attacking bowling to the limit. We fight back, we fight strong. 237 for 6. Ellery and Orr both batted beautifully, took us past the power play in fine fettle. Albert was 75, and then just trying to get as many as we can on the board before we bowled them out for 157. Leonard's good. Hodgson, I feel we've got a young player come through here that's got a bit of talent. The ball, did anyone else see that? The ball is on the rise. Batting technique on the up again. The man is built differently. The man is built for Royal London Cup cricket. Stop the world. I want to get off. Prithee Shaw is finally available for us. He will come in and he is going to bat opening. Ellery drop to 3. Oh, we're a stronger team now. Yeah, we're 3 and a tiny bit stars, but we're a stronger team. As we go and score 100 off the first 6 overs without really batting an eyelid. We go back-to-back 200s. 228 for 6 in this occasion. Ellery moving down to 3, scoring 84, looking very, very nice. Bowling unit strangles them at the top. Cook and Leonard were economical. Hodgson, very good again, 2 for 1. What's the other end of the scale look like? Well, that's where you fail to knock off 151 and get bowled out in 18 overs, 38 runs short. Bit worried about Hiradoy. I don't feel he is off to a very good start, averaging 4 with a 78 strike rate. So I'm going to make a change. And when the time has come, the ball is in. Averaging 54 last year with a 177 strike rate in second team one-day T20 cricket. 62 and 29 the year before. The time for the ball has arrived. He's part of the blast. We win by 43. Just get it done. Not a very good batting performance. Ellery with 42 off 31. The only reasonable contribution. The ball going at 100 strike rate. Playing in the blast will bring you back down to earth, son. Astle with 314. Thought the bowlers were exceptional, actually. Economy rates are king in the game for me. Economy rate and strike rate are the only two things that matter. As we welcome back Bunter as well, who is one of the best players on the game, averaging 35 in T20 international cricket with a 146 strike rate. He's unavailable. He's injured. It said he was back. They've lied to me. Just get past the Swords of Essex. 168 for 9. Again, poor batting performance. The ball 37 off 24. That's a meaningful contribution from the bowlster. I like that. And 50 from Ellery was very, very good. With the ball, we bowled really well up top. Astle 3 for 29. It's the reason he's a two-time bowling wicket-taking champion in the blast for us the last 2 years. Some days it's not your day. This was one of them. Lose by 9 wickets to Middlesex. We actually started really well, and then the middle order happened, and we just didn't get a partnership. Oh, that's rubbish. That's really poor. We let them get 186. We had him 58 for 6. Will Jacks comes in at number 7, scores 104 off 48 deliveries, disrupts the order of events, and then our batting unit capitulates. We had a good start, and then nothing. We just haven't got the tail like we used to. We always had a strong tail. Astle's improved his one-day bowling in terms of being defensive to their limit. We win in the championship. A championship game I didn't realise we were actually playing. I just picked my one-day T20 Blast team, and we were going up against a 5-star Gloucestershire team. Bond scores 100 in each innings, as does Ali Ord. First time it's happened in the game, and next season, once I've got all the scorecards loaded in, I'll show you the updated version, but it's not something that happens very often. Prithee Shaw, 148 on debut. First win of the season. We're 21 points behind the top. They've got a game in hand. Lose to Hampshire, 152. Should have been a lot more, but again, our tail is non-existent. Now we've got to start having a serious conversation because we're not in the promotion places or going into the playoff places. And things just aren't quite clicking. Pretty sure. Is it a good start? Probably not. Bradders is not having a good start to the campaign. To the point I'm going to move him up 1. The ball's adding some value. And with the ball, our change bowlers are not very change-like. They're changing the game for the worst, unfortunately. So it kind of puts us in a predicament. We need to improve our change bowling. Denver's really poor. Denver's going to go, A. Carter's going to be the guy to come in. We bought him last year because we knew he was good economy rate-wise, and we're going to need some of that. In fact, we've gone up to a 4-star rated team. Lose by 53 runs. It's capitulating. The Blast team is not what it used to be. We find ourselves with the game in hand 5 points behind. We've got to win every single game to give ourselves a chance of qualifying. A 4-star rated team. What's good and what's bad? Carter's come in, he picked up 3 wickets. I'll take that. Give me strike rate or give me economy rate. Leonard going at 9s is an issue. We could bring in Ollie Robinson. That's the change. That's the change you choose to make. Yeah, I'm going to leave Carter in the team. Leave Carter in the team. Carter's just got himself a T20 Blast hat-trick. Take that. And we only just knock off 129. Hodgson with 30, Robinson with 12 to take us home. It's not pretty, but it puts us within 3 points. And we're out. I'm positive we're out. We score 178. They knock them off. Albert with 59. But his poor, pretty sure, has been an absolute walking wicket in this campaign. Current competition, averaging 14, no 50s. 210 strike rate's very good, but crikey, we're right near the bottom. Denver's not the guy in county championship cricket yet. He needs work on his bowling. He's averaging 40. So we can't take in that sort of player. Archer's in. That's like the Sussex of old. We bowled Durham out for 219. Astle with 4, Archer with 4. Hello, welcome back to the team. One of the best players in the world when fit. Who would have thought playing would be a good thing? Ellery with a ton. Shaw and all get us off to a cracking start, putting on 111. And then Bradders with 100. Pollock with 100. And we polished them off. Great win. And puts us close. 20 points behind and they've got a game in hand. It's a big gap. But we're a big time team. We lose the final blast game of the season to Kent. We score 126 in 20 overs. Trying to go for it. Didn't work. Albert chews up a 51 strike rate. And we've got one game left to stop ourselves being awful. So we lose to Gloucestershire and finish the season on 10 points, which is abysmal. What was our net run rate? We're like the 15th best team in the competition. That is our worst record. Worst season on record. Horrendous. Off to the county championship. Let's claw some. Just get some game about us. Get something back in the game. Give ourselves a chance of lifting a trophy. A game we should never have lost. I keep saying it. But the output from this team is abysmal. We bowled them out for 211. Great performance. That's still 4 for 13. Superb. We only made 291. And that's thanks to Bradders, who now he's actually getting some game for us because he was always away from England quite often carrying the drinks. He's got 691 runs from 6 games and averaging 76. Very good player. Everything's looking good. Then they go and score all these runs and it's the tail again. Rathver and Atkins go and put on 95, 45, 43. Take the lead out to 400 when it should have been about 200. And we go and lose. Title aspirations gone. Just looking for a good finish. Yorkshire go and win the T20 Blast, beating Leicestershire in their revival. That is rubbish again. 306 all out. They go and score 486, but the story's the same. We've got them 260 for 6, and they had another 226 runs on with the tail. Harry Duke, batting at number 8, scores 147. Nonyen scores 41. It's outrageous how bad we've become at bowling against the tail. As we go and draw another game. Well, I say draw another game, we've just come off a loss. But a decent performance against Surrey. They make 297. Big Joff with 4 for. We go fairly big. Albert with a ton. Pretty sure batted well. Ali Orr batted well. Pickens with 95. They score 420 for 9. But the runs is from the top order. Huge partnership between Robinson and Roll. Roll, who got the most runs in the county championship last year. As we end up with a match drawn, leaving us in 5th in the table. And the whole reason we signed Hiradori and Shaw was to be available for the Royal London Cup. Everyone's gone to international. The ball's gone to the 100. Oh my days, we might not have a team. The team's actually relatively strong. We've got Tattersall, who was really good last year for us. Carter, Eyre, Nesdale, Tattersall. Lee's the kind of the odd one out. We could bring in James Bracey, but he wasn't great last year. Carlson, the spinner. And the bowlers were relatively alright. Slightly expensive though. We have got Double A Carter, we've got B Thompson, we've got Hopper we can bring in. And these are the 2 new players that's just come through the youth academy. We don't really know much about them yet. That is promising. Not with the ball. The ball was dreadful. They were 177 before they did anything. Robinson with 5 for 82, going 8.2 and over, picked up a load of tail end wickets. But we knock off 3-4-3. Haynes great. Carter with another ton. What a player he is in this competition. And Tattersall with another 50. He had a great campaign last year. We've just got to get ourselves to the dance. We've got to make it through this group stage somehow. Lose to Derbyshire. Our bowling attack's getting battered. 3-6-1 they score. Lots of guys going at over 6 and over. 3-3-5 in response is a pretty good effort. Top order, fairly consistent. But our bowling attack is not in a good place at all. Hodgson going at 7s isn't ideal. I've got a feeling he'll come good. Double A Carter is in form in second team cricket. 3 wickets at 15, 4.3 economy rate. We're going to bring him in, have a bit of a change. It bumps us up to a 3.5 star rated team. I'm all over that. We win by a wicket. We somehow get over the line. We were cruising. Haynes 91 off 60, massive. Ayres had a really consistent start to the campaign, back-to-back 50s, and we knock off 300. Double A Carter comes in, 4 for 44 at 4.4 and over. Lots of 4s, but the main one is it's a W in the win column. Smashed by Durham by 7 wickets with 16 overs left. It's putting us in this normal position where it's very tight, and are we going to qualify or not? That's dreadful. We've been bowled out for 148, chasing 255. Tattersall batted well. Everyone else blown out the water. We're 2 for 3. Leonard's coming out, and I'm going with the inexperience of Hopper, who is continuously improving his technique since he came into the unit last year. That's a good performance. Who would have thought it? 308, 104 for Ayre, who's been, like I said, fairly reasonable. 250s in a century. Bowled out for 192. Double A Carter with 5 for 38. And London 4 for 43 on debut. 2 games left. No Prithee Shaw. No Hirodoy. I can't believe how much it's all backfired. And we win again. Nedsdale this time with 112 of the finest from 62 deliveries. He went bonsai. 3rd Royal London Cup century for him. 1 last year as well. Good player, not quite good enough for the 100. But man, it's tight. If the results go our way with Glamorgan, we're going to be level on points and behind on run rate. We're going to play our final game against second place Northants on 9 points. So if we beat them... Oh, they've all got games in hand. They've all got games in hand. It's against us. We win again. And we finish the season. Well, the Royal London Cup season. But it's a good performance. 3-2-5. We've actually scored reasonably well at times. Consistent. Nedsdale, Ayre, all pretty good. Get 2-4-4. Hopper's come in. He went at 9.38 and over here. But I think that's quite a reasonable start to the man's career. We bought him in. Was it him we bought in free agency? Yeah, 27 grand. So, not a bad performance. We're not going to go through Northants. Oh, yeah, net run rate's going to be not good enough. Somerset and Northants both can overtake us. And Northants were the team to do it. We just edged them as well on net run rate. But what a disappointing campaign this has been. The Blast, 8th. Royal London Cup, 4th, not even making it through. In the Championship, well, crikey, we don't even know what to do about that. County Championship, what do we do? Leonard's not been that good. Have we got another opening bowler that could come in? We could give Double A Carter a run out. Why not? He's been pretty good for us in other competitions. But I just feel like it's kind of over the hill, king of the hill. Sam Cook averaging 33. He's probably done. Robbo's probably done. What's the transition look like? We've brought in these young guys. We're going to keep training them up. We're terrible. Our bowling unit is just not good. I've said it a lot of times, but time and time again, it still surprises me. A game we should have won. We had over 3 sessions to bowl them out, and they bat 105 overs. And again, it's partnerships down the back end of the order. Radford's already frustrated us this year. He does well. JJ Lowe, 29. And we just can't put teams away. We've lost that killer edge, that instinct that means you're going to win games of cricket. Our overseas selection has been appalling. The next crop of bowlers all on bowling technique. I'm going to see if we can get a good one out of this. Swanton's an interesting one. He's a leg... Reed's an interesting one. 24 grand and he's a leggy. Notts have gone on and they've picked up the Royal London... Northamptonshire's picked up the Royal London Cup. Blast won by Yorkshire. Championship, I really hope Leicester should do it. What a turnaround that is. We go and lose. Surrey, away. No batting, no runs on the board, and they knock them off with 6 wickets remaining. Astle improves his bowling technique again. He's working hard and he is improving across the board. An average of 27 in county cricket this year. Didn't play in the Royal London Cup, which is a travesty. Slightly expensive in the Blast. But he's one that's really reacting well to all the chances for training that he's being given. Shaw and Hirodoy is available, but we're not going to do it. It's the final game of the season. He's played one championship game in his career. We are going to give a run out to the Bull. It doesn't go well. We lose by 160 runs to Nottinghamshire. Astle with 6 for pretty good. The Bull with 62. Let's take a positive. The Bull with a 62 and a 75. He was only a £22,000 a year player. But he's averaging 59 from 2 games. I like that. The Bull's good. The Bull is strong. Unlike our team, which finished the season in 7th place in the Championship, which is our worst finish in a very, very, very long time. Top of the batting charts for us, Albert with 1,000 runs. Only 2 centuries. That's an issue for me. Bunter, 4 centuries, 1,000 runs, average 54. Very, very good. Ali Orr just sneaks in with 1,000 runs again with 3 centuries. Shakir, probably should have gone for him instead of chasing the overseas player dream. With the ball, none of our players are anywhere near. Dylan Pennington always near the top of the pops. Lancashire win the league. It's a tough season. It's a tough one to take. But our bowlers are improving. The next crop of players are around and will continue to get better. Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to the channel. Season 10 of this Sussex rebuild, and this will be the final season of the series. 10 seasons we've had to try and rebuild Sussex, and to be honest, we have done a pretty good job. We are a 5-time winner of the county championship. We have won the Blast 4 times, but we've never actually been able to go on and win the Royal London Cup, which has been the storyline that's plagued us for quite a while. We're coming off one of the worst seasons, if not the worst season in our history. No trophies to a name. 7th place in the Championship. We finished 4th in the group stages of the Royal London Cup. And the Blast, which we're a perennial winner of, we came 8th. Times are hard. And we've got contracts to do one last time with retirement. Oh, I didn't expect that one. Ollie Robinson has finished as a Sussex player, as has Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has been absolutely stupendous year on year on year. We don't actually have a lot of money to play with because we finished so poorly, and this is going to cause us a lot of problems this year trying to work out who's in our team. Ali Orr is a given. Carter is a given considering he's a 3-format player, same as Ayr. Big fan of that. Tattersalls been class in the Royal London Cup. You can get a game. London can play in the Royal London Cup. Leonard can play in the Royal London Cup, as can AA Carter, who had a bit of a breakout year. That is already 305,000 spent. Jofra Archer is 36 grand for a 36-year-old. I don't know about that. I'll come back to it. Astle's been great. 2-time top wicket taker for us in the Blast. He's done really, really well. I think I'm going to have to avoid players like Prithvi Shaw and Hirodoy. That experiment just didn't quite work. Now, right on medium bowler, Swanton's going to get a 2-year deal. He will be available. Only 17 years old as well. But right on medium, I find sometimes in Blast and Royal London Cup games, it actually does quite well. If we look at the Championship, Matt Critchley didn't play for us last year. We made the move to go to Astle. George Garton, again, is going to be playing. He's going to be playing in 100. This is what this 85% thing is. Jofra Archer will be part of it. He played 7 games in the Blast. Is that good enough to keep it? He had a really poor year. I think I'm going to move on and leave myself a little bit of money in the back beauty. I'm going to give Bracey a 1-year deal. But I think we're going to say goodbye to quite a good number of players who's been great for us. George Gordon's been wonderful. Matt Critch's been wonderful. Archer's been wonderful. But we haven't got the funds to warrant keeping them. So I actually think we're going to say bye to them. Archer played 11 times in the Championship, and we might need him for the Championship. So I'll give him 1 year. But Critchley, Garton, Shaw and Hirodoy are all banished. Banished is probably a harsh term for it. But it does mean we're going to have about 90,000 to spend. And the first place we're going to look at is youth players, just see if there's something excellent coming through, like P. Kroll, who's 29,000. He's got no experience, though. Is it a red herring? And what is that? Jay Sprake. Average is 51. That's pretty useful. Average is 60 in one day. Oh, that's a player and a half. Let's have a look at Kroll, because I was on current year. 128 wickets at 25. I don't feel like we need a batter. If we're going to win anything this year, it's going to be down to bowling. So let's just have a look at first class current season and see if there's anything except D. Ballard. What's that 81 wickets doing, Sunshine? That's pretty useful. Average 37 in the Royal London Cup, so maybe not. We're going to go back to what you know. We are going 100% Shine Shah Afridi is available. That is going to be the one and only signing that we are going to make. It's an overseas player. He was great for us before. Oh, we've got 18,500. Could we bring in another player? We're not going to be able to bring in another player. We're going to add 10 grand onto the physio, and the transfer window is closed. One player's in, Shine Shah Afridi. We're going all in. I'm trying to close it out on the final episode as we enter the 2032 season. Bunter's been a great player, but he's never available. That's always tricky for us. And it's quite a different sort of team that we're feeling this year. Albert and Alior's going to open the batting. Ellery is currently out injured. He averaged only 31 last year, which was a big downturn from his 66 in the previous season. Carter at 3, Bradley 4, Pollock 5. The Bull. We're going all in on the Bull for the final season. Astle is just going to keep his reign as the starting spinner. We've obviously let go of Critchley, but he's just going to go in front of Jack Carlson for now. Shine Shah Afridi with the new ball with Thompson, who is a new name for us in the season. We signed him last year, 28,000 he cost us, and we didn't utilise him. It tells us he might be a good player. So we are going to see how he goes trying to be a good player. Double A Carter and Sam Cook is both in the team. We've got a little bit of depth. Hodgson, who's done well for us in the Royal London Cup as a young player that came through. He's averaging 51 in county cricket. Leonard's averaging 43 last year. Archer and Denver were both incredibly poor. We do have batting on the bench. We've got Nesdale on the bench, who only played 4 games last year, but averaged 44 the year before. Glenn, Eyre, Tom Haynes. Hey, remember Tom Haynes when he was like the golden child of the team? Well, we've got a big job to do here. We are a 5-star rated team. Going up against Nottinghamshire, won the title 2 years ago. They've got a cracking batting lineup. Can we go and win the treble? And we start as strong as we can. An innings and 62 run victory. Centuries all round, actually. Alior, 117. First game of the season. That's a useful 14,444 first-class runs, 47 centuries. What a player. 248 for Scotty Carter. Came through, we bought him as a free agent in year number 1. Only got 8 first-class centuries to his name because he's not been able to cement a place in the team, but runs all round. Bradders, he goes and scores 93, 43 for Pickens, 91 for the Bull. 3 50s from 3 games for him. And the bowlers get it done. Sammy Cook with 6 for. That's pretty useful. And Shine Shah Afridi with 4 for. With second. We've done it again. An innings and 160 run victory here. Bradders, 27 years old now. He started the season in fine. Fettel, 58 career first class average. He scores 189. Carter goes back to back. 248 followed by a 161 from this one, a little bit slower, 331 balls, but equally just as exceptional. And Thompson, second game of his career, goes and bags 5 for 66. That is a fine performance from the young man as we go and bowl them out. 118 in about 2 sessions as we're running out of time because we lost 4 hours. Still find ourselves second, 1 point behind Essex. And we're done with Leicestershire as well. This one even bigger by an innings and 231 inside 3 days. We go big, 605 for 6. Our top order is electric right now. Albert comes to the party. He scores 220 off 411. That's an incredible knock for him. Not his highest score of all time, but a career average of 53. Another century for inform Ali Orr. Second one of this season. He started absolutely red hot. 50 for Carter, 50 for Bradders, 50 for Pickens. We're looking really good. Shane Chorafridi rips them apart in the first innings, and everyone just kind of mops them away with 2 each in the second. We're 3 for 3. It's been about 3 seasons since we've had a good start to the championship, and right now we are having a good start to the championship. And we do have a first change of the team. Bradders is away on international duty, which means Nesdale's going to come in and bat in the middle of the order. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to witness history. Rory the Bull, 450s from 6 matches, averaging 70, is on the verge of going to his first-class century. Hammers it into the leg side. I think it's gone for 6. What a way to bring up your first century. What a player the Bull is. He's got a ton, and then smashes the next ball for 4. We've gone an innings again, this time against a very good Surrey team. Dom Sibley scores runs against us every single time. It had Ollie Pope, it had Rule, who's been one of the top run scorers in the championship the last few years. George Garton's made his way over there. George Garton, one of a Sussex legend, let's be honest. He's got about 10 titles, top wicket taker in the championship 3 or 4 times. He gets 2 for 140 as we go big again. The Bull with a ton, Nesdale with a ton coming in, Albert with a back-to-back ton. We're 4 for 4. We are thrashing it. Oh, we almost make it, I think, 5 in a row. Closer game. Leicestershire's a 5-star ready team. They're very good across every single format at the moment, and they performed decently here. Their bowling attack was very good. Pickens and Albert with a century in the first innings. Pickens, I always call him Pickens, it's Pollock. 62 in the second innings for him. We set them about 270 win in 2 sessions, and we took 9 wickets. Fine performance from the team again. Some good points, but actually second in the table. It's going to come to the crunch when we play against Essex. Check Carlson, still in the England team. He's just always there, isn't he? Carlson, we never play him, but he's got 6 test matches to his name, 10 wickets at an average of 53. And we beat Middlesex. Quite convincingly, it's by 9 wickets, but we almost ran out of time. Carter goes and scores 100. Albert's in incredible form at the moment. 220, 125, 104, 97, and then finishes with 113 not out. Sam Cook's having a bit of just a roll back to old times sort of season, isn't he? 31 wickets at 15. That's more the Sam Cook we know. 55 at 29 last year, 46 at 26 the year before. Just had been petering off. But 6 games down, it's an interesting title race. 10 points between us and Essex as we go into the blast season. And to be honest, I actually think I'm going to keep a very similar team. Last year we had Bradders and Bunter around the team, so they got a bit of game time. Glenn's got a really good 153 strike rate, but I do feel like Carter could be a guy that we can put some trust into. So we're going to see how we go. It makes us almost a 5-star rated team. You think last year we weren't very good, but debut for Thompson for us in this competition. A 3D Carter and Cook with the ball. Well, that worked out quite nicely. 136 all out. Double A Carter, 4 for 34. Taking a bit of that. The Sked and the Smeed at the top of the order are generally pretty good players. And Albert, 98 not out, continuing his fine form. Middle order, not quite so good, but it's a win. Match reduced. We need 126 from 12 overs. 6 wickets to spare, an over to spare. Ellery with a really nice 60 off 32 to take us home. It was swinging around early doors. Thompson got a couple. Freedy got a couple. So it's a really good start to the season, this. Going up against a 5-star Essex team. Woohoo! We lose to Essex by 31 runs. We weren't really close, but the Bulls 49 off 21 in a partnership with Astle and then with a Freedy kind of took us close, but we got blown away by Lidl, a discounted supermarket. An injury hits. Double A Carter is out of action. Does mean we've got some options. This is the results from last year. Jofra Archer went at 12s. Hodgson went at 8s. I think I go for a Jofra Archer just because of the experience. Man, we got smashed. We lose by 3 wickets, but we just got blown away at the top of the order. This middle order isn't quite working out as we're 2 for 2. Definitely not working out. Double A Carter's averaging 6 with 100 strike rate. So I think we need to change that. I'm going to go back to what you know. Tom Haynes is going to come into the lineup. The ball's got a 200 strike rate. Let's just take a minute to appreciate that. We get home chasing 192. Average bowling. Sam Cook's been a revelation this year. He's rolled back the years. Age 34. Economy rate 8 points. Generally very, very good. With the bat, Ali Orr went big early doors. 43 off 17. Blitzing it around. That was the goal. Albert and Orr on full aggression. Ellery with 54. Haynes comes in and scores a real nice 33 off 20. He must be like, oh, I can play cricket. I remember what this game's like. And for the first time in a long time, we've got the superstars back. Bunter comes into the team and Bradders is available as well. He's got such a good strike rate. I think he's going to have to come in for Pollock. So it gives us Bradders and Bunter in the middle. If we look at T20 internationals, they've got a whole experience. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 international T20 players. We're a good team. We're almost 5 stars going up against Essex again. Well, that went well. We've just been pulled out for 119 with those changes. We lose to Essex. They knock off 200. Ellery had a great knock here, 78 off 35. Not heaps of support going on, but with the ball, Forrest just batted through. And we just couldn't break him down. Some things aren't quite working out either. Astel's got a 10 economy rate. Shine Afridi a 10 economy rate. I know he's bowling in the power play and at the death, but those numbers just aren't great. That's a thrashing. It's a 70-run thrashing based on the bat. It was overcast. It was difficult to bat in, but Albert went big. 10 fours, 360s, 63 at 331 strike rate set us up. Bunter comes in and finally adds some runs into his esteemed name in the game. Good performance with the ball. Shine Afridi going at 15s again. Might need to rethink how I'm actually using him. The ball's dropping out the championship team because we've got Bradley and Bunter back, 2 of the best players. Double A Carter's out. He's been very good for us so far. Does create a question of who the hell can we bring in? It's probably going to have to be Jofra Archer, so I'm glad I gave him a 1-year deal. Oh, what a win. What a win against Durham in the County Championship. This was neck and neck. We took a first innings lead of about 80. No one went big, but top 6 all got a few. They batted really well, scored 388. We're not being as hamstrung as we are by the tail this year. Bowlers are definitely performing better, and we needed 317, basically from 90 overs we had to bat. No one got 50, except Carter, who played the innings of his life, really. 162 in a winning effort, and we won with 3 balls to spare. We are 6 wins, no losses, 1 draw, and top of the table. As we get back to blast action, we get back to winning. Fraser Middleton with a 50 for them. Jofra Archer 3 for 24. Shane Afridi went to 8, but he went for 15 in the first over, so I changed it around. We score 189. Ellery with 55. His form this year is okay, averaging 40 with a 158 strike rate. I'm going to take that. We are in danger of just being a 500 team, so win as many as you lose in the blast. Back to being a 500 team, 147 all that. They knock them off pretty easy. We're 5-5, and our net run rate's terrible behind Middlesex. We've got to get a string of wins, and it works. It was a cloudy day, but we bowled them out for 136. Afridi with probably the season best. 4 for 15 for him. Double A Carter comes back in with another 4 wickets. Smashed by Glamorgan with 6 overs to go. We're still a 500 team. We're just above them. How are we just above them? How are we just above them? Our net run rate's slightly better. Middlesex have dropped off. The ball's back in for the championship, averaging 39 this year. Go on the ball. And Double A Carter's back in for Jofra Archer. It's going to be a tight run this championship, us and Essex. We got smashed by Somerset. We just couldn't get a bat together. 240 all out, 207 all out. Afridi with a 5. But they knock him off very easily, and it puts us 2 points behind Essex. Whoa, Shine Afridi starting the second innings. Kent chasing down round about 181. It's not a hat-trick, but it's 3 wickets in 3 balls. I hear someone running around going, it's a team hat-trick. Don't like that. But there's a run out. It's a hat-trick. We've got them 3 down in 1 over. And we pick up the victory. 180 we score. Ellery with a 50. His campaign is very good and it keeps getting better and better. Puts us 2 points clear on an even net run rate going in with 1 game remaining as we lose Bunter to international duty as well. His 158 strike rate has been immense. It's going to be Pollock coming back into that middle order as we beat Gloucester 214 for 8. Ellery again goes big, 88 off 52. Albert with 50 off 22 as well. It's not a bad season for Albert. This a 194 strike rate. I've asked a lot of him in how he plays and going so hard early doors. The reward's been okay. We finished third, maybe. No, Gloucestershire won't pip us, surely. And they don't pip us. So we finish in third, and we've got Durham in the quarterfinals, who finished second in their group. Looking at the team, generally it's quite high performing. Some of the bowling economy rates are a lot higher than what I'm used to. I generally look for under 8. Every bowler's over 8, with Shane Sharafridi going over 8. But if we look at the strike rate, he's getting a wicket every second over. His strike rate's phenomenal, and I'll take strike rate over economy any day because it sets you up for success. With the bat, in terms of what we've got, Ellery's had a great campaign, 540 runs, average of 40. Strike rates are good. Pollock's a bit of stability in the middle. The ball, I'd love for him to get a 50 here. 223 runs, average of 20. It's okay. That's the worst power play I've seen in the series. We're 27 for 5 after 6. Somehow we get up to 138. The ball with 50 off 36 deliveries. Solidified, accelerated, showed a bit of class. Happy with what he's done, but top order capitulated as we lose by 8 wickets. That is a really, really poor performance from the team. We are out at the quarterfinals. Oh, we win by 112 against Kent. This was a difficult game. We get 4-8-1. Bradders comes back into the team, scores 138. Ali Orwin 90. Pollock having a really good career, averaging 47. They're all county championship games pretty much. Averaging 44 this year. Good performance. Albert with a ton in the second inning as well. He's having an excellent year. Almost 1,000 runs already. And we bowled them out twice. Didn't think we were going to, but we do. 22 points puts us 11 points clear. We're on for winning the championship. Match drawn against Surrey. It was overcast and difficult in the first day, and we bowled them out for 212. Bowled really well, showing Charafrida with 4 looking good. We bat big, hoping maybe if we just bat once, it'll be pretty good. The ball with 94, Pollock with 150. Bradders, he goes and scores 103 as well. Looking good. Then it's a road. Like day 3, day 4, it's still almost full on the pitch wear and conditions and bright sun. And then middle order just slows us up enough. So it's match drawn. We get a draw, 1 point behind Essex after 10. I think it's Denver constantly getting updates to his bowling technique. Not seen that translate. Brought him in for 2 games, averaging 42. Bradders goes on international duty, but we've got Bunter to come in instead. Big game against Lancashire, defending county championship champions. We've been smashed by Lancashire. Absolutely smashed. They score 395 in under 90 overs. They smashed it. Vasconcelos and Salt at the top. Page going over a run of ball. We bat and do the same. We score at a massive rate, and then get our middle order ripped apart by Usher Spence. Puts us in a difficult position. We follow on. We've not followed on many times in this series, but we follow on here. The ball holds us together with 75 alongside Pollock, but it's never enough. It's never enough, and it puts us 21 points behind the title. As we go into Royal London Cup time. We've actually got plenty of bowlers available to us, which is a very good thing. We've just not got many batters available to us. That's the problem. Wondering whether we give James Bracey another go. You know, he's been pretty decent for us throughout the save, but virtually every single player is unavailable. Haynes and Carter at the top. James Bracey is going to keep wicket. Nesdale, that top 4 was brilliant last time. Tattersall had a bit of a down year. Bracey's in. And we went with 2 spinners, I think, last season. I'm absolutely positive we went with 2 spinners for part of it. Got Duckworth, that always has a really good strike rate. So I'm thinking we might do the same again and try and do 2 spinners. We've got Freedy, we've got Thompson, we've got Young Hopper. Smashed by 90 runs by Worcester. They get 3-2-5. Bowling attack didn't work. Hopper went at 7s. Just lost control of the game. The spinners bowled quite well together, but I bowled them too many overs consecutively. Leonard was really good for us 2 seasons ago. So I think that's the change we're going to go. We're going to have 4 seamers in the team. We're a 4-star rated team. Yeah, that's a victory. 337 for 9. Ayr with 71 off 64. Duckworth was 63 as well. That's pretty impressive. Bowled them out for 168. Bowling attack a better balance. But the key thing is if you get a good start with your bowlers in economy rate, it puts them behind the game. And that's what we did. And we've smashed them. Somerset go down. Thompson with 5 for 43. It's really interesting our bowling attack. We've got Freddie and Thompson opening bowlers in the championship. So 2 very good bowlers. Getting it done. Duckworth with another 65. Where has this batting been? He averages 12 in first class cricket. 21, okay. His 2 50s in his career have come in back-to-back games. 50 for Tattersall as well. 2 and 1. Question is, can you make it a run? Can you go 3 and 1 and give yourself some distance from being a 500 team? Oh, it's just one of those days. 3-2-1 they get. Piggott and Pears score 100 in the most horrendous of batting conditions. Smash it around as well, particularly Pears. 116 off 78. That's quite unusual. 22-year-old is averaging 47 with 2 centuries now. We just get blitzed. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't stop it. We're going to make a change. Hopper's going to come out and Hodgson's going to come in. Hopper's 116 bowling average. I'd take a couple of extra wickets at the moment. A good win, actually. A good bounce-back win over Northamptonshire. We score 315. Haynes and Carter at the top. Carter with another century. 11 Royal London Cup centuries and almost an average of 50 to his name. Northants 2-4-1 all out. Thompson. It was good control at the top, let's be honest. Good control at the top. Denver in bowls his bowling technique again, but how bad's his bowling technique that it's not made a difference to him so far? That's a victory as well. Our bowling attack is pretty good at the moment. We only scored 256. Tattersall with 91. A couple of 50s on the season for him now. But bowling attack. Thompson 3 for 27. Duckworth 2 for 31. Is looking really good. 2 games to go and I was going to say we're looking good. We're looking good net run rate, but there's 5 teams on 8 points. Oh, we win by 10 runs. That's a tidy. 85 for Ayr, 50 for Bracey. Bracey's been pretty good, actually. 2 50s, 3 meaningful contributions. I'll take that. Not the best batting performance, but bowling performance again. Wickets up top do the trick. Freedy with 4 wickets. He's had I would say, an excellent campaign for us so far. Economy rate's high, but he's a strike rate bowler. His strike rate's exceptional. Oh, we've been smashed last game of the season. Durham 315, it's a massive score and we're 176 all out, but we have made it to the dance. We're into the quarterfinals on our net run rate. Whew. And we're going to do it without Nesdale, which, to be honest, has had a very, very poor campaign. We do have some high profile players back as well. Bradders is going to come in. I think with the ball, I feel like we shouldn't change it. When we change it, things fall apart, and I don't want that to happen. If we look at career averages, we've got Ellery who can come in, who's an excellent strike rate player. Could bring him in for these guys, but look, Brace has been in fine fettle. No Cook, no London, no AA Carter. Going with Hodgson. These are the boys that's taking us to the dance. Can we go and beat a very good Hampshire team? We're there. We're into the semis. We bowled them out for 207 off 48 overs. 4 for Thompson, 4 for Afridi. Control from Hodgson. That was the change I was going to make. Or Leonard, and they both performed beautifully well. 64 for Haynes, 64 for Carter, 73 for Bradders coming into team. The only change that we made. It takes it into the semis against Lancashire, and Leicestershire are there again. They are a Royal London Cup dynasty at the moment. They've won it 3 of the last 5 years. A semi-final thrown into the mixer. They've risen to second place in the championship and runners-up in the T20 competition. They are a fine team. And the semi-final will be without Bradders. It's going to be Ali Orr stepping in at number 3. We're a 4-star rated team going up against a 4.25 of Lancashire. Collier's the guy. He's a fantastic player. And Spence with the ball. It's not a bad bowling performance. 268 all out. Collier and Vasconcelos were going like an absolute rocket. 110 for none they were. We bowled them out for 268. Making changes at the right time. Leonard with a 4.3. Connor 8, probably the best bowler. As we lose by 65 runs. So after 10 seasons, the Royal London Cup evades us. And it was Spence again. First over of the contest, he took Haynes and Carter. Changed the game. We couldn't get going. Freedy with 49 at the end. But it's another semi-final loss for us. A difficult competition to do because we're basically funding the 100 with all of our players. Thompson and Afridi, top 2 wicket takers in the competition as well. Back to the Championship. We've had a good season. Semi-finals of the Royal London Cup, quarter-finals of the Blast. It's not our level, but we've got 3 games to win a final championship. We've set ourselves up here against Kent. 3 games left of the season. We've just scored 293 on 40 overs, just trying to smash it. But we've left them 294 to win from 3 and a bit sessions, so they, in theory, could go and win this game. Not on our watch. 174 are out. Shaheen Afridi takes the first 5 wickets of the innings, smashes them down, 21 points. It puts us level, and Essex have got a game in hand. And who are we playing next? Essex. This is the proverbial 6-pointer in football. They've played their game in hand, and they only pick up 3 points. Somerset beat them, and beat them bad. The batting doesn't shine, and we've given ourselves a chance. Win this, we could win the title. Shaheen Afridi, just the 70 wickets this season, at an average of 19. That's pretty impressive. I'd say that's a good sign and a good use of your money. Thompson averaging 32, pretty good season. Cook, back to where he belongs with the bat. Oh, we've got Bunter back. We've got Bradley back. Bradley's the guy that's been in the form, so he's going to play. The ball's going to drop out and Bunter's coming in. We're 5-star against 5-star. It's almost like a winner-takes-all final. It's like the Bob Willis Trophy final on steroids. We're batting. And we've done it. We've gone and smashed them 20 points to 2. Shaheen Afridi, man of the match. 10 for in the game. 7 for 64 in the second innings. They offered some resistance in the middle order. And Rantha, who's been a pain in the bum quite often in this series, he made 35 not out, but we got through them. We get the victory, and it puts us 15 points clear with 1 game left of the save. 1 game left of the season. We go up against former champions Nottinghamshire. Wow, we've been harassed by rain. 4 hours 48 loss. We basically lost day 1. It's 4 points apiece after the first innings. So that gives us 19 points. And Essex, are behind the game. 373. Rian Ahmed with 78 not out. Essex 251 all out. 132 for 4. So they're chasing 250 plus. Okay, so we need 273 to win from not many overs. Essex need 245 to win. If they win the title, I think, at the moment. Oh no, we've absolutely fluffed it. We've got 1 wicket left. 88 to win in 42 minutes to survive. We've lost the game. We get 4 points. And we've won the title. Oh, Essex obviously didn't get the victory in that last game. But I kind of made a pig's ear of that. Albert is going to top the batting charts on the year with 1,400 runs at an average of 67. That's a fine effort. Also, Scotty Carter, 1,300 runs at an average of 62. I'm going to take a bit of that every single day of the week. Ali Orr, for the first time in the save. It's taken 10 seasons. But he misses out on the 1,000 run club, averaging 40, but not getting it done. With the ball, Shaheen Afridi surely at the top. No! Ridley, from Durham. 23 years old, picking up 89 wickets at an average of 21. Afridi, 85 wickets at an average of 18 at a strike rate of 39 is just amazing. So the save comes to an end. If you've enjoyed it, thank you so much for watching. Leave a thumbs up. If you want to share it with anyone, you can do. I'm going to put a supercut version out next. And we're going to start on the next series. The big series is going to be a youth challenge only. So you've got to invest in your youth players, develop them, and they're the only players you're allowed to sign. You're not allowed to go into the free agent market and sign players. It's going to be incredibly difficult, incredibly long, but incredibly rewarding to see players like the Ball and players like that coming through and being the best players around. Just a quick look at some of the records. Most runs in the season in County Championship, 734 from Ali Orr. Most wickets for Freedy 85 this year. Fastest 50, 21 balls by Ellery. 65 balls, fastest 100 by Bradders. Ali Orr with the top score. We also got bowled out for 113 one time. That's pretty average. Royal London Cup, 388. We didn't top the 400. That's a bit of a shame. 154, the highest score for Carter. 12 balls, Pickens scored a 50 against Warwickshire in 2026. Fastest 100 was this year. Nesdale's 56 ball century. That's impressive. And Thompson with his 29 wickets, the most we've had. In terms of the blast, Ali Orr 775, the best. Basdaleja's 37 wickets was very, very good. We did score 273 against Somerset in season number 2. And Ali Orr owns a whole host of records for highest innings, fastest 50, fastest 100. Quick look at partnerships. Did we break any records? Yeah, Albert and Ali Orr put on 400. Tom Haynes and Albert put on 416. And that's it that makes it into that list. This is the historical list. Slater and Steve Smith's 226 is a Royal London Cup record. Pollock and Haynes put on 200, that made it. Haynes and Bracey, that made it. Basdaleja and Bracey, that made it. Jansen and Curry, that made it. We made a lot of those, and I would have thought we made a lot of these as well. Haynes and Ali Orr, 229 run opening partnership. Allsop and all. Haynes and Bradders, very, very good. Critchley put on 100 partnership, and then Allsop, Delida, Ellery, all getting it done. It's a fine performance. I hope you've enjoyed the series. I've really enjoyed making it. I've enjoyed the additional stats to the game. I'm definitely going to do that with the youth only challenge because it kind of gives you a baseline to how good they actually are across it and see what records we can make. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. Hope you've enjoyed it. We'll catch you soon.